Well, good morning everyone and welcome along to the next round of the Dutch Championship Rotax and KZ2 Masters in 2025. Our fourth date on the calendar takes us to the Erftlandring in Kerpen, where, believe it or not, it was nice and sunny yesterday, but the umbrellas are up, the coats are on, and the track well and truly has been doused with water, just to add a little bit of a challenge for our drivers today. Qualifying yesterday mostly was dry, apart from a couple of spots of rain, just to give our KZ2 something to think about. Didn't really affect their lap times though. Today's weather definitely will. Wet weather tyres, where applicable, are on for our karts, as we're just seeing the end here of the KZ2 practice session, or at least the warm-up session. We're heading into our timetable. You can see it's a stacked timetable where we've got the Max Seniors, the Micro Max, the Mini Max, the Max Juniors and the Max Seniors for their second display onto the circuit. More on that in a second. The DD2 and the DD2 Masters running together. The KZ2's Master and then the KZ2's. And then we'll go into our afternoon sessions from there on. And looking at it, you'll see the Max Seniors should have their timetable to have the 3 pre-finals, 10 minutes and 2 laps before we then go on to our finals at around about 1:45 after a short lunch break. We'll be kicking off with the Micro Maxes. So the Max Seniors, due to the entry size yesterday, split into 3, or at least qualifying decided which series they would start in. And essentially, each of those series will be run against each other, A, B and C. Depending on where you qualified yesterday, decides which series you're in. If you qualified on pole position, you'll be starting in the A series, second place goes into B, third place goes into C, and we rotate until we go all the way down the grid. We have since had a dropout, which has meant the series running with 36 karts, I believe, doesn't need to be done. However, the decision has been made that we've started the series, so we'll continue on with it. So all drivers will be able to compete in the final, but the heats will decide their grid positions to start the final later on. The finals then 13 minutes plus 2 laps, and we get kick-started at 1:45. You can see the KZ2s are just getting underway with their practice starts. They've just finished their 10-minute warm-up sessions, and the warm-up sessions definitely needed because it's a vastly different circuit to what it was yesterday. But it's a 1.1 kilometre circuit. It's very sweeping and technical in sections, lots of fast corners, and just a couple of hairpins to throw in there as well, including the final corner. And if anything, the warm-up sessions are anything to go by. It's really tested the drivers as to how slippery and treacherous it is out there. The sweeping left-hander with the gravel trap to the right-hand side just before this snake in towards the hairpin has really caught out a couple of drivers in the warm-up session. The final corner at the hairpin also catching out a couple of drivers as well throughout the warm-up sessions. That is across the board. So it is tricky, treacherous, slippery, but at least it's not damp. Talking to drivers, past and present, they'd much rather the track be absolutely soaking wet, so at least they know where they stand in terms of tyres. It's that greasy period where it's not quite dry enough for the slicks, but not quite wet enough for the wets. And you essentially have to either struggle with the dry tyres on a damp track, or just manage the tyres when it comes to the wet weather and try and keep the tyres cool. So we're just seeing our drivers now head their way onto the grid then to start our first pre-final, which is going to be the Senior Maxes. You see them all lining up, getting ready to start the first race of the day. Pre-finals, 10 minutes plus 2 laps for our drivers to get to grips with. And it should be then the 365, which is Yuri Schoens, who starts on pole position. Alongside him would be the 375 of Luke Neeson. And they are your B and C. So reminder that the B series drivers are 2nd and 5th in yesterday's qualifying session, and so on and so forth. Our C series drivers qualified 3rd, 6th, 9th, etc. in yesterday's qualifying session. So essentially we're putting those drivers against each other, pitting them against each other, heat points on the line in the pre-finals, and your heat points will be the determining factor as to where you start for the final. So really, it's going to kick off with a case of making sure you just pick up as many heat points as possible over the course of today's racing action. And before we get started, of course, we'd like to say a big thank you to the sponsors of the live stream of this season in WAG Technique, who are a specialist in chip tuning, maintenance and engine overhaul for your vehicle. They're passionate about delivering high quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize the performance of your vehicle. And also sponsored by Versteeg Automotive as well. And by Van Tienen Coffee Machines. Van Tienen have been a coffee supplier for almost 40 years. And we thank them all for sponsoring today's live stream of the event. So just to remind you then, it's Yuri Schoens on pole position in the 365. Alongside him will be the 375 of Luke Neeson. Then it'll be the 340, that's Benjamin Van Hees. And alongside him will be the 363 of Cas Boshaus. Third row of the grid is the number 342 of Matthias Terlov. And alongside is the 379 of Gabriel Svitala. Behind them is the number 382, which is Ty Stevens. And alongside is the number 360 in Flynn Fitters. And drivers being called to their carts then and advised to clear the grid. And we're almost ready to go racing for the first race of the day here. This is our first pre-final and the first of 3 runnings for the Max Seniors. Each Max Seniors will get 2 races in the pre-final to rack up as many heat points as they possibly can. This is Series B versus Series C. So who can get the best start possible? Can Yuri Schoens make good use of his grid position to get up the order? Or can Luke Neeson have something to say about it in the 375? As drivers eagerly await starters' orders. That's what they're under. And with the track damp as ever ahead of them, it's going to be a treacherous first corner then. As our drivers then make their way onwards then for their warm-up lap. And they'll make their way as a last-minute exploration of the track, as if they needed any more worries or woes going into the first race of the day. But at least they had the warm-up session to get them to grips with the circuit. There you can see Yuri Schoens on pole position, and alongside him is the 375 of Luke Nielsen. Number 340 is in third place. That's Benjamin Van Hees Benjamin. Alongside is the number 379, which is Gabriel Svitala. And Terlov also on the third row of the grid. Fourth row of the grid is Stevens and Fitters. Fifth row of the grid then is Volknars and Heinert. They make their way now around the final corners here. And onwards to start another lap here. Just to get those tyres up to temperature. Sixth row of the grid then is the number 322, which is Mick van der Hout. And again, drivers just making sure that they have as much knowledge of the circuit as possible, as if they needed any more reminding how much water there is on the circuit. There is standing water, which again, for a driver, it's not the worst thing in the world. At least they know the track is wet. At least they know the wet weather tyres are the ones to go for. So we'll keep an eye on those starts then, as they'll have to get into formation as they make their way towards the sweeping left-hander to take us on towards that snaking section down towards the final corner, and weaving left and right for our drivers to get as much heat into the tyres as they possibly can. They'll keep it rolling then through in towards the fast left-hander and the gravel trap that awaits them that has caught out a couple of drivers in the warm-ups today. So our first pre-final of the day for the Max Seniors, Series B versus Series C. Series decided by their qualifying positions in yesterday's session. They make their way around the final corner then. They'll get into formation in the tram lines. Eyes on the lights then. They go out, we go racing, and it's a good start then from the 365. Yuri Schoens gets himself ahead, and as they make their way onwards then towards the hairpin then, oh, a slide, a big slide then for the number 363, and goes off the track. That's Cas Boshaus. A couple of drivers caught out for first time in racing conditions. Also there caught out was the 334. That's Scott Westhoven's, as drivers then make their way maybe even 2 wide, 3 wide in towards the back end of the circuit, sweeping their way through. It's the 375. That's Luke Nielsen who leads the way then as they make their way onwards towards this short stretch down towards the left-hander. And oh, a spin from third place then. Maybe caught out, getting onto the brakes, locking the rears. Either way, it's allowed our top two to give a little bit of breathing space into these stages. A lot more confidence, though, from Yuri Schoens in the number 365 as they head their way down towards the hairpin then. A huge battle for third place, very much developing. A good one for first place as well, as the 375 of Luke Nielsen looks over his shoulder just to check where the field are, where the rest of the field are. It's Nielsen who leads them from Schoens, and then it's the 368 of Ralf van der Pavert who finds himself in third place after that bit of a melee down towards the first hairpin. Always to be expected, drivers hurtling in there at the first time of asking, just making sure that everything goes right, but it's so easy to lock the rears as someone runs a little bit too deep there. They might get away with that one. There's the 340, that's Benjamin, who's in fourth place at the moment, gets the foot down and being chased down by Boshaus in the number 363 as they make their way towards the short stretch down towards this flying left-hander, towards one of the penultimate slowing down places on the circuit. Battle for third place really developing now, as it's the 368 of Ralf van der Pavert, and down the inside looking for a move there, eyeing for a move. I think that's Balknars in the number 363. Is that no, it's Cas Boshaus who's looking for moves then, as you see that battle for third place very much well and truly on, as that's the 340 Van Hees Benjamin looking for moves here. There goes the 363 down the inside. Cas Boshaus trying to get some positions here. This is a great scrap for third place, as Boshaus, I think again down the inside, does get the move stuck then as he'll make his way through. And then onwards for the rest of the lap then, still battling away for third place. They've got to be careful though, this battle for third, but they don't lose touch too much to the leaders. Leader is starting to break away from the pack then, as that's Yuri Schoens who's making good from his grid position there. But that is the 363 who's very much on the spot. Cas Boshaus trying to see if he can find a move again down the inside in towards the final corner. So much confidence on the brakes has Cas Boshaus, and now he's up into second place. Lovely stuff from Boshaus as he makes his way through. One driver off into the gravel just in the background there. That's the number 325. That's Jur Valkenars, who's off into the gravel, but does recover and get going again. Someone runs a very deep into one of the hairpins there, getting two wheels onto the grass then. Battle, I think, for fourth place here. Developing very nicely indeed. But Yuri Schoens is just trying to keep his head down and get away from the rest of the pack. It's the 375, it's Nielsen in this battle for third place then, as that's Turlov who's got the fastest lap of this race so far. But I wonder if Boshaus will take that off, because now Boshaus has a good bit of clean air, no battling on this lap. He's managed to close in here on Yuri Schoens. You can see visually the gap has come down. What will the lap be from Bosshaus then? It's a new fast lap of 58.8. One of the first drivers to head under 1 minute. There's a handful of drivers that are finding the confidence, finding the grip out there. And with a 58.8, that's a great lap there in these early stages from KZ Bosshaus. And very much looking to put the challenge on our leader here in Yuri Schoens. In the number 365, there is the battle for the lead. If you're watching the stream, getting back onto the power goes KZ Bosshaus. Yuri Schoens under a bit of pressure here. Coming in towards now the sweeping left-hander. Bosshaus with that last lap of a 58.8. Compare that to Yuri Schoens of a 60.0. As Bosshaus looking, sizing up a move. Will he try and move into towards the hairpin? No, he's not close enough this time around. And he'll make his way back on the power. He will go. But the lap times, do they still show? Yes, a 59.5 from Bosshaus. So even though he's been catching, he's been caught a little bit. He's caught up to the back of the leader, I should say. He is still lapping quicker. And right on the rear bumper, third place is the 340. That's Benjamin. Van Hees Benjamin trying to make some move and make some headway in towards the battle for the lead. 4.5 minutes left to run in our first pre-final for our senior maxes. And there is your battle for the lead. 3.65 of Yuri Schoens against the 3.63 of KZ Bosshaus. As the duo then make their way towards the left-hander. Bosshaus looks for a move down the inside. Can he keep it all under control? Yes, he can, and takes over the lead then through that left-hander and up towards the final hairpin. Bosshaus runs a little bit deep, but he should be able to get the power down. Bosshaus then leads the way then. A lead change at the top then as KZ Bosshaus goes into the lead of this race. Which then puts Yuri Schoens down to second place. And Benjamin Van Hees is now in third place and might have a chance and a sniff of an opportunity at second place. Benjamin also lapping quicker than Yuri Schoens at this stage. So Benjamin Van Hees is looking very much so, very confident to try and see if he can grab that position for second place. As there's a battle on our hands here. That's the 375, Luke Neeson, against the 373 of Julian Klossman, and that's a battle for sixth place. And they're going side by side then as they make their way towards the left-hander. One has to yield, and the one that yields is the 375. So Luke Neeson yields that position. Klossman goes up to sixth place then, as our leaders make their way across the line with 2 minutes 55 on the clock left of this race to run. And at the moment then, it's KZ Bosshaus who leads from Yuri Schoens in second place. Third place is Benjamin Van Hees. Fourth place is number 310, and that's Mitch Hainert. Fifth place in the order at the moment is the 342, and that's Matthijs Terlouw. As we have one off at the final hairpin. And, well, I'm trying to see if that might be the 393 of Van Beek down at the final hairpin, because Van Beek has not come through to clock up just yet. One driver who is coming through to clock up another lap time is KZ Bosshaus, who's got a commanding lead now. And that's Van Hees Benjamin. Benjamin Van Hees up into second place now, and Yuri Schoens is down to fourth in that lap. So Schoens is under a bit of pressure now from Matthijs Terlouw for what is fourth place. I think that might have just been a switch of position there. Going through. But they're still scrapping for that position then. And there's the 340. That's Benjamin Van Hees, who's in second place right now, chased down by the number 310 of Mitch Hainert. And here you can see KZ Bosshaus, our leader of this race, the leader of the first pre-final of the day. And then they're covered by yellow flags at the hairpin, so there'll be no move there. You see the hand raised then from Hainert. He knows he can't go for the move in towards the hairpin. And there is the kart that is being recovered. And as we make our way past the green flag, And that means that Hainert can now launch the attack once again to see what he can do. Down towards that first hairpin. Can he get the power down? He can try and draw himself alongside. Can Hainert goes for the old up and under, down the inside of the next corner. Did he get that move stuck? I think he did. And that will be Mitch Hainert up a position then. Very nicely done indeed. Very well worked from Hainert to get past Van Hees. And Van Hees is trying to see if he can find a way back through, trying to do an old up and under, taking a different line, see if he can get the power down earlier for Van Hees. As they get the power down now, still the advantage remains to Mitch Hainert in second place as they make their way through the left-hander, the sweeping left-hander towards the end of the circuit. Now they'll make their way towards the final hairpin. As time elapses, and so Cas Boshouse has this lap and 2 more to keep pressing on. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 58.4. Track seems to be drying, or at least water's being dispersed off the racing line to allow drivers to be a lot more confident. A lot more drivers are now dipping into the 59, some of them just on the brink in 60 seconds. They were lapping in the 102s and the 103s at the start of this race, so not only is the track might be improving, but driver confidence will also rise up as well, as they feel they can take more speed into corners and feel like there's more, with more confidence, be able to carry more speed into the corners and know that the tyres and the cars underneath them will be fine. Might be a late charge here for a battle for third place. And Matthijs Turlov can he close in. We have now 2 more laps to go. Time has elapsed. We're now on to 2 more laps to go. There's your race leader if you're watching along on the stream in Cas Boshouse. You see them just popping a rear left tyre. Oh, and that was someone off onto the gravel there towards the left-hander, one of the final left-handers, with the 379 of Gabriel Svitala, who does rejoin. Cost a couple of seconds, but leaves the kart still on the circuit then. Cas Boshouse has been fantastic going into this race. Started on the second row of the grid, but has made this look very, very good indeed. Has had much more confidence than those behind him. As he makes his way through the final corner, he'll get the power down and start the final lap of this race. And look over his right-hand side shoulder just to see what's happening behind. Well, behind is a 3-second gap. Although it's interesting to see at this late stage that it is Mitch Hainert who has the fastest lap of the race and has closed in 0.3 of a second last time around. But encouraging pace though from Mitch Hainert. But our leader then making the way through in towards the final couple of corners, down towards the left-hander after the chicanes, through now in towards the flying left-hander to size up on this final lap. And Cas Boshouse then through in towards the quick chicane, down towards in towards the final corner, the final hairpin. He'll get the power down, and our winner of the first pre-final of Series B versus Series C goes to Cas Boshouse. Mitch Hainert in second place, and third place goes the way of Benjamin Van Hees. Fourth place goes to Matthijs Turlov, as Yuri Schoens drops to fifth place, having started on the front row with the 373 of Julian Klossman. In sixth place, 382 of Ty Stevens. In seventh place, eighth place went the way of the 331 of Jake Menton. Ninth place across the line was the 375 of Luke Neeson. And to round off our top 10, it's the number 368 in Ralph van der Pavert. Top 10 from that. So heat points already being totaled up at this early stage for our Max Seniors. That was Series B versus Series C. We'll see the Series A drivers later on today. They will be a part of our second pre-final, but there you can see the results there. These are the provisional results. Cas Boshouse taking the victory. Mitch Hayner turning up the wick towards the end, but he just needed maybe a couple more laps to try and catch the leaders. Benjamin O'Hees in third place with Matthias Turlov in fourth place. Yuri Schoens in fifth place. Julian Klosman in sixth. Ty Stevens in seventh. Jake Minton in eighth with Luke Neeson in ninth. And then rounding off the top 10 there was the number 368 of Ralph van der Pava. You can see a handful of DNFs there. Bram Plomp didn't take the start, was here yesterday, but has withdrawn from running. Martin Herrera, Kirill Genser and Rima van Beek all not finishing. And we saw Rima van Beek, the kart being recovered at the hairpin, not too far from the end of the race. Next up then we have our pre-final of the Micro Maxes as they make their way to the starting grid. It's always interesting to see how many of them put on a wetsuit. I think they're all going to wear wetsuits, which is probably a very wise idea because they'll have to race in those suits for the rest of the day. That's a very wise idea. So our Micro Maxes then. Connor Hauff yesterday putting in a really good qualifying effort then. Nearly 7/10 of a second to clear of Kenji Schroyers, who lines up in second place. So it's 78 Connor Hauff, 14.14 of Kenji Schroyers. Then second row of the grid, third place, Mick Echtelt in the number 11. And alongside is number 28 in Ian Haufer. Third row of the grid is number 73. It's position 5 for Leden Marks. And alongside is the number 17.17 of Adrian Krogel. And then on the fourth row of the grid, it's number 7, Julian van der Poel. And number 26, Lasse van der Wiede. Now, Lasse did not take part in qualifying yesterday. So has been, because of that, has to start at the back of the grid. But our 8 Micro Maxes for their pre-final, getting through those last, if you like, the final orders, the final wishes of good luck from team members who have now been obligated to clear the grid. And very shortly, our Micro Maxes will be getting ready for their pre-final, 10 minutes plus 2 laps on top. You can see the front row then. Connor Haufer, who was absolutely brilliant in the dry yesterday, and that number 78. He'll be looking to translate that to get himself a very good start off the line. You can see all our drivers pretty much itching to go here. We're just completing the recovery of one kart off the circuit before we get underway from the previous race. And once that has been completed, we will be able to send our Micro Maxes on their way to have their lap. Of course, all our drivers today have had their warm-up, so they're very familiar with the track conditions currently. But it still will be a different track with karts before them. The Micro Maxes were last out at around about 9:20, so local time. So we're talking maybe an hour and a half since they last visited the track. So it will have changed a little bit since that time. So this will be a chance for the drivers then to understand how much grip there is. I've always found that the best thing to do on a formation lap is find where the grip isn't, and then you know the places to avoid. It's all good knowing where the grip is, but it's more the places you don't want to go to. But wet weather tyres look like the case for all, which is to be expected with standing water still out onto the track. We'll just await for starting orders then. That will allow our drivers to get their way and get their formation lap underway. And away they go then for their laps. And someone who doesn't quite get away is the number 11, that's Mick Echtelt. And trouble off the start then for Mick. He's still trying to get the kart going. And so, yep, Mick has now got that kart going, so he will be on his way. There's a reminder of your grid then. It's Connor Haufer on pole position ahead of Kenji Schroyers in second place. Mick Echtelt in third place alongside Ian Haufer in fourth. Fifth place, Leonard Marks. Sixth place to Adrian Krogel. Seventh place to Julian van der Poel. And eighth place to Lasse van der Velde. That's our grid then for our pre-final for the Micro Maxes. As they'll make their way onwards now. Can Mick Echtelt catch up to the grid? Would he be allowed to go into formation from his, what was third place spot? At the moment then, we have Connor Haufer, who is very much jolly on the spot, already looking to see if he can get away from the field. He's been told to slow down, and a spinner at the hairpin on the formation lap. At least it gets it done and out of the way now, but it won't be an ideal start for number 73. So that is Leonard Marks, who has a bit of a moment at the hairpin. But maybe just a pre-warning to drivers about the conditions there. And for Mick Echtelt in the number 11, he's not catching the back of the pack at the moment, so I wonder if he will be able to keep that third place start. Not sure quite the reason for the non-getaway, but whatever the problem was, it was resolved and he was able to get going again. In any case then, our drivers are making their way then towards the left-hander. One of the penultimate braking points of the circuit. It is a braking point in the wet. But our drivers now will form up in their spots, and that will probably mean then that Mick Echtelt will not take that third place grid slot, because there you see the number 3 spot is empty. So they'll have to keep that formation, as there's 2 drivers who will have to go onto the back, and drivers will have to hold that formation. So not only do you have to want to worry about the weather, they have to worry about as well keeping their formation, even if there is a driver non-present. So then, we'll make our way onwards then to take this start. Around the final corner we will go, and we'll get racing action underway shortly then. Eyes on the lights. And no, it's a false start, so they'll be going round again. One too early then. That might have been Connor Haufer, who was just too eager to get away. So it is another time around the circuit to have another go. But again, they will have to keep their formation. So that looks to me like Max Echtelt will have to leave that spot 3 empty. He won't get a chance to get back into that spot. He'll have to start from the back now. And so there's actually a row of drivers that have to start from the back as well. As we saw a bit of an issue for Leonard Marks as well at the hairpin. Nevertheless, then now drivers get an additional exploratory lap. Now line up in formation now for a second bite of the cherry to get things going here for our first pre-final of the Micro Maxes here in Erftlandring Kerpen for round 4 of the Dutch Championship Rotax and KZ2 Master 2025. So I'll have to wait for the lights to extinguish before they can go racing. Now in towards the hairpin they will go then, for another time of asking then to get our Micro Maxes first pre-final underway. The lights go out and we do go racing here. And that was the 73 of Leonard Marks trying to go up the inside, trying to recover some positions as well. And oh, a spinner there, right into the path of others there. That was the 17, that was Adrian Krogel, who spun out there. And unfortunately, Lasse van der Velde was slightly caught up in that one. I don't think Lasse had too many options on that one, but all karts have managed to get going again. Just looked like Adrian Krogel locked up the rears, and that is another spin as well. Up ahead, Leonard Marks in the 73 has had a half spin there, does rejoin. But our leaders then getting underway then for 10 minutes and plus 2 laps. Connor Halfer leading the way then as they head the way towards that left-hander with the gravel trap just looming on the outside for drivers. And in fact, that's the number 14 who takes a dip into it. Kenji Schroyers takes a dip into the gravel there. Not ideal, but keeps a hold of second place. What it does allow is for drivers behind to really close in, including the number 28, Ian Halfer, who can try and close in there. 3.4 seconds is the gap early doors for Connor Halfer at the top then, ahead of Kenji Schroyers. And there is the number 17, Adrian Krogel, who right now, or was at the line, 5th place, though I fear with yellow flags, an incident may have occurred there, a bit of a spin perhaps at that early part of the circuit. We might see if the timing screens show us a wild change of positions to confirm who that was. As there's the number 28, Ian Halfer, trying to see if he can close in on Kenji Schroyers up ahead in that battle for second place. They'll make their way towards the left-hander once again. Battle for 4th place as well will be one to watch on for as they head their way through in towards the flying left-hander here. There was a think of a move up the inside from Julian van der Poel, but Julian thought better of it. Oh, and a spin from 3rd place there. Apologies, from 4th place for van der Poel. No, it was Adrian Krogel who had the spin there. So Adrian Krogel spins out there at the final corner. Does get going again and rejoins, but will be down in 6th place now. As we see then, number 11. And that's one off into the gravel then at the left-hander. And that could well be Leonard Marks in the number 73. Gets pulled out from the gravel. It is Leonard Marks. And that's not the first time driver's been caught out by that gravel trap. And in essence, he'll have to get in and have a running start then. See what he can do to get back underway. He does get back underway. But he now will be a lap down on our leader in Connor Halfer. Speaking of which, Halfer makes his way across the line then. Just over 6.5 minutes left to run of this race. So number 14 there is Kenji Schroyers in 2nd place. The car ahead of him is a bit of lappery. So he won't be battling Leonard Marks for position. Oh, and Leonard Marks has another spin at the first hairpin. He gets going again. But perhaps a lock of the rear brakes then. Oh, and that's Kenji Schroyers is off as well. Off onto the grass on the exit of the hairpin and loses that position then to Ian Halfer. So Ian Halfer now up into 2nd place. So it's a Halfer 1-2 at the moment with just under 6 minutes left to run. Just shows you, even though there's not too many worries about battles, it's all about keeping it on the island and making sure if you keep the kart facing in the right direction, you've got a good chance of getting a strong position, a strong finish in the pre-final. And it's all about building confidence as well. So Kenji Schroyers as well, down to 3rd place. That puts Ian Halfer up into 2nd place in the number 28. As Ian crosses the line then, the blue flags wave for Leonard Marks, as we've got the number 7 and the number 26. And that will be for position then. So that's the number 7 of Julian van der Poel and the number 26 of Lasse van der Wiede. As once again, Kenji Schroyers under a bit of pressure there, I believe. He's looking to try and find a way through. Did he find a way through then? No, Kenji Schroyers still holds on to that position. Less than 5 minutes left to run. But Kenji Schroyers has now got back past. That looks like, yes, it is. So Schroyers recovers then to 2nd place, gets himself ahead of Ian Halfer for 2nd place. And Kenji's done really well there to recover that. after the little bit of a spin and lap ago, or a couple of laps ago. And through in towards these final corners we will go then. Kenji Schreier's looking to just see what he can do and pull away at this stage. Getting back on the power across the line. So Kenji Schreier's now up there. Now Halfer's last lap time was 1:12, so perhaps I missed a bit of a moment for Ian Halfer. That allowed Kenji Schreier to catch up and pass. A fourth place, Julian van der Poel, with number 26, Lasse van der Wiede. That should be a good battle for fourth place, number 7 and number 26. As there's your battle for second place. Both drivers have been, when they've been on the pace right now, lapping in the 1:09s. And Ian Halfer's not going anywhere, though. Kenji Schreier has got the move done. He's not letting that battle go whatsoever. Battle for second, battle for fourth on the cards here. As Kenji Schreier slightly lights up the rear tyres, that might be an opportunity for Ian Halfer. Perhaps into the hairpin. It takes a slightly wider line, does Halfer. Gets the power down to try and get the power down earlier. That didn't work. Kenji Schreier holds on to second place for now, with Ian Halfer in third place. Behind them as well is Julian van der Poel in fourth place and Lasse van der Wiede in fifth. That should be a good battle to keep your eye on there. Van der Wiede closed in by nearly 1/10 of a second on that last lap. And you can just saw in the picture there, Van der Poel and Van der Wiede. Not much between them either in that battle for fourth. The other way through, Kenji Schreier then has got a bit of confidence underneath him now. He has managed to grow that gap a little bit now. Oh, and a spin for Ian Halfer. Onto the grass he goes, and that will be 2 positions there that he's had to cede. And that'll be one to Van der Poel or one to Van der Wiede. So Julian van der Poel now, he's up into third place, and Ian Halfer, by trying to push on and try and catch Kenji Schreier, has had a bit of a spin there. 2 minutes on the clock then left to run. We'll have 2 additional laps to run after that. So that battle for fourth place has become the battle for third. There is Julian van der Poel in the number 7. It's Lasse van der Wiede in the number 26 in fourth, as Van der Poel defends the inside line. Van der Wiede has to go the long way round. Can Van der Wiede get the power down? No, not this time. So it's defended by Van der Poel on this occasion. And the squabbling for third place allows Kenji Schreier to build that gap in second place. Can't either rule out Ian Halfer at this stage, who will have a bit between his teeth. Only Ian Halfer to get those positions back. Leader's just crossed the line now with 1:10 to go. As we head our way through now, getting the power on towards this left-hander with the gravel trap on the outside. Looming and lurking, ready to catch a kart that takes it a little bit too wild through the left. We'll head away in towards the quick chicane, down towards the final hairpin. This is the battle for third we're watching on for. And Lasse van der Wiede again trying a slightly different line to Julian van der Poel. But now Van der Wiede looking over the shoulder to see where Ian Halfer is. Ian Halfer will be jolly on the spot to pick up any pieces and pick up some positions in these late stages. The battle for third, though, makes its way through and towards this winding, twisty section towards the back of the track. Very winding there. It's all about confidence, then follows by a tighter left-hander before you get onto the power very shortly towards another left-hander. Brings you onto a good bit of power. The right foot gets well and truly used here before you've got one of the penultimate slowing down points in at least the wet before you head your way towards that final hairpin. Still a good battle on the cards here. Timer has elapsed, but that was Van der Wiede again looking for something there. Through in towards the first corner we go. And Van der Wiede's got a really good run here. Down towards the first hairpin we go. Van der Wiede up the inside of Van der Poel. And Van der Wiede looks over the right shoulder and gets the position. So Lasse Van der Wiede up into third place now. Is there a reply to be had from Julian Van der Poel? Van der Poel certainly looks one way and another, but no way through that time around. Through in towards this, the S's here. With Van der Wiede still ahead for third place. We have 2 laps to go here. So we've had our first lap from Conor Haufer with the timer expired. So 2 additional laps to be had here, ready to go. And we have this great battle here for third place. Is there any reply here to be had from Julian Van der Poel with only 2 laps to go? Through in towards the hairpin we go. Back on the power. And it looks like Lasse Van der Wiede, who did not take part in qualifying yesterday, has got to grips with the circuit very quickly, especially with a shower thrown. In towards the hairpin we go then. Keeping an eye as well on Conor Haufer, who is making his way now through in towards the final couple of corners. He'll get the power down now to begin the final lap of this pre-final of the Micro Maxes. He's been in full control so far, and he only needs 1.1 kilometres now to wrap up a pre-final victory. Still, this battle for third place rages on. Lasse Van der Wiede and Julian Van der Poel only have about 1.5 kilometres to decide who finishes third in the pre-final. And with Van der Wiede setting personal bests at the moment, Van der Poel can't quite match the pace right now. But Julian Van der Poel will have 1 lap to see if he can close in to try and grab third place. Keep it on the island for both drivers. That will really be the instruction. You never know what might happen up ahead. We've got yellow flags there, possibly towards one of the hairpins. But Conor Haufer is making his way through in towards the final couple of corners. He'll make his way towards the hairpin now. And onwards then, Conor Haufer is going to take the checkered flag and take the victory then in the pre-final for the Max Seniors. And by a commanding margin as well. We will await to see Kenji Schroyers, who had a spin himself, but he'll get the power down. And heading towards the hairpin will Kenji Schroyers go. He's done well to recover and keep it on the island from then on. He'll get the power down there, and a punch of the fist for Kenji Schroyers. He'll come across the line in second place. And then this battle for third place still continuing on. Back on the power will go the number 26 of Lasse Van der Wiede, who didn't take part in qualifying yesterday and will finish the pre-final in third place. Fourth place across the line is Julian Van der Poel. And then we have the number 73, so that's marks across the line, who actually is going to finish ahead of Ian Haufer. We lost Ian Haufer in that race. So too did we lose Echtelt and Krogel from that race. But there are your provisional results then for the pre-final of the Micro Maxes. Conor Haufer takes a nearly 40-second lead over Kenji Schroyers in this one. Lasse Van der Wiede in third place with Julian Van der Poel in fourth, and Leden Marks rounding off our last of the finishers, a lap down for the number 73. Non-finishers from Ian Haufer, Mick Echtelt and Adrian Krogel. And that wraps up our pre-final for the Micro Maxes. We'll next see them for their finals. They're going to be the drivers that kick us off in our finals later on today. Really nice battle for third place then, and a really nice move as well from when all is said and done. But we now get ourselves ready then. Drivers making their way to the grid now. It's the Minimax that's coming up next. And Minimax is with Julian Dermer in the number 122, grabbing pole position by just over a quarter of a second ahead of Pelle van Echtelt. Third place will be the 104 of Mick Klinkers, and alongside is number 124 of Jim Darnan, as they'll make their way onto the circuit here. Couple of penalties though, the 118, which is Tren van Melk, got a 3-place grid penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. And the 114, which is Milano Schiphorst, also got a 3-second penalty for front fairing. So 2 drivers there with a 3-place grid penalty from where they qualified yesterday. And once again, it's a vastly different circuit, although it does seem to be improving race by race, lap after lap. But looking at the tyres here, I can't see many slicks, and I think that's probably the wisest decision. Don't go for the slicks just yet, perhaps. Last bits of instructions as well from team members to drivers. We've already seen in a couple of races how that first hairpin is perilous. You just have to make sure you get your way through it as best as you possibly can. Keep your wits about you. And you could even pick up a couple of places as well. The thing is, you have to be so alert as the signal is given for all team members to vacate the grid. Drivers to jump into their karts to get themselves ready for their first pre-final. So a front row of Julian Dermer and Pelle van Echtelt will get us underway here. And in the mini-maxes, we were as well due to see one driver, KZ2 Moyes, who was leading the championship ahead of Mick Klinkers, but unfortunately he's suffered an injury, as I was advised by Mr. Alex Goldschmidt yesterday. So from us here, wish you the best of recoveries. Okay, so it's not easy as well, having to watch on, but no doubt he'll be behind the wheel shortly. Which means then there's an opportunity here for Mick Klinkers to see if he can try and take over the championship lead. KZ2 Moyes was at the top, Mick Klinkers in second place in the championship, and it's Tygo Holthausen in third place. Tygo starts this race in ninth, so he was 3/10 down. 3/10 down was Tygo, so it's not a huge gap, but Tygo also has an opportunity to try and take over a championship lead. Nicky Naruhito Tomasa starts in seventh. Nicky currently fourth in the championship as well. So this is good opportunity for those to try and see what they can do against KZ2 Moyes. Opportunity to grab some points here as well. As we await starters' orders then to get ourselves some rolling starts and have our pre-final here for the mini-maxes. It's Julian Dermer on that front row alongside Pelle van Echtelt. Pelle van Echtelt 13th in the championship standings at the moment and qualified second yesterday. So huge chance for Pelle to grab some vital points to the championship. I'm trying to see Julian Dermer. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, I don't see him in the championship. 16th in the championship. Didn't take part in the first round for the mini-maxes. So again, another good chance for Julian Dermer to get some good points up the board and start to climb that table. But of course, the pre-final is only the prelude. We still have the final later on. So Minimaxes now get themselves rolling. Everyone looks to get away, so no issues at this point about making sure that either of them, any of them, slot into their grid positions here. But the grid then for this one, as we've already had a spinner. I do apologise, that's a case the commentator's curse there, but we'll go through the grid. It's Julian Dermer on pole position, alongside is Pelle van Echtelt. Second row is Mick Klinkers in third and Jim Darnan in fourth. Third row is Milano Shiphorst and Noah Steedhouder. Fourth row is Nicky Naruhito Tomasa and Julius Grabov. Fifth row is Tygo Holthausen and Lawrence van Vlaanderen. Sixth row is Yara Kiewitzbosch and Lennart Kerster. Seventh row is Mika Vonk and Tim Hansler. Eighth row is Matthias Klever and Max van der Meer. And all on their own, on the ninth row of the grid, is Tran Van Melek with that 3-place grid penalty. So that's how your grid looks then, or at least how it should look. We'll see if I can spot, or if we can spot, potentially the 112 is the one that went off into the gravel. That would be Noah Steehouder. And Noah would have started in 6th place. So Noah looking like you have to start from the back of the grid, as we've got drivers already taking up formation here out of the S's. Track is improving. It's not quite there yet. I couldn't see any slick tyres being bolted onto any of the karts, although as the track ever improves, team members as well will be looking at the skies. Very contrasting weather reports on this one, as one driver gets to the front. Now that is Noah Steehouder, who's trying to take over 6th place. So he's now slotted into position as Noah. So he's been able to get himself back up there, ready for this start. As the front two tiptoeing their way onto the final corner. They're certainly in formation. As they make their way through in towards the out of that short curved straight. It's a bit of an oxymoron, but it is a bit of a curved straight. Normally in the dry, it's flat out through that section, and you get to the left-hander, which brings you onto the straight towards that left-hander, the flying left-hander, the penultimate place to slow down the karts, at least in the wet weather conditions. It'll be pretty much flat out through there if you can, with the gravel trap waiting on the right-hand side. So it's Julian Dermer on pole position, Pelle van Echtelt in 2nd place, very much in formation, very much making sure that they both keep in formation as well. Julian Dermer in the 122, Pelle van Echtelt in the 142, Mick Klinkers in the 104 has a huge opportunity here to grab some much needed points, but he needs a good pre-final. Alongside Jim Darnan then in the number 124. So then, gingerly, our drivers make their way through in towards the final corner then, the hairpin, as we are ready to start the Minimaxes pre-final. 10 minutes and 2 laps. And the start is good. We are racing here. And side by side, our two leaders go then as we make our way towards the hairpin for the first time of asking then. Oh, and both. One of them at least goes off and rejoins, but right at the back of the field then, as drivers now make their way through, trying to see what they can do. But one of the leaders off then in these early stages, as I'm trying to work out if it was Dermer or if it's Pelle van Echtelt, as we make our way through in towards out of the S's section. Plenty of positions being changed over. That's a position gain for Jim Darnan in the number 124. And as we make our way onwards then towards this flying left-hander. So it was the 122 that is leading the way. So it was Pelle van Echtelt who suffered. Oh, we've got a spinner there as well at the flying left-hander. It's the 151. That's Julius Grabov, who gets back facing the right way and going again. But huge disappointment there for Pelle van Echtelt who will have to try and negotiate and navigate his way through the field to get back some positions then, battling for position then. That was the 114, I think that was, getting a move done. As we make our way in these early stages of the race then. Huge shame for Van Echtelt. But we have positions to be decided then. Number 129 of Tygo Holthausen has done a remarkable job of getting through the order then, because Holthausen started, I believe, on the 5th row of the grid, and Holthausen is now up into 2nd place. So that's a remarkable drive from Tygo. Through in towards the final corner we go, and Julian Dermer is going to be next in line. There goes the 129 of Holthausen. Then it's Klinkers in 3rd place then, as our battle for the lead makes its way towards the hairpin then, as Dermer still leads from Holthausen. Pressure being applied though from the 129. Tygo Holthausen looking for a move up the inside, but can't find the gap. Julian Dermer defends firmly, heading away through the S's section now, as we get that short run towards the tight left-hander. It takes us onto that bit of a stretch towards the flying left-hander. Tygo Holthausen not quite in position here to take advantage. A good run through that left-hander into second S's, down in towards the second hairpin, might have an opportunity. And Holthausen gets a really good run. In fact, they're going to work together here at these early stages. Not uncommon to see, but Holthausen has decided that with Julian Dermer, they're going to work together to get away from Mick Klinkers at this early stage, although they're battling. That temporary alliance didn't last very long, as Holthausen looking down the inside then gets the move done. And from what I thought Holthausen was saying to Julian Dermer, let's work together, perhaps I misinterpreted. Nevertheless, Holthausen takes over the lead then from Dermers, who goes to 2nd place as they make their way towards the fast left-hander. Change for the lead in these early stages. That's also Mick Klinkers in the 104, who's not too far behind our leaders, the battle for the lead, as they make their way through out of the hairpin. Onwards then we go then. So new race leader across the line. Holthausen leads from Dermer in 2nd, Klinkers in 3rd place, and then it's Darnan in 4th. 125 across the line. That's Tomasa in 6th place. Got a good battle for 7th place here. It's the 166 who heads it at the moment in Lennart Kerster. As we head our way through in towards that hairpin. Oh, a spinner in the background there just as we cut away. So easy in these tricky conditions now. It's getting closer to being damp rather than being wet out on the circuit, and you get that greasy surface as well. That doesn't help for drivers as we're going too wide. Seeing a couple of drivers there battling away further down the field. Oh, and off onto the gravel goes the number 122. That was Julian Dermer, who was in 2nd place and has dropped at least 3 positions there, Dermer. So I think he's rejoined in 5th place there. A 142 is sizing up a move as well on the 166. That's Pelle Van Echtelt, who's trying to find his way and fight his way back through the field, trying to battle away with Lennart Kerster through in towards the 1st corner. Up ahead of them as well is the number 133, which is Mika Vonk, as Van Echtelt again seeing what he can do, but can't quite find a way through that time around. Goes slightly deep in towards the 1st hairpin. But Pelle Van Echtelt, considering he had to, well, he spun at the 1st hairpin, had to recover his way through the field, got himself up to 9th place at the moment. It's not a bad recovery drive, and we're just over halfway through in terms of time elapsed. We'll still have 2 more racing laps after that. But it's a good lap though from Tygo Holthausen, who leads the way now, ahead of Max Klinkers, with that mistake then from Julian Dermer. Fastest lap of the race goes to Tygo Holthausen, 55.2 from our race leader. As we watch on then, that's the battle we're keeping a close eye on for what is 8th place between Kerser in the 166 and Van Echtelt in the 142. Up ahead of them as well is Vonk in the number 133. And in fairness, not too far up is Nikki Naruhito Tomasa in the number 125. And that could all bunch up to be a battle for 6th place in this stage of the race. As they all now make their way through line of stern for now. Van Echtelt really closing up now to the back of Kirster. They get back onto the power, and Van Echtelt, did he get a move done there? I think he did against the 166, yes. So Van Echtelt coming out of the left-hander before that little straight, got the move done then, and a battle here emerging down in towards the hairpin. We will go. It's the 144, I think, of Hansler. Yes, it is, who's putting the pressure on the number 127 of Vandermeer. So Tim Hansler definitely looking for a move here. That is a battle right now for 11th place. But Hansler has to be careful because the car right behind him is Kiewitzbosch in the number 103. That's Yara Kiewitzbosch, who's looking to take full advantage of battling up ahead. Can Yara find a way through? Yep, as too deep runs Tim Hansler. And able to take that position away as Pelle Van Echtelt looking for another move then. Or at least trying to find little pieces, little bits of action to find a way back up the order. As Van Echtelt comes across the line in 9th place there. Battle on the screen then, the 125 and the 133. That's Nikki Naruhito Tomasa in the 125 and Mika Vonk in the 133. That's a battle for 6th place right now. As trying the old up and under. As behind them as well, Van Echtelt looked like they got the move done against Kirster then. We're in towards out of this sweeping section. Back on the power we go. Short burst down towards the flying left-hander. As we see then with just under 90 seconds of the race still to run. It's Holthausen who leads. Another fastest lap of the race for Holthausen, 54.6. The gap to Klinkers is now 3.4 seconds. There's the battle for 3rd place. Julian Dermer has done well to recover. Back up to 3rd place. Looks like Julian's got past Jim Darnan then to get back up into 3rd place. So really good of Julian Dermer to keep the head down, not let that first, I would say first corner, but really it's first braking zone affect the rest of the race. Dermer's done very well indeed to recover positions at this stage. 46 seconds left on the clock then as Holthausen makes their way across the line. So in essence now we'll have 3 laps remaining of this race. 2nd place across the line is Mick Klinkers, who's just at a personal best lap, so drivers clearly feeling more and more confident lap after lap in the circuit. As we see a battle out of the final hairpin then. Again, it's the 125 and the 133. They are scrapping. It's Tomasa and Vonk. And Mika Vonk wants that position then from Tomasa down in towards the first hairpin we go. A battle here for 6th place as Mika Vonk out of that slow speed section now gets a move up the inside. It's the old up and under, trying to see what they can do for in terms of position then. Still no way through that at that moment for Mika Vonk. Tomasa defending this one hard towards the end of the race. 2 laps to go now for Holthausen. Makes his way through in towards the first hairpin. Commanding lead right now. A little bit of lappery to deal with. That's the 112 of Noah Stehauder. Just watching on the start-finish straights as well as Mika Vonk still right on the back then of Nikki Naruhito Tomasa in the 125 down towards the first hairpin. Will be really interesting to see if Mika Vonk could make a move, will attempt to move towards the end of this pre-final. There is your pre-final leader here in the Mini-Maxes. as Tygo Holthausen rounds the final corner now. Almost a press on when he sees the final lap board. But Tygo Holthausen right now is a 4.2 second lead over Klinkers then. Mick Klinkers in the 104, with blue flags being waved then. Holthausen has done a fine job here, considering Holthausen, I believe, started 9th place in this race. Put those slight woes of quali behind him, and Tygo Holthausen now, as he makes his way towards that left-hander for the final time, and at least this pre-final, swooping through in towards the final S's section, down towards the final hairpin. And one last time this race, he'll get back onto the power. It's Tygo Holthausen who takes the victory here in the pre-final for the Mini-Maxes. It's Klinkers across the line in second place. Mick Klinkers in the 104. And Julian Dermer, who had that spin, or at least had that off in the gravel and lost 3 or 4 positions, does very well to recover to 3rd place. It ends the race for Julian Dermer with a personal best of 54.7 across the line. That battle for 6th place between Tomasa and Vonk ended in favour of Tomasa in the 125, who picks up 6th place. Ahead of them, it was Tim Darnan in the 124, who finished in 4th place. 5th place went the way of the 114 of Milano Shiphorst. As we see there, there's the 113 and the 151 across the line. That's Klaver and Grabov. That was for 13th and 14th respectively. And last driver, at least on the lead lap, across the line is the 166 of Lennart Kirster. So, results then from the pre-final of the Minimax. Tygo Holthausen takes a 5.4 second lead victory ahead of Mick Klinkers. It's Julian Dermer in 3rd place. Jim Darnan in 4th with Milano Shiphorst in 5th. Nicky Naruhito Tomasa in 6th place with Mika Vonk in 7th. Tren Van Melik in 8th place with Pelle Van Echtelt recovering to 9th place after that early off. Yara Kivitz-Bosch in 10th place there, rounding off our top 10. Great racing stuff from our Mini-Maxes there. We have our Max Juniors coming up shortly, ready to take to the track. So Max Juniors have 21 to take to the grid for this race. And it's been a case of the Boaz Maximov show so far in the championship. Strong haul of points from Boaz. Gets him on 304 heading into this weekend's racing. It's Max Zadersky in 2nd place with Leica van Berkel in 3rd in the championship. Well, Van Berkel starts 5th in this race. Max Zadersky starts 3rd from 2nd in the championship. And Boaz Maximov took pole position by less than 1/10 of a second yesterday. 0.094 ahead of Bran van der Weyken. Incredibly close qualifying as well. Top 3 separated by less than 1/10 of a second as well, as Max Zadersky set a lap time within 1/10 of Boaz Maximov. And we'll see their drivers making their way onto the grid. And I see some slicks out there as well. So drivers are deciding that, or at least team members and drivers are deciding that the slicks are ready. So there might be, that's also a risk, of course, because the outside of the track is nowhere near as dry as the racing line, but they all keep it on the racing line, which in towards the first corner is not really possible. We shall see down towards the first hairpin, but it looks a lot better, a lot more improved than earlier on, and so I can't see a wet tyre in sight on the grid. At least it's not on a kart. Any wet tyres are being wheeled away, so they're committing then to those slicks. And a look up at the clouds. Never an accurate guide of what's going to happen. But it is a guide. Nothing beats the hand out of the window. There's been contrasting weather forecasts as well. So, you know, we've had weather forecasts that said it'll rain all day. We've had weather forecasts that said it will rain this morning and that's it. We've had intermittent rain throughout. Which forecast do you listen to? And which forecast is the right one? Well, you can only react to the track in front of you, essentially. And you can only react to the weather at the time. And with a 10-minute pre-final, with 2 laps, you're on those tyres for the race. That's that. So if the rain does start again, the slick tyres, they'll just have to nurse those tyres. But if it stays like this, then it'll be a case of making sure you just keep it on the island. We've seen drivers struggle even on the wet tyres of keeping it on the island. Bolting a set of slicks on will only exacerbate that problem. But it does make it more fun, doesn't it? Drivers are issued then for their formation lap. And on those dry tyres is a perfect opportunity for them to test the waters, if you pardon the pun. And a perfect chance for us to have a look at the grid and how it lines up. It's Boas Maximov on pole position ahead of Bran van der Weyken. 3rd place is Max Sadersky and 4th place is Luca van Leer. 5th place is Leica van Berkel and 6th place is Storm van Rossum. 7th place is Devram Yeta and 8th place is Boris Verheij. 9th place is Kimi May and 10th place is Mohamed El Brazaki. 11th place is Bodane Blankenberg. 12th place is AJ Berggraf. 13th place is Leonel Munguia. 14th place is Emir Siadiowska, my apologies. 15th place is Naud den Engelsman. 16th place is Jur Drent. 17th place is Marieke Hiemstra. 18th place is Tom Rager. 19th place is Philip Hanser. 20th place is James van der Poel. And 21st is Sepp ter Horst. So our drivers then really making sure they've got heat into their tyres. They will do at this point. It's been relatively, well, compared to yesterday's qualifying sessions, it's night and day. It was lovely and warm yesterday. The track was lovely and warm. Little spots of rain here and there. However, on the whole, dry running all the way throughout. It's not quite a step into the unknown for the drivers. They have had their wet weather running, but this is the first pre-final that are running slick tyres only, which, well, of the option, I should say, of running slicks or wets, they're running slicks. So it will be interesting to see how our Max Juniors approach this first flying right-hander of turn 1 down in towards the first hairpin at the 2nd turn. But drivers now getting ready and getting into formation now. Once again, it's Boas Maximov who starts on pole position. Bran van der Weyken in 2nd place. It's Max Sadersky in 3rd. Luca van Leer completes the front 2 rows. And now they've got to get into 2x2 formation then. The tram lines are waiting for them at the start-finish line with the start lights red. If they go out, we go racing then. The revs are built up, and we're going round again. So a false start this time around. So drivers have to slow it down a little bit. And we go again. Another attempt at the race start. Looks like just broke formation right out of the hairpin. And they've been sent for another lap here for a false start. So all those nerves as well on the formation lap as you make your way towards the final corner, they've dissipated at the moment. Now I have to build that up again going into the final bends. So our Max Juniors coming up 10 minutes plus 2 laps. As they'll pass the double stationary yellows to get into formation. Last minute wiggles as well to get some heat into the tyres. They're going to need the heat. The track temperature is not as high as it was yesterday. much cooler today. And already there, the 230 of Boaz Maximov wants to start the race on his terms, in which case Van der Weyken has to hold back a little bit. But we make our way around the final corner for attempt number 2 at the race start. Up into the tram lines we go, look over the shoulders. We go racing, start approved, and Boaz Maximov has lost out majorly there as we're all getting bunched up through the first corner. Down in towards the first hairpin we go, and all one across the grass, manages to stop, but gets going again. But Boaz Maximov was at least down to 4th place at the first corner, and Van der Weyken in the number 296, I believe, has taken over the lead of this race then as we head in towards the back end of the circuit then. Van der Weyken knows that that start was so important, and Boaz Maximov lost out big time there as we head our way through in towards the left-hander for the first time at racing speed. It's actually the 230 that's in the lead, so Boaz Maximov has managed to get back up and running again. So, well, it's been a helter-skelter start. Nevertheless, it's Boaz Maximov who leads the way then ahead of Swiderski in 2nd place, Van Berkel in 3rd. It could have been Van der Weyken that lost out on the start, and I might have picked the wrong driver. In any case, Maximov leads the way then, as you just see a little bit of a kick up from the left rear from Van Rossum there in the number 238, as there's a move down the inside and a slam of the steering wheel there from, I think that was Swiderski, who I don't know if there's an issue perhaps, but as we make our way through in towards the left-handers there, it's getting all sorts of close and up and coming. I think there's an issue here for Swiderski. He's slowed right down, and from 2nd place, that's a huge letdown for Swiderski. Would explain the slap of the steering wheel as he made his way through those corners. Top 2 have managed to break away then. Boaz Maximov leads the way, Van Berkel in 2nd place. Then it's the 238 then of Van Rossum, who's up into 3rd place and leading this long queue at the moment down in towards the hairpin. As we'll see drivers here, it's so difficult to make moves though. One move being attempted there down towards the hairpin. There was a bit of contact there further down the field, but we'll see if everyone facing the right way once again. As that is the 271, so that is Berggraf, who was 5th across the line last time around, and AJ Berggraf looking to get up the order from 12th place on the grid. So done a good job so far as AJ Berggraf. There's our top 2 through your picture, and then 3rd place, the battle for it, heading our way through the picture as well. It's becoming a battle for 5th place at the moment, with Berggraf, AJ Berggraf having to look over the shoulder at the 284, but there's side-by-side action. There is the 284 down the inside. That's Luca Van Leer who gets a position there. The 296 running slightly wide then of Van der Weyken, getting a left rear tyre on the wet stuff. Not ideal when you're trying to keep those slick tyres in good condition there. Swap of positions down towards the tighter left-hander out of the S's. And there's the 296 there following through at the moment. That's Van der Weyken, who's being chased down by Mungia in the number 291. As we head away then, leaders making their way across the line. Boaz Maximov still leading, but Van Berkel in the number 285 is closing in. Luca Van Berkel closing in on our race leader Boaz Maximov. But we see down towards the hairpin then, still this battle raging on right now. Side-by-side action perhaps then as we make our way through the S's section. At least the first S's section, still side-by-side running. Lots of swapping and changing positions at this stage of the race. As it's all about trying to find where the grip isn't as well. That's what the formation lap would have been used for, so that drivers know if I'm going to make a move down the inside at this specific corner, I know I'm going to have a lot less grip because it's still pretty damp on that section. But through and towards the final corner we go then. It's the 284 who leads the way, and he's calling for working together. Luca Van Leer is not going to get that though, because Van der Weyken's up the inside then, down towards the first hairpin, and Bran Van der Weyken moves up into 4th place. Can he hold on to that position perhaps then? Van Leer maybe looking, seeing if there's an opportunity for a move down the inside, but no such opportunity turns up. But closing and closing here into the braking zones. It's timing here. You've got to make sure you pick your moments at this stage. In this battle for 4th place, flying through the left-hander. Race leaders making their way across the line now. The gap's sort of stabilised at the moment. Van Berkel sets the fastest lap of the race. Gap is less than 0.4 of a second in our battle for the lead. As we look further down, there's a move up the inside, then a bit of an up and under then. 291 tried to make the move stick. That was Lionel Munguia, but couldn't get the move done. And I think that is against Van Leer. So Van Leer has turned attack to defence now and has had to do that to try and keep a hold of what is 5th place at the moment. And Munguia then in the 291, just applying that pressure through in towards the final couple of corners, through in towards the last corner at the hairpin, getting the power down. And that is a case of Boaz Maximov leading the way and still under pressure. Then a look down the inside from the 285 of Lieke van Berkel, but no way through there. Just giving Boaz Maximov an option here to look over the shoulder and any essence and any semblance to take a different line. But Boaz Maximov, who's been in strong form at the start of this season, knows that if he strays off the racing line, that is when the issues will start with the damp track either side. In essence, Boaz Maximov has got to ask Van Berkel the question of, if you're going to go for the move, you've got to take the damper parts of the track. Leaders then across the line with 3 minutes 32 on the clock then. It's a good run for Van Berkel. He moves to the inside then, down the inside of the first hairpin, grabs the inside line, grabs the apex, and grabs the lead of the race then. Lieke van Berkel takes over the lead from Boaz Maximov as we head away through the S section, now in towards the left-hander. Boaz Maximov here, that's a call to action there. There wasn't much between the top 3 in this qualifying session. And it's a case here for Maximov. He's got to make sure he keeps in distance here to Van Berkel. Van Berkel, who started in 5th place in this race. So he's done well to catch Maximov and pass Maximov through and towards the first corner. Gets a good run out of that hairpin, does Van Berkel. He's been capitalising on that lap after lap. And the previous lap was his time to say, I'm going to go for this race lead, and took it. The question now for Maximov is, does he have a reply? The best lap time suggests that Van Berkel is quicker than Maximov at this stage. Oh, and that's a car off. That's the 230. That's Boaz Maximov, who's off onto the grass and lost a huge amount of time there. Now there's blue flags waving. We have Boaz Maximov then, who's lost a couple of positions, and you just see that little bit of lappery. Has to look over the shoulder and just make sure that no other positions are lost. And Boaz Maximov wanted to get back into the rhythm of things then, so it is the 238 that's moved ahead. It's Storm van Rossum up ahead now as Maximov works to try and find a way back through. He'll have to go the long way round, maybe the old up and under. No way through this time around. Perhaps his better exit can grab the inside line, but no way through that time around. Van Rossum here knows Maximov is behind. He knows that there's a chance here to really keep on. Van Berkel is 5 seconds up the road. So it's cost Boaz Maximov a lot of time with that off-track excursion as they make their way onwards then through in towards the final corner. A bit of lappery up ahead. Across the line they will go then. This is apologies, that's Van Rossum and Van der Weyken. So Maximov now in 4th place. Apologies. There's a battle for 2nd here. Through in towards the S as we go then. On towards the sweeping left-hander. Maximov down to 4th place. Not ideal for him. But our battle for 2nd is very much on. It's the 238 here of Storm van Rossum. 3rd place is the number 296 of Bran van der Weyken. Van der Weyken started on the front row. Now we'd love to get back up there, at least to second place, and see where he can go from there. As one driver peels off into the pits, I'm trying to see who that will be. We're battling up towards towards the hairpin, and that's a move then from Maximov up the inside there, I believe, of Van der Weyken. So Maximov now up into third place, that will be. Can he try for one more then, perhaps? With the Belgian up ahead of Van Rossum. Apologies, of Van der Weyken. So all line of stern at the moment. Then through the left-hander we go. Then it's a good line there. It is actually Van der Weyken who's ahead of Maximov. So Maximov made the move on Van Rossum. So Van Rossum drops from second to fourth on that lap. A look over the shoulder then from Van der Weyken. Maximov closing and closing through the first corner. Down towards the hairpin we go. No way through this time around. We have 2 laps to go here. So not a lot of time for Maximov to see if he can find a way past Van der Weyken. Through into the S's section we go here before the tighter left-hander. Sweeping section here. It's all about confidence through there. Confidence of the kart underneath you. The tyres will have the grip. Through the fast left-hander we go then. And then onwards towards the final hairpin. Is there a chance for Maximov? Well, 2:85 then starts the final lap of the race. Van Berkel with a comfortable lead at the moment. Maximov has got a good run though out of the final corner and onwards towards the hairpin. Does he go for a move up the inside? No, he doesn't. Down in towards the hairpin. And see what he can do on this lap. Or is it a case that Van der Weyken can hold on to that position? There is your race leader in Lieke Van Berkel. Lieke Van Berkel has done a remarkable job, kept it all under wraps at the moment as we make our way through the fast left-hander down towards the hairpin. We will go then for the final time in this pre-final. And for the Max Juniors then, he'll power his way across the line. Lieke takes the victory then. It's a very good victory for Lieke Van Berkel. Across the line, second place will be the 296 of Brand Van der Weyken. Third place is Maximov. Fourth place is Van Rossum. Fifth place Van Leer. Verhagen sixth place with the fastest lap of the race set on that final lap. So really nice job there from Boris Verhagen. At the end of that, El Bazaki in 7th place, Drentin 8th, May in 9th, Den Engelsman in 10th, Siadkowska in 11th place, Berggraf in 12th, Reger in 13th, Hansler 14th, Van der Poel 15th, Blankenberg in 16th place. It was Mungia perhaps I saw make the way in towards the pit lane there. There goes the 204 of Sepp ter Horst. Across the line takes 17th place, and across the line number 293, Marieke Hemstra, to take the final finishing position of 18th place. But Lieke Van Berkel takes the victory by 5.8 seconds ahead of Brand Van der Weyken. Boas Maximov takes third with Storm Van Rossum in fourth, Luca Van Leer in 5th place, Boris Verhagen 6th, Mohamed El Bazaki in 7th place, Jure Drent in 8th place, Kimi May in 9th, and Naud Den Engelsman rounds off the top 10. Emir Siadkowska in 11th place, AJ Berggraf in 12th, Tom Rieger in 13th place, Philip Hansler in 14th place across the line there, with Van der Poel, Blankenberg and ter Horst and Hjemstra rounding off our finishing positions there. You can see non-starters and non-finishers, Lena Mungia, Max Swiderski, we lost out in that race, and Devram Yeta, all non-finishers in that race. So 18 finishers to take the finish there, take the flag. Next up will be our Max Seniors, but a really nice drive then from Lieke Van Berkel to take the victory by nearly 6 seconds there. And once again, it's a case of keeping the kart on the island. If you can do that, that's half the battle. So we move on now to our second pre-final for the Senior Maxes. And this will be Series A and Series C. So to remind you, the drivers were split into Series A, B and C, dependent on their qualifying positions. So Series A was if you finish 1st, 4th, 7th, etc. Series B is 2nd, 5th, 8th, etc. And Series C is 3rd, 6th and 9th, etc. All the way down the grid. to decide what series you're in. Then those two, you'll get one race against a series, or you'll get one race against both series, if you like. So 3 races in total, only 2 of them you take part in. The heat points are scored from your finishing positions, and the combination of those heat points decides where you start the grid in the final. All drivers will start the final. This is a case of deciding where they will start in that final. So we should see on the front row, number 245, Devian Rurst, which we do, and alongside is the 375 of Luke Neeson. So that confirms it is A versus C. So we do have a blank spot at the moment. Oh, that might be filled by the 379 actually. So yes, it will be Gabriel Svitala who takes that spot. So there you go, I'm just too eager. So drivers, obviously now we've had 1 race on slicks. There'll be slicks now for the foreseeable until, or if we have any rain that falls onto the circuit. In any case, what you start with is pretty much what you're committing to, because 10 minutes doesn't sound a lot, but to change all 4 tyres is a mega task. And you lose a lot of time in the pit lane. So you're essentially committing to whatever tyre you're starting on, and drivers getting final words and final conversations with team members, perhaps last minute words of advice. As the instruction now is for team personnel to clear the grid, for drivers to jump into their karts. So the front row then is Devian Rurst in number 345, alongside is number 375 of Luke Neeson. Second row of the grid will be the 319 of Sam Bergstein, and the number 363 of Cass Bosshaus, who, well, Bosshaus has already had a fantastic opening to this one. He'll be looking to continue that form here. And then the third row of the grid will have a problem there for the 319 getting started. That's Sam Bergstein, but does get started then and away. So we'll be able to keep that position there. So it's Rurst and Neeson taking the front row. Bergstein and Bosshaus taking row 2. Then it's Hendricks and Svitala taking row 3. Row 4 will be Peters and Fitters. Row 5 will be Falk and Hainert. Row 6 will be Bulk and Van der Pavert. Row 7 will be Noren and Blurm. And Blurm is not attending, so that spot should be blank. Space number 14. Row 8 will be Van Vliet and Klosman. Row 9 will be Navis and Hummel. Row 10 will be Van der Meer and Genser. Row 11 should be Goos and Van Beek. Row 12 will be Van Maastricht and Plomp. And on the 13th row will be Kampman. Now Plomp is also not attending. Plomp is the one perhaps that's not attending. So we shall see. We'll see which grid slot is left open. But drivers now get their way for their second lap, rolling lap. There's an issue there for the 316. And that's Maurice Kampman, who's now brought the kart into the pits. So Kampman, a little bit of an issue there, and has brought the kart in. So will at least miss the start, but if you bring the kart in with a 10-minute race on the board, it's unlikely. We shall see. Race start moments away then. The order is to slow down, stay in formation. As we make our way through the bends we go then. Ready to take the start of this race. Front row of Rurst and Neeson then, as they make their way around the final corner to take to the tram lines. The revs start to rise, and it's a false start. So we will go round again. So organisers not happy with the start, so they've ordered a rerun of that one. False start. So drivers slow down, take a breather and get back into formation on the next lap. Clouds looking still pretty grey. I think that's going to be the case for the foreseeable. We had plenty of sunshine yesterday, plenty of dry running too, but we're getting to a point now where the track looks pretty dry. Just the outskirts of the circuit are the problem areas, which does make moves going side by side a little bit trickier. But these drivers have had their experiences. They'll know about that, the risks of going offline at this stage. Not as bad as it could be, but still pretty greasy on the outsides of the track. So, second bite of the cherry then for a race start with a front row of Rust and Neeson, with Bergstein and Bosshaus right behind. They round the final corner, and for the second time of asking then, the lights go out, we go racing. It is a good start then from the 3-4-5 of Devian Rust. He gets himself up into the lead of the race then, and we head away in towards the hairpin for the very first time of asking. And a couple, one going wide, but other than that, everyone's made it through the hairpin as we make our way onwards and outwards. Through and towards the S's section, the sweeping S section, karts going side by side further down the order then. But it was initially a good start from Neeson to take over the lead of the race then, as we head away onwards towards that short stretch towards the fast left-hander towards the end of the circuit. And then onwards towards the end of the circuit, it is Rust who takes the lead then. Down in towards the hairpin we will go, and back on the power. It is the 3-4-5 of Rust who is in the lead at the moment, with Bergstein in second place, Vitala in third, Bosshaus in fourth, Hendricks in fifth, and Neeson's dropped all the way down to 8th place. So, running wide then is our race leader in Rust, and has lost 2 positions there. Getting 2 wheels onto the grass is not ideal for the 3-4-5 of Devian Rust, and he's lost 2 positions in that. So we have a new race leader in the, I believe, yes, the 319 of Sam Bergstein, who struggled to get away, I believe, off the grid. Maybe the car was showing some nerves, because Sam is certainly not. Through in towards the left-hander we go. He's under pressure, though, from the number 379. That's Gabriel Svitala. In towards the final corner we go. Back on the power. And onwards towards that fast right-hander, the first corner. Battle for 4th place right behind as well, as that's Hendricks maybe looking for a move. Stays within the sort of the backside of Bosshaus at this stage. Not willing to make a move at these early stages. There's still 8 minutes on the clock. Although it's a shorter race, of course, for 10 minutes plus 2 laps. It does mean that you've got less time to make the moves done, but it also means you've got less time to recover if something doesn't go right. So you've got to find the balance of not rolling the dice, but rolling it just enough that you get to the jackpot. Down in towards the hairpin we go then. Line of stern at the moment, but looking for a move up the inside now. And a little bit of contact further behind as Rust tries to get through again. Up the inside now, down towards the hairpin. He does go for the move up the inside. And that is Devian Rust up into second place, ahead now of Gabriel Svitala. So up into second place goes Rust. And he'll be wanting to take back that race lead, but he'll have Bergstein up ahead. As we are line of stern further down the order here. Bergstein leads the way then through the left-hander. That's Rust in second place. That'll be Svitala in third. And it's going to be Bosshaus in 4th place. We're back on the power we go then. 5th place across the line is the 326 then. So that is Emil Hendricks. As Emil Hendricks looks for a move, potentially up the inside, but that door is closed and no way through on that occasion. Looking at the last lap times here, it's pretty even between Bergstein and Rust at the top of the order. Both lapping right now in a 46.4. We've got 4 or 5 karts, 6 karts, maybe all line of stern at the moment. Maybe itching to get the move done, but knowing that the opportunity has to be absolutely right. Down in towards the final corner we will go then. It could become a battle for third place. It certainly is a battle for fourth at the moment as they make their way across the line. Bosshaus has Hendricks right behind. Hendricks has already looked for a move up the inside earlier on. He looks for a move up the inside again. And Emil Hendricks wants to get the move done then, but that's the 378 of Falk around the outside. Now, does Falk get the move done then? Round the outside, he'll have to go. And Felipe Falk might have just got that move done. Yes, that's the 326 up ahead then. So Emil Hendricks loses a bit of momentum there, down in towards the tighter left-hander, and that's contact further down. Two karts at least running onto the grass there, as they all try to sort themselves out. But that is the 375 who's got up into fourth place. So Luke Neeson making his way back up the order then. And then 378 with a, well, almost a shake of the head, but down the inside goes the 345. That is Devian Rust, who takes back the lead of the race then with a move up the inside at the hairpin against Bergstein. Rust leads then from Bergstein in second place. Then third place right now is the 379 of Gabriel Svitala. Battling still to be done though for the lead though as they make their way through. Back on the power, Bergstein wants that position back. He's not going to rest right now with 4 3/4 minutes left on the clock. On towards the hairpin they will go then, with Rust leading from Bergstein. Back on the power they will run. And these are critical laps here for Rust. He needs to make sure that everything is in working order for him to either keep the gap as it is or to keep on keeping on. Either way, as long as he matches for pace on Bergstein, he'll be happy. Further battles further down for fourth place as Neeson heads that battle right now. Right behind him is that 378 of Felipe Falk, and I was going to say before I interrupted myself a couple of laps ago, he had the head drop there, almost in I can't believe that just happened. He had fourth place momentarily before he was put back down to fifth place as we make our way through in towards the hairpin. Keep an eye on Falk here as we make our way through the fast right-hander. Down towards the hairpin we go. And there's your battle for the lead then. Rust still ahead right now of Bergstein. And heading our way through in towards what is your sort of sixth turn of the tyres. Plenty of action further down the field as well to keep your eyes on. The gap's so close. It's a case of if one mistake is made, just like the mistake there for the 379, flying through the gravel, it's Gabriel Svitala. Managed to recover that one, but is going to lose a whole heap of time, as that is Falk, who's got ahead now of 375 in Luke Neeson, and he points ahead, does Gabriel Falk. He wants to get the position. He wants to, Felipe Falk that is, pointing ahead, saying, let's work together. We can catch third here. I'm sure that's the exact translation of a finger pointing forward, but either way, Felipe Falk wants to work together. He wants to work to try and pass. He's probably seen that bit of a wide from Gabriel Svitala and is thinking now, head down, try and close in for what would be third place in this pre-final. 2 minutes 16 on the clock as Rust heads across the line then, leading this one. Bergstein is in second place. This is the battle for third place, through in towards the right-hander. Good chance for Felipe Falk to move up the inside in towards the first hairpin, which he does, and following him through as well is going to be Luke Neeson. The Neeson gets a position up there as well, just kind of copying what Felipe Falk did a couple of laps ago, in a case of, well, if you've made the move, I'm going to follow you through. And the two of them make their way through, so for Felipe Falk now up into third place, that's going to put Luke Neeson up to fourth, that's going to put Gabriel Svitala back down to fifth place. And it's all in the remnants of that bit of a mistake running wide from Gabriel Svitala. It does take a bit of momentum out of you for a couple of corners. Battle for third still on though. Luke Neeson looking perhaps for a move down the inside in towards the hairpin. He does, down the inside, he dives it for third place. Does he get that move done? Yes, he does, but back up the inside as well, trying to recover those positions, is Gabriel Svitala. And he does get one against Felipe Folk. So Svitala back up to 4th place. That's going to put Luke Neeson up into 3rd. That puts Felipe Folk down to 5th place. And it's a case here as well for Cas Boshouse. I mean, he's got the best seat in the house for this battle for 3rd place. I'm wondering if he's thinking, if I just keep on the back of them, let's see what happens. But he's got Navis behind him as well in the 306 to contend with. We get back on the power we go then. And a look over the shoulder then for Luke Neeson. He's in 3rd place right now. Seconds to go on the clock before time is elapsed as Felipe Folk looks for a move up the inside. Then Svitala gets the move done, and Svitala might lose a couple more positions here. He might have lost one to Boshouse there in towards the hairpin as Svitala tries to fight back through the field. As that does look like it's Boshouse who's got the move done then, so he moves up a position now. As time is about to elapse, we'll see here from Rust how many laps we have on the board then. It looks like it's going to be time elapsed, and we now have 2 laps to go, perhaps. Yes, we do, so 2 laps to go then. So it was maybe 2 seconds quicker for Rust, and he would have had another lap to play with. It's hard to say if he wants another lap or not. I'm sure drivers in this battle, if you're not in 3rd place, you'd love plenty of laps to see what you can do. At the moment, though, it's Luke Neeson in 3rd place, Felipe Folk in 4th, Boshouse in 5th, Navis in 6th, and now Svitala's down to 7th place. So Gabriel Svitala looking to see if he can recover there. A couple of positions towards the end. He's shown us that he can make a position or 2, but that's a big gap he's got to close in there. The 357 is ahead then. So that's Van Vliet. And Svitala doesn't look like he might cross the line this time around. We're on to the final lap of the race then, as Svitala does cross the line. So maybe there, but there's 375. That's Neeson still looking to try and defend from Felipe Folk in towards these last couple of corners. Boshouse also wants to get involved with this battle then for 3rd place. Back on the power we go. It's a case of who has more confidence, who has the confidence in the tyres. Meanwhile, our leaders are now making their way through in towards the final corner. At the hairpin we go. And back on the power we go. Devian Rust will take the race victory. How about this battle for 3rd place then as we make our way through in towards the final corner? It is going to be the 375 that takes that 3rd place. Luke Neeson finishes ahead of Felipe Folk. And it's Boshouse in 5th place there. 2nd place as well went to the way of Bergstein. And what a great battle for 3rd place that was in our pre-final. If the pre-final is anything to go by, I'm very much looking forward to the final for the Max Seniors here. But that's your A Series versus your C Series done. We'll have one more running for Max Seniors pre-finals. There'll be our last pre-finals. That'll be Series A and Series B competing together. But for Series C drivers, that's their pre-finals done and dusted. They've done all they can to get themselves as high up the order as they possibly can. And here's how that looked from our 2nd pre-final race for the Max Seniors. It's Devian Rust who takes the victory by 1.3 seconds ahead of Sam Bergstein. Luke Neeson in 3rd place with Felipe Folk in 4th. Cas Boshouse in 5th place with Siem Van Vliet in 6th place, Gabriel Svitala in 7th place, Miel Hendricks in 8th with Flynn Fitters in 9th, and Luna Bloom rounding off the top 10. Dylan Hummel in 11th place, Jim Bark in 12th, Mitch Haynert in 13th place with Ralph van der Pavert finishing in 14th place. Then it's Noren in 15th, Klossman in 16th, Van Maastricht in 17th, Navis in 18th, Vandermeer 19th, Genser in 20th, Peters 21st, Ghost 22nd, and Van Beek finishing in 23rd. 2 non-starters with Bram Plomp and Maurice Kampman out of that race. So as I said before, Series C drivers in the Max Seniors have completed their pre-finals. We just have one more pre-finals for the Max Seniors at Series A and Series B. Next up, though, we have the DD2 and DD2 Masters, it's easy for me to say, running together. And the difference between them, before we go into this race, a DD2 has a 4 at the start of their number. A DD2 Master has a 5 at the start of their number. They run together. They qualified together. was Imke Arts who got pole position then. A 43.8 was 0.17 clear in the 4.21. Ahead of Mika van der Pavert in the 4.86, both those in DD2s. So that's your front row for the DD2s. The fastest DD2 master was 5.19, Dmitry Ostrovsky. It was 9th overall, but it was a really close running for the DD2 master pole as well. The gap between Dmitry Ostrovsky and Christoph Adams in the end was 0.127 seconds, so mighty close between the two of them. And looking at DD2s, we have Wim Roulau qualifying 3rd in class, who's our leader in the DD2 Masters. Christoph Adams and Dmitry Ostrovsky have big chances here. Dmitry Ostrovsky, no points in the first 4 chances. So Ostrovsky here is looking for points on the bag. But as long as those ahead of him finish and keep finishing, it's going to be a tough ask. But all Dmitry Ostrovsky can do is throw everything at it. And he had the DD2 Master pole position. In terms of the DD2s, Mika van der Pavert, who is our championship leader at this moment, starts in 2nd place. Imke Arts is 3rd place in the championship. So for Imke, a huge opportunity to gain some points as we pass over the halfway mark of the championship. As drivers now instructed to jump into their karts. Of course, this is all the pre-finals. We still have the finals later on as well. As we're still in the pre-finals, it's 10 minutes plus 3 laps for our DD2 and DD2 Masters. Again, they run together, and any kart with a 4 at the start is a DD2. Any kart with a 5 at the start is a DD2 Master. So that's just Christoph Adams double checking the lid, making sure everything's on, putting the gloves on as well. And once he jumps in, I'm sure we'll be ready to go for our formation laps. So off they go then, rolling and ready for our DD2 and DD2 Masters for their pre-final. And here is how they will line up for their pre-final to determine. Imke Arts on pole position, alongside is Mika van der Pavert. 3rd place is Axel Gors. 4th place is Mark Schupman. 5th place is Wout Kirstjens. And 6th place is Jesse Spahns. 7th place is Luca Neverhoekhuizen. And 8th place Luca Weber. 9th place Dmitry Ostrovsky, 1st place in the DD2s, alongside is the 555 Christoph Adams in 10th place overall. 11th place is Gwen Blockschei, and Wim Roulau in 12th place, Timo Haug in 13th place, Derek van Kurt in 14th place, Ton van Wert in 15th place, and Nick Danchenko rounds off our 16 drivers here for the DD2s and DD2 Masters. So 1 lap completed then. And 4.86, Mika van Pavert slows down slightly to allow those to catch up as well. As well as that, it's because van der Pavert is not the pole sitter, so her slowing down to let Imke Arts back through, at least for now, before they'll have to line up side by side with each other heading into this. We have this and 3 more pre-finals after that. We still have our KZ2 Masters and KZ2s. They run separate pre-finals before our final Max Senior pre-final between Series A and Series B drivers. But first up, we have the DD2 and the DD2 Masters running together. And they make their way now on towards the straight, towards the flying left-hander. They slow down now, and we'll have to line up in 2x2 formation. Imke Arts taking that pole position alongside Mika van der Pavert, Axel Gors and Mark Schupman, ready to see what they can do from the off here. as our drivers now make their way around that final corner and take to the tram lines here. Eyes on the lights then, and we go racing, and that's a good start then from the 4-2-1. So IMCA Arts gets that start perfectly done, and as we battle away in towards the first hairpin, there's all sorts of scrapping going on. One driver off, I think that's the 555 there of Christoph Adams, who's off onto the grass there. He does rejoin, but off into the background there as we look to try and recover as much as possible. Of course, he'll have the eyes on Haug in the 535 up ahead to try and catch and pass, but moves down the inside, going in towards that left-hander, the tighter left-hander, as we fly our way through. So it is the 456, I believe, that does lead the way as we get back onto the power. It's the 466, my apologies. It's Wout Kirstjens who leads the way then on the front of the order. Axel goes in second place, meanwhile battling further down the field. Then that's the 421 of IMCA Arts, our pole sitter, trying to find some moves in this race. Van der Pavert also involved in the action as well, but our front row have fallen back. Axel Goes, who started in third place in this race, now up into second. And the number 466 of Wout Kirstjens started this race in fifth and now leads the way. It just shows you our front row doesn't necessarily mean you're going to keep those positions in these early stages. It's a tricky track right now. And then, of course, you add the fact that there's damp spots on the circuit as well, just to make it that ever more tricky. There's a battle for third place then, 4-2-1 of IMCA Arts, our pole sitter for the pre-finals. Under pressure then from Schoopman. And there goes Schoopman down the inside, I believe. Yep, Mark Schoopman getting that position against IMCA Arts. So Schoopman up now into third place and having to defend the position as well, as drivers make their way through and up and over to try and recover some positions there. IMCA Arts down to fourth place now. You've also got the likes of Van der Pavert and Spans behind as well. Let's see what they can do. Our leaders are trying to start to break away as much as possible. A look over the shoulder as well from Kirstjens just to see what the gap is like. But heading through the fast right-hander, this is a chance for IMCA Arts to go down the inside then. IMCA takes that inside line and gets the move done for third place. And Schoopman now down into fourth place, but Schoopman, I thought, was going to look for a move up the inside, but no way through there. As we head our way through and towards these twisting section now. And I believe that's the 418 of Jesse Spans up in there as well, up and amongst the action. Yes, that's up into fifth place for Spans at the moment as we head our way through in towards the hairpin. Leaders cross the line now and head down then from Schoopman. What that position will mark Schoopman, but defending the inside line is IMCA. But look at up the inside, the up and under trying to be done by Spans here. Get the outside line for the next left-hander. We can stick it in there, stick it round the outside. No, he might have actually lost a position in all of that, trying to get a position with Jesse Spans. No, he hasn't. So able to, oh no, down a position, yes. So down a position then from Spans. So from going for attacking and looking odds-on favourite to get the position, has now the table got flipped there and finds himself down a position. Battling move here. This is a battle for fourth place. And this is Schoopman here, trying to see what he can do against Van der Pavert. And Nico Van der Pavert knows there's a good chance here for a good position for the final. But got to try and get past Mark Schoopman at the moment. We head our way through this twisting section. It's one of those sections where you have to set the move up very early on. You have to put the pieces in place to make a move very early on to give yourself an opportunity either towards the short run towards the quick left-hander or towards the final hairpin. In any case, Schoopman's hold on for now. But what can Van der Pavert do down the inside will go Van der Pavert against Schupman then for 4th place. Nice move then, done and dusted for Van der Pavert. Van der Pavert now up into 4th place. He's got now Imke Arts up ahead in the 4-2-1 in that battle for 3rd. Less than 5 minutes now on the clock at this stage. And Schupman here is under pressure now from Jesse Spahns in the number 418. And Spahns size up a move then against Schupman going in towards the hairpin. No, not quite close enough. And Schupman wasn't out of shape in any way, shape or form there going through those corners, but might be an opportunity here. No, thinks against it. Probably wise. Wasn't quite close enough there, was Jesse Spahns, but looking to see, you plant the seeds there of trying to get the driver slightly offline. Will hurt their momentum going through the S's section, because that's really what you have to do. You have to sort of seemingly look for a move, try and put a driver offline to help you try and make the move and seal the move at a heavy braking zone. But through the hairpin we go. Less than 4 minutes on the clock for this pre-final. It's Kirstjens who leads the way ahead of goes, and then it's Imke Arts rounding off the top 3. We're watching on Imke Arts defending this 3rd place battle. You see there's just still a bit of water on the left-hand side curve on the exit of the first hairpin. A couple of drivers have hit that, and well, by the looks of it, doesn't look to affect the kart too much, but braver drivers than I to try that one. Two leaders just making their way through the picture before we have our battle for 3rd place still very much ever present. As we look at the final hairpin, a look over the shoulder there for Imke Arts to assess how far back is Mika van der Pavert in this battle. The answer is not too far behind. And a sweeping S section. So easy to make a mistake through there, so easy to be slightly off the line, and in that case it will absolutely hurt your run. It's all about keeping it nice and calm, committed, keeping it tidy as well. Imke Arts will feel the pressure now from Mika van der Pavert as we make our way through in towards the S's before the final hairpin. Back on the power we go. Imke Arts still holding on to that 3rd place with 2 minutes 19 on the clock. Heading away through the hairpin once again. Just have a look at our DD2 Masters as well. It's Rulau who leads that in the 5.54, currently running in 10th overall. And it's Ostrovsky in 2nd place, Haug in 3rd place, Adams in 4th, and Van Wert in 5th place. That's in class in the DD2 Masters. And we saw the earlier off from Christoph Adams. He's got himself back up into 14th overall, 4th in class. There goes the 4.66 of Kirstjens in the lead of this one. Imke Arts now is going to be under significant pressure for Mika van der Pavert. Imke Arts goes defensive in towards the first hairpin, trying to get the power down, but look as well down the inside, tries the 4.59 of Schupman, who just set the fastest lap of the race. A 44.790 is our new fastest lap. Side by side we go, and that was a move then from Van der Pavert to get the move done ahead of Imke Arts. So Van der Pavert up now into 3rd place. A brave move, but it worked, it paid off. And Imke Arts now is under pressure from Schupman up right behind, who set the fastest lap of the race. Through and towards the hairpin we go. Mark Schupman in the 4.59, putting the pressure on Imke Arts for 4th place. Pushing him along now. Perhaps there's a move down the inside. No, it's round the outside for Mark Schupman. Imke Arts defends the inside line. Schupman will try the over and under. Give him the outside line for the next corner. And it looks like Imke Arts still holds on to that position. Yes, Imke Arts does hold on to the position, but under significant pressure now from Mark Schupman. And all the time you have to defend, all the time you have to take a different line. You're losing time on the karts ahead. That's definitely the case, losing time against Van der Pavert. There you can see the gap already, having to defend from Mark Schuppmann. Leader crosses the line now with around about 10 seconds to go. So essentially it's 3 laps left of this race now. Mark Schuppmann again looking. Where will Imke Arts go? Arts goes defensive. Mark Schuppmann follows through, but there you go. Imke Arts runs deep. Was there contact? Either way, Mark Schuppmann got the position, at least temporarily, before Jesse Spans got the position instead. Saw the two of them squabbling, saw the two get out of shape, and Jesse Spans moves now up into 4th place. Nice opportunity for Jesse Spans there to get up a position, but now he'll have Mark Schuppmann. So Schuppmann for that position has to do all that work all over again for 4th place. Schuppmann right on the back as we head in towards the hairpin now. Back on the power we go, with Jesse Spans holding on to that 4th place. 2 laps to go in this race then for the pre-final of the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. We are watching right now the battle for 4th place. Jesse Spans in 4th place, ahead of Mark Schuppmann, who's in 5th place in the 4.59. Making their way through in towards the left-hander. That's a change of position then. Mark Schuppmann does get the move through then, ahead of Jesse Spans. So Mark Schuppmann up to 4th place. And making way through the back end of the circuit then. Here we go, there's our 4.86 then. So that is Mika van der Pavert. There goes the 4.66 of Kirstjens, who starts the final lap of the race. And there's an old saying, if we don't see a lot of the race leader in Wout Kirstjens, it normally means you've done a good job, you've done a decent job. But it was really moves at the start for Wout Kirstjens that got him where he is. Up 4 places from 5th place to take the lead here. And as we round through the final couple of corners, it's just a case for Wout to keep everything all together, singing a song. And through we go in towards the hairpin for the final time in this pre-final. He'll get back onto the power then, and the winner of the pre-final, Wout Kirstjens, takes the checkered flag, takes the victory here in the pre-final for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. Second across the line then was the number 4.55 of Axel Goes. In 3rd place was Van der Pavert across the line. Mika van der Pavert 3rd place and with the fastest lap of the race as well. Mark Schuppmann in 4th with Jesse Spans in 5th. Imke Arts in 6th place as they finish there. But there is your race winner then of the pre-final for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. We'll have a run through of the standings as well as picking out our DD2 Masters as well. Wout Kirstjens takes the victory then. Axel Goes in 2nd place. Mika van der Pavert in 3rd with Mark Schuppmann in 4th. Jesse Spans in 5th place with Imke Arts in 6th. Luca Nieuwenhuizen in 7th place with Nick Danchenko in 8th place. Gwen Blokjai in 9th place with Wim Rolau rounding off the top 10 overall and taking the victory in the DD2 Masters there. Then we have Ostrovsky in 11th place, 2nd in the DD2 Masters. 12th place with the 4.33 of Weber. 13th place and 3rd in class was Haug in the 5.35. 14th overall, 4th in class, is the 5.55 of Adams. 15th overall for Van Kurt and Van Vert in the number 5.10, rounding off our 16 finishes for our pre-final for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. Next up then, we have the KZ2 Masters, who will be making their way onto the grid very, very shortly. The shifter carts are out to play. We were seeing right at the start of the stream, the practice starts. So the KZ2 Masters and the KZ2s, for their warm-up sessions, they are allowed to have a practice start at the end of the session. So they lined up on the grid, starting lights went on, they went out, just to practice starting stationary. And yeah, this is going to be a good one. I know this. Some of our fastest carts of the day are being broken out and onto the circuit. We shall see how they get on in this one. As I said yesterday, the KZ2 Masters and the KZ2s were very slightly affected by rain, but only very slightly because they still managed in the high 42s. Glenn van der Herk took pole position, the number 101, 42.820 was the fastest lap time of the session. with Wesley van der Waal in second place, 0.143 seconds behind. So not a lot. Give or take a blink of an eye between the two of them. And then we have Bastien in the 136 in third place. Still within 0.2 of a second. In fact, within 0.02 of a second of Wesley de Waal. In fact, if we look at the entire field, we've got 0.4 of a second covering our top 9. Remarkable. You have to go all the way down to 19th place to find someone who is a second behind our pole time. So very, very close field here as we look to see how everything goes for the pre-final of the KZ2 Masters. So Jerome Boss, championship leader, all the way down in 21st place for this pre-final. So Jerome is going to need to make some moves in this one. Well, Wesley de Waal, second place in the championship, second place going into today's race, or at least the pre-final. And our pole sitter, Glenn van der Herk, third place in the championship right now. He'd love some points to gain on the likes of Wesley de Waal and on Jerome Boss. The order is given to team personnel to, I believe, clear the grid, so we'll see them move off the track shortly, but last minute advices, maybe even shoulder massages, just to make sure everything is all in order before we get underway. A 136 just jumping in there is Bastien, and we get ourselves underway. And here's how the grid looks for the pre-final of the KZ2 Masters for their pre-final. It'll be Glenn van der Herk taking pole position ahead of Wesley de Waal in second place. Third place is Bastien, with fourth place Jonas Hansen-Hardy. Fifth place is Mick Bertram. Sixth place Martin Verstee. Seventh place Niles Bowler, and eighth place Neke Berhene. Ninth place is Alan Kenyon. 10th place is Anders Elkjaer. 11th place is William Closter. 12th place is Sam Ward. 13th place is Niels Costa. 14th place is Sebastian Coppenol. 15th place is Kevin Kern. 16th place is Edgar Oosting. 17th place William van der Kai. 18th place is Benno Ridder. 19th place is Mark Verheven. 20th place is Anton Gidding. And 21st, Jerome Boss. And 22nd is Alexander Homerson. That's how we line up for our pre-final of the KZ2 Masters. And onto the second lap, essentially second formation lap here for the KZ2 Masters. Again, like I said before, a big talking point for Jerome Boss, qualifying in 21st place. So we have some work to do then. A couple of grid penalties as well. The number 124 and the 150. Getting grid penalties there. So Edgar Oosting in the 124. Got a grid penalty there, as did Sebastian Coppenol. And a one-place grid penalty for the 195 of Alexander Homerson. So that's a saving grace for Jerome Boss. That's one position for Jerome, but there's still plenty more up ahead to get to grips with. As our drivers then make their way towards their starting grids, it's our first standing start of the day, courtesy of our KZ2 Masters. They'll line up in formation, of course. They'll have to keep the engines revving whilst the rest of the grid form up behind them. All those heat into the tyres and the brakes start to fade at this point, and you're hoping that those at the back of the grid will line up in an orderly fashion. Van der Hoek and De Vol side by side then. Green flag waves at the back then. The eyes go to the lights. The lights go on. They go out, we go racing. Great start then from the 1, 2, 3 of Wesley De Vol as we make our way through and towards the first right-hander. Down towards the hairpin we go. Can Wesley hold on to that position then? There's a bit of argy-bargy in the upper midfield there going through the hairpin, but regardless, all the drivers have made it through at least the hairpin. A wonderful start then from the 1, 2, 4 of 1, 2, 3, I should say, of De Vol. Got the start absolutely spot on there and gained a good chunk of time then. Started in second place, now up into the lead as we get our way through then onwards towards the short run, towards the flying left-hander for the first time in this race then. It's the 101 of Glenn van der Hoek in second place. So front row stay as you were, but just swap positions as they make their way across the line. And line of stern for all our KZ2 Masters in these early stages. It's Van der Hoek in second place, Bertram in third, with Hansen Hardy in fourth place, Berhane in fifth place, Steen in sixth, Versteeg in seventh, Kenyon in eighth, Berler in ninth, and rounding off our top 10, it's Klooster in the 111 kart as this side-by-side action going through the tighter left-hander. We'll go through now with our race leaders, the short run down towards the fast left-hander, where drivers are getting more and more confident now through there to take more and more speed through, closer to the speed they were taking through there yesterday. And back on the power we go then. Still then, it is De Vol who leads the way in the number 1, 2, 3. Further behind then, the 142 and the 118. So that's Versteeg and Berler in a battle for 8th place then. But the cameras picked up there as well. Battle for 3rd place as well. Watch out then for the number 134 of Mick Bertram, who's found some pace here as well. He's lapping on par with Van der Hoek and has closed in substantially on this lap alone. He'll get back onto the power and Mick Bertram will see what he can do from this position. Hansen Hardy there in 4th place, and you've got Berhane in 5th. And in a case for Wesley De Vol, looking to just try and build the gap, build a gap at least. Nearly half a second gap. That doesn't mean a lot in the grand scale of things. If you can break away, as well as that, De Vol will be hoping that Bertram will try and battle Van der Hoek up ahead for 2nd place. That'll allow him to try and break away. But what's the plan of action here for Bertram? Is he going to work with Van der Hoek, or does he want that position himself? I think we're about to find out. Through the fast left-hander we go then. And now through this snaking section in towards the hairpin we go. Top 3 still pretty close together at this stage as we get back onto the power then. Fastest lap of the race goes to our race leader then in Wesley De Vol. 43.993 as we see a move here for position. Down the inside goes the 146. So that's Alan Kenyon who makes a move up the inside. And I think that was of Steen and the 136, Bus Steen. So if that's the case, that should be for 6th place for Alan Kenyon. As a line of stern we run then. At the moment, but our leaders are really breaking away from the rest of the pack. Not too much of a difference in lap times across the board, in all fairness. Everyone's lapping in round about the low 44, mid 44s, so we'll see the gaps start to form in their own ways. But down the inside there, oh, a spin then for the 111. That's William Klooster, who tries to rejoin onto the track, so Klooster spins out then from 10th place, falls at least a couple of positions, and will have to work hard now to try and recover as many of those positions as possible. There's the battle there, the 146 Kenyon ahead of Berler in the 118. Alan Kenyon's got that move done, but now he'll have to defend it. Through in towards the final corner at the hairpin. Niels Berler trying to get the power down to try and find a way past Alan Kenyon. No way through that time at the moment, but a good run out of the hairpin. Sets you up for the next hairpin. And I thought he was looking for it there. Burla, but not quite there. Just look at that, putting Kenyon under immense pressure here. Looking one way, looking another, looking up the inside, round the outside. It's very clear that he's wanting to try and find a way past Kenyon. And just leaving half a car's width just in the peripheral vision might help in that course. Berhene as well in the 1-2-6 is worth keeping an eye on the battle as well. Neke Berhene, who's closing in on the number 190. That's Jonas Hansen-Hardy. The gap between them is roughly 0.3 of a second. But plenty of battles to look at up and down the field right now, including our battle for the lead. Half a second between them at the moment. There's just passing through. That was the battle for 4th place there. And there's your battle for 6th. And Kenyon, Burla and now Versteeg has joined the fray on this battle. Versteeg, what are his lap times like? Lapping in the low 43, so slightly catching, slowly catching. Definitely one to put on the radar towards the end of this race if that pace continues. And especially if the two in front of him start squabbling. There's a size up of a move there down the inside for the 1-2-4. That's Edgar Ersting, who tries to get the move done and does get the move done ahead of Versteeg in the 1-4-2. So Edgar Ersting gets the move done. That's going to move Edgar up into the top 10 now. We see now our leaders just making their way through in towards the final corner. Or at least 1-2-3 is making its way through. Perhaps I got ahead of myself. Yes, Wesley Duvall, yes. Our leaders through in towards the first couple of hairpins now. You see that gap between 1st and 2nd place, not very large at all. It's come down in the last lap to 0.4 seconds. And Duvall lapped 2/1000th of a second quicker than Van der Herk on that last lap. Immensely close between them right now, matching each other for pace. But what can Van der Herk do from this position as we head our way through and towards the hairpin then? They'll get back onto the power and across the line. 2 minutes 37 on the clock as they cross the line. Gaps come down again in favour of Van der Herk. 0.3 of a second, 0.32 to be more precise. So Van der Herk applying the pressure, and now the question I'm sure that Glenn Van der Herk will be asking himself is, where can I make this move? Is this possible? I'm sure it is possible, it's just where would the move be done? And for Wesley Duvall, who got a great start, now has the option here, stick to the racing line and not lose much time, or start defending and reel in the likes of Bertram and Hansen-Hardy behind. What will he go for? 1 minute 53 on the clock as we head our way through the first corner down towards the hairpin. The gap here is sufficient, as we've seen from Duvall, especially going in towards the first hairpin. Doesn't want to leave himself too open to attack in these late stages. And as we head our way through in towards this S section, and then we'll make our way on towards the short sprint towards the fast left-hander. And again, they're so close together now. Van der Herk surely is thinking, when can this move be done? Out of the final corner they go then. 70 seconds on the clock. It's a good run for Van der Herk. Will he think about a move up the inside? No, he'll go right around the outside perhaps. Later braking, trying to get the power down earlier. Didn't work that time around in this battle for the lead of the pre-final of the KZ2 Masters. Duvall holding on to that lead of the race as it stands. But Glenn Van der Herk really applying the pressure now. Is there a way through? Or can Wesley Duvall manage to just make his KZ2 the widest it could possibly be? Through in towards the hairpin we will go then. At the final corner, back on the power we go. And so close now for Van der Herk. Surely he will think about a move, but where will he make it? No, he backs off again. Maybe he's thinking just to see if Wesley Duvall outbreaks himself, but that's not happening. They'll have to make this move stick. They'll have to make it himself. There's a problem there for the 198 in towards the final couple of corners. That's Jerome Boss. That's the championship leader going in, and well, whatever problems he had yesterday have clearly reared their ugly head again. And Jerome Boss has pulled the kart into the pit lane and is out of the race. Meanwhile, then, at the top of the order, then, through in towards the final couple of corners, we have 2 laps to go here. And what you would call breathing space there for Wesley Duvall. Into these final 2 laps then. The gap's gone back up to 0.4 of a second. But as I said, this squabbling, this defending, has allowed the likes of Mick Bertram to close up to the back. It's also allowed the likes of Jonas Hansen Hardy to also close in 4th place there. And 5th place is also in the running for this as well. It's the 126 of Neke Behene. As we make our way through. There's something dropping off the back of the cart there for the 101. Didn't quite see what it was, but perhaps it was just water off the back. But anyway, we start the final lap of this race then. And that is one off into the barrier then. That's the 146. Yeah, there is fluid possibly down at the final corner. The 146 is Alan Kenyon, who was running into this race, but he's gone into the wall there. Slippery surface flags at the fast left-hander. Possibly one of the worst places you could have a slippery surface there. And yet, it's off the back of Van der Herk's kart then. Whatever fluid is coming out of Van der Herk's kart. Through and towards the left-hander we go then. It's yellow flags here, so there can't be an attack until the green flag now. Through in towards the hairpin we will go. And for this pre-final then, back on the power we go. It's Duvall who takes the victory ahead of Van der Herk in 2nd place. 3rd place across the line is Bertram with Hansen Hardy in 4th. Behene in 5th place then. And then we'll see the rest, the 150 of Coppenall across the line in 6th place, Steen in 7th place, Ersting in 8th, Berler in 9th, Elkaya in 10th, with Ward 11th, Klooster in 12th, Ridder in 13th, Van der Kaaij in 14th, Costa 15th, Kern in 16th, Homerson in 17th, Verhaven in 18th, Gidding in 19th, and Versteeg rounding off the top 20 has already taken the checkered flag due to being a lap down. But there is your provisional results for the K2 Masters in the pre-final. Wesley Duvall takes the victory by 1/10 of a second ahead of Glenn van der Herk. 3rd place is Mick Bertram with Jonas Hansen Hardy in 4th. Neke Behene in 5th place with Sebastian Coppenall in 6th. Bart Steen in 7th place. Edgar Oosting in 8th. Niels Berler in 9th place with Anders Elkaya in 10th. Sam Ward is 11th place with William Klooster in 12th place. Then it's Ridder in 13th. Van der Kaaij in 14th. Costa 15th. Kern in 16th. Homerson in 17th. Verhaven in 18th. Gidding in 19th. And Versteeg in 20th. Non-finishers there for Alan Kenyon and Jerome Boss, who are our 2 non-finishers of the race. Jerome Boss pulled the car into the pit lane. And unfortunately, Alan Kenyon may have slipped on the slippery stuff going through the fast left-hander and found the wall. So Alan Kenyon is now pushing that kart back. I imagine there's going to be damage on that kart. That's our KZ2 pre-final into the books, or at least the KZ2 Masters into the books. We now see the KZ2s take to the grid. So it was pole position, 41.8 was our pole time for the KZ2s. Tommy van der Struijs took the victory ahead of Kevin Streyhauver. And 3rd place, Jens Truer, Jeffrey Fisk rounding off our front 2 rows there. And for Jens Truer, 3rd place is not bad at all, considering Jeffrey Fisk in 4th place, right behind him, his 2nd place in the championship. Tommy van der Struijs needed a result like that to get himself pole position by 1/10 of a second. 41.838 for van der Struijs. 41.938 from Kevin Streyhauver. All eyeing up for that championship. Daniel Tembach as well. 4th place in the championship, starting in 8th place for this pre-final. Keep an eye on him as we head our way through. Because he'll be very eager, up and eager to get some positions up through the order ahead of the final this afternoon. Front row getting into position then. The 254 of Tommy van der Straus is on the front row alongside the 211 of Kevin Stayhauver. They will look to see the KZ2 Masters on their grid. Obviously, they had the practice starts last time around. They'll have seen how the KZ2 Masters have done it. And now they'll see to it themselves. So as drivers jump into their karts again, last words and wisdom from team personnel to drivers as the team personnel are instructed to clear the grid. And will be very shortly under starters' orders. One of the team personnel having to stay put behind the kart to at least get the kart started. Once it's rolling and keeping the revs high, they'll be fine. But they can't afford to let the revs drop and have the kart stall. So it's the initial getaway that the drivers need that assistance for. Also just completing the recovery of the previous race. I think that's Mick Bertram in the 134 potentially. So that kart is still being recovered. It's made its way to the pit lane. And then we'll have the recovery vehicle make its way out of at least the racing lines, etc., back into its starting spot. And then once that is complete, our drivers will be given the signal to commence their formation laps. It's our penultimate pre-final race here this afternoon in Kerpen at the circuit Erftlandring. We have the Max Seniors with their pre-final with groups A and B to be decided, Series A and B to be decided. They still have their second chance of heat points to decide their grids in the final. As this is a pre-final for the KZ2s, 10 minutes plus 2 laps is the race distance here. And the signal is given to get the karts underway for their formation lap. Ready for this one. Let's have a look at the grid then and see how our drivers line up for the KZ2s for their pre-final. It's Tommy van der Straus on pole position ahead of Kevin Stayhauer in 2nd place. Jens Truer in 3rd place with Jeffrey Fix in 4th. Jake Weston in 5th place with Enzo Boll in 6th. Dominic Reuters in 7th place with Daniel Tembach in 8th. Renzo Alibats in 9th place with Robin Glerum in 10th. Dirk van Silfhout in 11th place with Milan van Vinden in 12th. Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch in 13th place with Sita van Miert in 14th. Jelta Boomer in 15th place with Giovanni Vitavine in 16th place. Julian Carmen in 17th place with Jori Mollema in 18th place. Luca Bremer in 19th with Jora van Duivenvoort in 20th. Rick Mick Moyerwies in 21st place, Sarah Walters in 22nd, and Nelson Berghaus rounds off our 23 drivers ahead of the KZ2 pre-final. So drivers here just making their way across the line are one of our front row. It is our pole sitter, Tommy van der Straus, who makes his way across the line to start the 2nd lap of the warm-ups, if you like. Very aggressive warm-ups from the 255 there at the very least. Enzo Boll and Dominic Reuters really going side by side as much as they can as they make their way across the start finish line, getting the heat into the tyres as much as possible. So important for that. The track is much cooler than it was yesterday. So it's really important to get the heat into the tyres as much as possible. Keep an eye on 10 back, starting in 8th place. He's 4th in the championship, and he'll be looking to get his way back up the order as much as he possibly can. It'll be our second standing start of the day. Of course, it's our KZ2s and KZ2 Masters that get the standing starts. All others are rolling starts. And we're just seeing now our leaders making their way towards those double stationary yellows to slow down and be prepared to get your grid slot. Last chance as well to get some heat into the tyres, especially the rear tyres. Starting to see some burnouts just after the left-hander. Again, the 201 of Jens Truer, really aggressive with the wheel to try and get some heat into the front. It puts the wheels, puts the rears, at least one of them, up a little bit with that technique, but whatever technique works will be ones. So our leaders then make their way to take their respective grid slots then. Of course, they have to keep the revs high, they have to keep the revs going. They do not want the karts to stall on the grid. And now, as the front two, you're just waiting now for the rest of the grid to form up behind you. A look over the shoulder from Tommy just to see how long it's going to take. But Tommy's positioned that kart towards the left, so clearly looking to see if he can close the door already on Kevin Stehauer. But no, we're going round again. So, and initially I think it's a problem with the is that the 258? I think it might be Luca Brema who has stalled on the grid, or at least come into some sort of problem. So the race start is aborted. We will go again, and Luca has got himself going again. Now, will he be able to take his grid slot? My theory is probably not. It will take him a while to get back up there. He will be starting in 19th place, so he's got 4 or 5 positions to find, so not impossible. But, there's another problem there as well. Is that the 209 I see? Of Nelson Berghaus. I think it may be one of our cameras. Who is, I think that might be race done before it's even started, unfortunately, for Nelson Berghaus in the number 209. He was due to start in 23rd place, but it looks like he will not take that spot even. So, our drivers make their way around then to have another attempt at the standing start. First one was aborted due to a kart on the track that was not running at the time, which was Luca Brema. So the start was aborted for that. We do it all over again, the starting procedure. Again, looking at the likes of the front row. 254 to keep an eye on. Tommy van der Stroos. Once again, he's pointed the kart left. And we're going around again because there's a problem this time for the 208. So the 208 is Milan van Vinden, who does get the kart going again. So the second aborted start this time around. And I saw one driver almost look up to the heavens in frustration. They do say, though, third time is the charm. But I wonder, you know, it's a case of how many times we go. And looking at the live timing, yes, the clock has started to tick down. So technically the race has started, but it hasn't started. If that makes any sense, send me a postcard. But in essence, the clock has started to tick down due to 2 aborted starts now. So the race will be. It will start when it will start, and we will race to what's left on the clock plus 2 laps. So that means there'll be less time for drivers to make their way up the order, which is not good news if your name is Tenbach, Daniel Tenbach, who starts this race in 8th place, 4th in the championship, looking to recover some positions ahead of the final. That's not the news he needed, nor wanted. However, for the 3rd time, being the charm, ready to take this race start. And once again, Van der Straus on the front row points the kart left towards Stayhauser. And once again, the revs have to stay high. They have to make sure they keep those karts running for the 3rd time of asking. With the race clock ticking down, we will race with what's left of it and 2 laps. So, eyes on the prize for the drivers. And we will see a green flag waved at the back. Eyes on the lights then for the pre-final of the KZ2s. Lights go on. Lights go out. We go racing. And it's a good start there for the 254. And that's into the lead for Tommy van der Straus as we head away in towards the hairpin for the 1st time of asking. What are the starts like? One onto the grass there in the top half of the order, as our drivers will then make their way up and around to see what's going on then and how this order is going to be sorted. Saw one yellow flag. That's the. I think that's the. Well, one kart didn't make the did make the start, but not too far into the start and off at the 1st corner. So the 1st corner is under a yellow flag at the moment. However, we are racing and we have 7 minutes on the clock. We get racing, and it is the 254 of Tommy van der Straus who leads this race ahead of Stayhauser in 2nd place. 3rd place then is Fix and Gleb to be in this race, but that's one of the best vantage points on the circuit, surely, to have a look at there. And there's battling at the top of the order then. That's a battle for 3rd place we saw then. So Fix and Glerum. Glerum with the fastest lap of the race in the number 216 for Robin Glerum. As our leaders now make their way through in towards the S section, in towards the hairpin. And back on the power we will go. And Tommy van der Straus leading this way then ahead of Stayhauser and Fix in 3rd place. Line of stern at the moment. Maybe a bit of battling further behind then, but everyone's staying. Oh, a spinner in the background there, up at the hairpin. Didn't quite catch who that was, but we might see as we make our way over the line to see who's dropped down the order. That will be a clue as to who it could have been. But our leader is pulling away. Van der Straus, 44.4 from him last lap around, was the fastest lap of the race and lapping at the moment, 3/10 quicker than Stayhauser behind him. As there's, that was a bit of contact there. That was the 208. So Milan van Winden, who was one of the reasons for the aborted start, has clearly put that behind him and is determined to make her way up the field. Then there goes the 201. That's Jens Truer, who started this race up in 3rd place. Very much keen and eager to make up some positions. The last time on the line he was in 6th place, and they'll be wanting to get some moves done and dusted there. The 206 has pulled into the pit lane to retire from the race. That was Mick Movies. So Mick will take no further part in this race, it seems, but our leaders make their way through in towards the final corner with 4 minutes 48 on the clock. A look over the shoulder then for Van der Straus as he tries to work out what the gap is behind. To us, it's 1.2 seconds between himself and Stayhauser. Looks lots of battling to go on for here. A couple of games of chess to be involved with as well, as we watch on our drivers and see how they go. Very aggressive across the curbs there for one of them as we make our way through. I think it was the 216, which would have been Robin Glerum, really aggressive with the curbs, attacking them as much as possible. It's clear that Robin Glerum has no reason to sort of fear the curbs being slightly damp anymore. I think he's made that perfectly clear. Battle for third place. Out of the hairpin we go, involving the 205. So that's Jeffrey Fix, who's in third place at the moment. Then it's Truer in fourth. Then it's Truer wanting that position back, but Fix right over the curbs then, as Truer looking to see what he can do to try and get this battle in there. You see Fix now starting to defend the position, defend the hairpin, and defend those lines. Fix still ahead at the moment, it seems. The 205 trying to hold back in this battle for third place. We've got slippery surface flags down at third to last and second to last corners, if you like. We now have a yellow flag. That's because the 254 has been off the track. That was it's Tommy van der Strauss who was off the track there, picking up a little bit of gravel along the way. So perhaps that's where the slippery surface is, and that has allowed the 211 of Stayhalver to really close up behind at the moment. And it started raining again. That is huge. As if this race couldn't be littered with more drama, it has started to rain. And everyone on slick tyres, with less than 3 minutes on the clock, they're just going to have to nurse it to the end. This is where all the karting lines come out. Who's going to be good enough in these very treacherous and slippery conditions? You can see how much Tommy van der Strauss is struggling for grip out there in these stages. As we head away into what was the fast left-hander, you see now just treating that corner with so much respect at this point. It's a case of reacting to how little grip there is, and then which drivers are going to take advantage of this and make some moves up the order. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. See how little grip there is out of the hairpin right now, with the rain starting to fall. And that will be a message for other teams in upcoming races. They'll be watching this race on with some intrigue, as there's the 214. I think that's a move for position then for Alibax. He's got past Robin Glarham there. And you see how tenderly these drivers are treating these corners now. They were attacking them not long ago, but the slicks just no longer working in these conditions. That's the 255 off. That's the 223 off as well. So that's Daniel Tenbach who's off the track there, and I think that was the 255 of Enzo Boll also taking to the grass as well. There is no grip on the slick tyres out there right now, absolutely none. And keeping it on the island now, keeping it on the track is so important, as the 216 takes full advantage. That's Robin Glarham, who sees someone struggling out there with grip and position and decides to take full ownership of that one. Although I think he has lost that position, as I was just saying that. We have 50 seconds on the clock now, and 2 more laps to follow. I wonder how Nelson Berghaus is feeling now. Does he still want to be a part of this race with rain falling down on slick tyres? And the rain is still falling at the circuit at this moment in time. It's all about now doing your best to keep it on the track. You see how slippery it is there. Just even going through a slight left-hander is tricky now. This is where drivers will just have to cope with these conditions right now as much as they can. Van der Strauss still leads the way then. 5 seconds on the board, so we will have 3 laps left of this one, as the 204 runs a little bit wide through the fast left-hander. That's Serge Wolters. Oh, and a spinner as well down the order. It's the, I think that's the 271. That might be Jake Weston, who's had a bit of a spin there. Was running in 11th place last time at the line. Has now fallen down the order. And we see the 214 there losing out to Glarham. So that's Robin Glarham getting back past Renzo Alibax. So they've been swapping positions, left, right and centre. And another one to swap positions on as well. Our leader then just so gently treating the kart right now. So little grip on these tyres. The heat will have gone out of them. The grip's just not there. It's all about now just keeping it on the black stuff for the foreseeable. He's got 2 more laps to do that. As off onto the gravel there, taking a trip through it is the 214. That's Renzo Alebax. So I think he might have lost a position there. Just looking at it to the 255 of Enzo Boll, if that's right. He definitely would have lost a position. Perhaps it's to someone he would already ahead of. In any case, drivers struggling left, right, and centre. Even our race leader is struggling as there's plenty of battling to do at the hairpin, but that's too deep there for the 265, and that was Dominic Reuters who tried to make some moves. He had to go the long way round, but perhaps that's where the grip really is. The one line you don't want to be on is the racing line. The other line is the grass, as one driver has just found out there. Making sure they pick it all up and it's in working order, but those lap times have climbed up to the 104s here. 104 from Van der Stross on the last lap. We are now onto our last lap, and that lap down has come down to a 105.5. So it's getting worse out there for the drivers. Just making sure they keep it all together and all facing the right way. So important at this stage, as another driver off onto the gravel, the 265, Dominic Reuters, off into the gravel there. But our race leader just making sure for Van der Stross to get this to the line. The rain falls after 2 aborted starts. I wonder when the rain would have hit if we hadn't had those 2 aborted starts. It might have come right at the end. Instead, it made its way about halfway through. In any case, we are going to see our race leader make his way through in towards the final couple of corners and make sure he keeps it on the island for one last time, one last light up of the rear tyres. It's a win in the pre-final for Tommy van der Stross, taking the victory there. Second place across the line will be the 211 of Kevin Steyhauser, and across the line there the 235, who was a lap down there. And that is Glerum across the line to take 3rd place in this one. From 10th on the grid for Robin Glerum, he managed to get up to 3rd place. Fine drive from Glerum there. The rain really has started to pour at this stage. Alebax in 4th place there, Fix in 5th, Boll in 6th, Tenbach in 7th place. He gained 1 position from his starting place. But I think you can understand the circumstances that drivers have found it so tough out there. As we await our drivers to make their way across the line, Witteveen and Van Duivenvoort across the line with Brema and Malema across the line as well, a lap down. And after that, a bit of a dramatic race, a bit of a shower. Let's dry off and see how our drivers go for our provisional results for the KZ2 Pre-Finals. It was Tommy van der Stross who took the lead by 6.6 seconds ahead of Kevin Steyhauser. 3rd place went to Robin Glerum with 4th Renzo Alebax, 5th Jeffrey Fix, 6th Enzo Boll, 7th place Daniel Tenbach, 8th place Julian Carmen, 9th place went to Jelta Bolmer, and 10th with Jens Truer. Sitter Van Meer takes 11th place, Dominic Reuters takes 12th, Sir Wolters in 13th place with Jake Weston in 14th, Ryan Kiewitz-Bosch in 15th place, Van der Vinden in 6th place, Witteveen in 17th place with Van Duivenvoort in 18th place, Brema in 19th, and Mollema in 20th place. Non-finishers with Meyerwitz and Van Sifthout, and a non-start for Nelson Berghaus, who didn't make the start after the 2nd time of asking, unfortunately. So 20 drivers made it to the checkered flag there. And of course, they went out of the track with no wetsuits whatsoever. So if they've got time to dry those suits, perhaps. Maybe some of them wore some wetsuits. Maybe some of them saw what was coming here. And we move on to our final pre-final, which is the Max Seniors. This is Series A and Series B. And unsurprisingly, a lot of wet tyres have now been fitted onto karts in a quick turnaround, considering that the rain started about, I would say, less than 10 minutes ago. A quick turnaround to change all 4 tyres, put on some wets, The rain is still falling, so there's really no chance the track will dry. We've even got standing water out on the track now, so very much so it is wet tyre territory. So this final pre-final is the Max Senior Group A and Group B, or Series A and Series B, I should say, which puts some of our fastest qualifiers together. A reminder, Series A is those that finished in qualifying 1st, 4th, 7th, 10th, etc. Series B is 2nd, 5th, 8th, I do some maths here, that's difficult, and 11th, etc. And Series C is 3rd, 6th, 9th, 12th, etc. So these are your 1st and 2nds, 4th and 5th. Yes, I had to work that out there. There you go. In essence, this is the last chance for both sets of drivers to score the heat points, which will decide their qualifying grid for the race. Or at least for the final later on. We have a gap, of course, with one driver. I believe that's going to be Luna Blurm, who's due to start this race, but has not started any of them, has withdrawn as well. So Luna Blurm not participating, so that will be a gap in the grid there. And that'll be a case for the number 378 to remember as well, because you have to make sure you're in the right grid slot. So Felipe Folk will have to make sure he stays in line with the 325, which is your Valkenars. So, looking at this one then, we have Devian Roest and Yuri Schoens taking the front row there. You can see we're just completing the recovery of several karts. Several being the operative word there. Quite a few finding gravel, quite a few with a couple of issues, some of them non-starts. But they'll be looking now to reset and see what happens then. So the rain's come in time for the senior maxes for the final pre-final of the day. After this one, we will be racing in the finals until the end. The last time these drivers would have seen the track, I'm pretty sure, the Max Seniors had wet tyres on. The B series, I should say. The Max Series, yeah, that narrows it down, Kieran. The Max Seniors B Series last saw a wet track, I believe, but the C Series, or the A Series, I should say, last saw a dry-ish track. So, how will this play out then? The rain's still well and truly falling here in Kerpen at the Erftlandring. And we're waiting now just for the recovery vehicle to get back into position before we take the start of the race, or at least of the formation laps, which I think the drivers are going to be slightly familiar with these conditions. They've already faced them in the warm-up. Plenty to think about on the grid as well as we head into this one. So, off the drivers go then for their formation lap, but one driver who's not got going is the 340. That's Benjamin Van Hees, who's left on the grid, stranded. And yeah, pushing the throttle now, it will go, but that was Van Hees from a high-ish position. He might have to start a little bit further down already. Conditions catching out drivers, but we have Roest taking the pole position, Yuri Schoens in second place. Then it's Bergstein in third, Van Hees in fourth, we just saw there, struggling to get away. Hendricks in fifth, Turlove in sixth place, Peters in seventh place, Stevens in eighth, Falk in ninth, and Valkenars in 10th. And we've got Bulk in 11th place, Van der Hout in 12th, Noren in 13th place with Menton in 14th, Van Vliet in 15th place, Zerveld in 16th place, Navis in 17th place, Westhovens in 18th place, 19th place for Van der Meer, 20th place for Brautigheim, 21st place for Ghost, 22nd place for Herrera, 23rd place for Van Maastricht, 24th place for Liechtenstein, and 25th place for Kampmann. So those are our 25 drivers. That's how they look, that's how they stand in this race. We know one will not take the running then, that was Blurm, who was withdrawn from the racing action. And so we'll see how it goes then. 10 minutes on the board then for our drivers, plus 2 laps for our final pre-final of the day. We will have a short break after this one. It will be a short break before we head into the finals. But drivers slowing down now, getting ready to take starters' orders. Rolling starts here for our senior Maxes. Keen and eager to get this one started, I'm sure. Wetsuits on, wet tyres on, and everything in between. So, drivers now make their way through in towards the hairpin. Let's see how this all shapes up then. Out of the hairpin they will go then. It's Rust and Schoens on the front row of the grid then. Eyes on the lights. Are they going to extinguish? Yes, they are. We go racing then. And well timed then from Rust. He will take the inside line going through and towards turn 1. And now up towards the hairpin. Braking distances are increased in the wet. There's contact there in the background. High up the order. One kart having to take action. 2 karts involved in that as well. As drivers see that, well, it's a little bit more treacherous down in towards the hairpin than it was last time around. You see the spray being kicked up now with the standing water on the circuit, and one kart has come to a stop completely there on the grass. Didn't quite see who it was, but we're at least down 1 runner in this race, in this pre-final. On the first lap, you see just drivers taking slightly different lines all the way throughout. And if you're up at the front, you're loving this because you've got no spray. Anyone further behind? Oh, a spinner in the background. That's the 349. Off into the gravel goes Jay Zerveld. And a little bit of a, well, it's just one of those spins that happens in these wet weather conditions. He's trying to pull the kart back onto the circuit, so at least he can get going again. That is a huge disappointment for Jay Zerveld there. He will get the kart back out onto track and he will get going again, but he will be down the order. The 371 has now joined the race as well. It's Stein Peters who has joined into the racing action. There's a spin down at one of the hairpins then. At the first hairpin, I should say, turn 2 as well. There's all sorts of action going on everywhere you look around the circuit. Difficult to keep up, but that's what a bit of wet weather can do. Make things very unpredictable. And with this standing water on the circuit, it just seems so much more wet than it was this morning as well. And that may be catching out drivers at this stage. It's raining heavier than it was as well. But no issues so far for Rost, who leads the way then. Devian Rost. Oh, and 2 cars off into the gravel now. One of them trying to keep going is the 316 there. Maurice Kampmann does rejoin onto the circuit. There was one before, but both of them managed to recover, but just seems now it's so treacherous. Once again, has the flying left-hander. The penultimate, what now is now the slowing down part of the circuit. But Rust takes the takes the lead at the moment. Leads the way in these wet weather conditions, if you like, fording the waters that are formed here in Kerpen. Second place right now is the 382, which is Stevens. Ty Stevens, who is looking to try and close in as much as possible. And in third place down in the order is the number 342, which is Matthias Turlo. Healthy gap between our top 3 at the moment. It's roughly equidistant. It's 4.4 seconds separating our top 3. And we look a further 2 seconds back for 4th place in Valkenars, a further 2 seconds back for Menton, and then we see Couple of karts doing battle there. We've got Minton, Vesthovens and Hendricks all looking to make some moves and make some battles in the early stages of this race. There's a river formed at Kerpen, I think. And you just see how the KZ2 struggled for grip last time out. You can see why. It's just so treacherous out there. The 334 has just, I believe, gained a position there. Scott Vesthovens gaining a position there. So that's, I believe, up into 4th place now. As we make our way across the line. It'll be for 5th place, my apologies, for Vesthovens. For Roest, though, very much building the gap then. All Roest needs to do at this stage. And Ty Stevens is 3 seconds back, but I would say comfortable. You can't really be comfortable in these wet conditions unless you're really tuned in. Closing in behind him though as well to keep an eye on is that 342. So Matthias Turlov currently in 3rd place, looking to close down on 2nd place at the moment with 5 minutes left on the clock. We will see how it can all play out, how it can all pan out from this position. Good little battle to keep an eye on then, as that's another one off into the gravel. That looks like it's the 314 of Ruben Lichtenstein. And Lichtenstein off into the gravel, and another one off into the gravel as well, the 316. That's Maurice Kampen again off into the gravel there. Turn 7 just catching so many out, and what that's doing then, once these drivers rejoin onto the track as well, they bring a little bit of gravel, they spread a bit of gravel onto the track as well, so that just adds to how slippery it will be out there. As Ruben Lichtenstein still trying to pull his kart across, I think. Will he try and get that kart back into the race? We'll wait and see. Certainly trying to adjust the kart, but I think Ruben might be calling it a day there. Off into the gravel. At least in this pre-final. So we have battling on the cards here in these really treacherous conditions then. That's the 332 of Ryan van der Meer, who is trying to find his way through, trying to find little bits of a little bit of grip out there. What little grip there is, he's trying to find it. And it's proven to be oh so tricky out there. Just makes a case. Oh, and another one off. That's the 316. That's Maurice Kampen again. Off into the gravel. He is not liking the fast left-hander today. As once again he's off into the gravel, he will try and pull that kart once again back onto the track to rejoin. But we've got movers and shakers as we make our way through in towards the first corner. There's action everywhere you look at the moment. And it's one of those races where you're not sure where to look. There's the 365, and that's Schoens, who started up on the front row. Two and a half minutes left of the race to run then, and it is Roest who still leads the way by 3.9 seconds ahead of Thijs Stevens. Plenty of water to keep our drivers on their toes at this stage. There goes the 345 to start another lap in this race with just over 2 minutes left on the clock. 372's got a good run here. That's going to be Noren on Navis as we make our way back onto the power. You see on the inside line a look over the shoulder, and that is the 372 upper position. Then Noren passing, I believe that's Hendricks as well. And the 326, yes it is. Through and towards the hairpin we go. So Noran's one of these that's liking his conditions right now. Fastest lap of the race goes to Rust at the moment at 58.3, and some of our lap times are in the mid 58s, some in the low 59s, some are up into the 60 seconds at the moment. So it's really a tale of if you can find the grip out there, if you can find the pace. The trouble is as well how much confidence you have in the grip in the next corner. It's almost like you have to foresee how much grip you will have in the next corner, which is just not easy to do. With the way that it is raining, it's going to change every single lap. Sometimes with your braking points, with your turning points as well. Having a look then at the 306, making the way through. And 306 is Navis then, so that's going to be Navis trying to chase down Hendricks for what is 9th position at the moment. I see Rust just making his way through in towards the hairpin. Let's start another lap here. There will be 3 laps to go here. There's still 13 seconds on the clock when he crosses the line. And it seems like it's one of those where Davion Rust looks like he's absolutely loving these conditions right now. He's been constantly and consistently in the lowish 58 seconds. Last lap was a 58.4, and he's been setting 58.4s consistently throughout this race. And compare that to Ty Stevens, a 59.3 from Ty's on the last lap. Means that the gap opened up by nearly 1 second on that last lap alone. There's the 3-2-1, trying to see if they can find a position here. Lots of battles up and down the order to keep your eye on. Davion Rust then making his way through in towards the hairpin, putting the power down. And now we have 2 laps to go then as he crosses the line. Again, looking to just keep on building that gap. Very comfortable at the moment here. Just needs to keep doing what he's doing. In fact, he could do better than that apparently, because he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 58.291 from Davion Rust there. A new fastest lap of the race, just as Stevens sets a 58.5. So Ty Stevens trying to up the pace, but Davion Rust was 1 step ahead of him there. Gap is now 5.9 seconds, but Rust might have a bit of lappery to deal with as well. Always a tricky one, especially in the wet, but Rust does manage to negotiate his way through the traffic. He should have now clear air, clear running to get to the end of the race now. He'll put the foot down to start the final lap of this race. And pole position to a race win never is as easy as it sounds, especially in these very tricky wet conditions. But Davion Rust has really just put the foot down, made sure he's comfortable, he's got into a rhythm, and right now there's no stopping him as there is a kart stopped on the left-hand side. There will be yellow flags through there anyway. But Davion Rust doesn't need any yellow flags to avoid any overtaking action happening. He's happy where he is. He's been very comfortable race long here at managing these weather conditions as he makes his way now through in towards the final sweeping section. In towards the hairpin we go, and as he puts the power down once again, it's going to be a race victory for Davion Rust, who takes the victory in the pre-final for the senior maxes. Second place Ty Stevens, third place goes to the 3-4-2 then of Matthias Terlov. Volkanars in 4th, Vestovens in 5th, Menton in 6th, with Schoens in 7th from the front row of the grid, Noran in 8th, Navis and Hendrick had a nice little battle along the way. It was Navis who won out on that one ahead of Hendricks. Hendricks did try to close down in the end then. 4/10 quicker than Navis in the last lap, but ran out of time, ran out of laps to close down. Van der Meer, Van der Hout, 11th and 12th. Barker across the line, 13th. Van Maastricht in 14th place. Volk across the line in 15th place. And I wonder then if that stranded car will probably be Broutigam. No, Broutigam has taken the flag, so it's probably going to be Herrera then, the 38888. Well, there is your results then for the final pre-final of the day, and the final pre-final for the Max Seniors. It's Devian Roest who takes the victory by 5.1 seconds ahead of Thijs Stevens. Matthias Terlo in 3rd place with Jur Volkenaars in 4th place. Scott Vestovens in 5th place with Jake Benson in 6th. Yuri Schoens in 7th with Chris Noren in 8th. Kevin Navas in 9th place, and Hendricks rounds off the top 10. Van der Meer is in 11th, Van der Hout in 12th, Bark in 13th with Van Maastricht in 14th, Volk in 15th, Brotegeim in 16th place, Zerveld in 17th, Gers in 18th, Herrera will be classified as 19th, Kampman rounds off the top 20. Non-finishers then, Benjamin Van Hees, Ruben Lichtenstein, Siem Van Vliet, Sam Bergstein and Stein Peters, all non-finishers in that race. And that's our pre-finals done and dusted. And we look forward to the finals coming up. And we'll
Throughout this time, we're underway. Oh, and a little bit of a shove there for Max van der Meer as the field hurtles his way through turn 1 on the opening lap. And it's just nip and suck. Everyone just about makes it through. Page Boys picks up the win. So revs up, lights on, lights are out first time. Good start by Maximov as Vadim Blankenberg tries to go around the outside but loses out second position. Here goes the move for the race lead. Time to millimetre precise perfection. Vadim Blankenberg right up the inside of Luca Van Leer. Max Sidursky takes the win by 0.123 of a second. Luca Van Leer P2. Started both time for the lead. Ho 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 ho! Dive bomb from way back where? On Julian Klosman, Taze Van Veit take a bow. Oh, that got very close indeed. Mitch Hayner's going to dive up the inside through at turn 2 and Felipe Fout follows him. No, out of the final corner. Mitch Hayner wins and it's a 1-2 for TV Kart. Up the inside of Christoph Adams, they make contact, and Rulo spins Adams around. Is Wout Kirstens going to dive for the move? He's going to go for it. Wout Kirstens, and Wout Kirstens. He wins it by 53 thousandths. Revs rise, lights are on. And the final gets going right now. Oh, your own boss slows and it causes pandemonium behind multi-card incident. Side for Finn. Oh, another incident. And that's Glenn Vandenhoek, the champion from last year. Wesley Duval wins again. And we're on away. This is really putting the pressure on Jeffrey Fixer. Oh, and he clatters into the back of him. Fixer spins. Oh, and Frederick Sebis has to go avoiding. And Fixer's just taking, oh. Kieran trying to hang on for dear life. He blocks Steyhauer. 10 back clatters into the back of Steyhauer. Launches the front axle into the air. And that is Tommy van der Stroys diving up the inside into turn 5. That's P3 for the young man, the 16-year-old, just this week. Cross out of the chicane, can't do it for Renzo Alipax. Round the outside, and he got through. It's a double victory for Jenstra, and Tommy van der Stroys crosses the line, punches the air in celebration, takes P2.
Ja, het voelt heel goed. Lekker alle punten gepakt. En om nog een keer Nederlands kampioen te worden is dat het begin.
Ja, ik ben heel blij. Ja, vrijdag ging natuurlijk heel goed, trainingen. En ja, om nu af te maken is ja, echt wel leuk, mooi.
Are out this time, we're underway. Oh, and a little bit of a shove there for Max van der Meer as the field hurtles his way through turn 1 on the opening lap. And it's just nip and suck. Everyone just about makes it through. Page Boys picks up the win. So revs up, lights on, lights are out first time. Good start by Maximov as Vadim Blankenberg tries to go around the outside but loses out second position. Here goes the move for the race lead. Time to millimetre precise perfection. Vadim Blankenberg right up the inside of Luca van Leer. Max Sidursky takes the win by 0.123 of a second. Luca van Leer P2. Started both time for the lead. Ho 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 ho. Dive bomb from way back where? On Julian Klosman, Taze Van Veit take a bow. Oh, that got very close indeed. Mitch Hayner's going to dive up the inside. Through at turn 2 and Felipe Falk follows him. No, out of the final corner. Mitch Hayner wins. And it's a 1-2 for TV Kart. Looking up the inside of Christoph Adams, they make contact, and Rulo spins Adams around. Is Wout Kirstens going to dive for the move? He's going to go for it. Wout Kirstens, and Wout Kirstens, he wins it by 53 thousandths. Revs rise, lights are on. And the final gets going right now. Oh, your own boss slows, and it causes pandemonium behind multi-card incident. Side for Finn. Oh, another incident, and that's Glenn Vandenhoek, the champion from last year. Wesley Duval wins again. And we're on away. This is really putting the pressure on Jeffrey Fixer. Oh, and he clatters into the back of him. Fixer spins. Oh, and Frederick Sebis has to go avoiding, and Fixer's just taking. Oh, Kieran trying to hang on for dear life. He blocks Stehauer. 10 back clatters into the back of Stehauer. Launches the front axle into the air, and that is Tommy van der Stroys diving up the inside into turn 5. That's P3 for the young man, the 16-year-old, just this week. Cross out of the chicane, can't do it for Renzo. Alipax round the outside, and he got through. It's a double victory for Jenstra, and Tommy van der Stroys crosses the line, punches the air in celebration, takes P2.
Ja, het voelt heel goed. Lekker alle punten gepakt. En om nog een keer Nederlands kampioen te worden is dat het begin.
Ja, ik ben heel blij. Ja, vrijdag ging natuurlijk heel goed trainingen. En ja, om nu af te maken is ja, echt wel leuk. Mooi.
Are out this time, we're underway. Oh, and a little bit of a shove there for Max van der Meer as the field hurtles his way through turn 1 on the opening lap. And it's just nip and suck. Everyone just about makes it through. Page Boys picks up the win. So revs up, lights on, lights are out first time. Good start by Maximov as Vadim Blankenberg tries to go around the outside but loses out second position. Here goes the move for the race lead. Time to millimetre precise perfection. Vadim Blankenberg right up the inside of Luca van Leer. Max Sidursky takes the win by 0.123 of a second. Luca van Leer P2. on Julian Klosman. Taze Van Vyt take a bow. Oh, that got very close indeed. Mitch Hayner's going to dive up the inside. Through at turn 2 and Felipe Fout follows him. No, out of the final corner. Mitch Hayner wins. And it's a 1-2 for TV Kart. Up the inside of Christoph Adams, they make contact, and Rulo spins Adams around. Is Wout Kirsten's going to dive for the move? He's going to go for it. Wout Kirsten's, and Wout Kirsten's, he wins it by 53 thousandths. Revs rise, lights are on. And the final gets going right now. Oh, your own boss slows and it causes pandemonium behind multi-card incident. By side for Finn. Oh, another incident. And that's Glenn Vandenhoek, the champion from last year. Wesley Duval wins again. And we're on away. This is really putting the pressure on Jeffrey Fixer. Oh, and he clatters into the back of him. Fixer spins. Oh, and Frederick Sebis has to go avoiding, and Fixer's just taking. Oh, Kieran trying to hang on for dear life. He blocks Stehauer. 10 back clatters into the back of Stehauer. Launches the front axle into the air, and that is Tommy van der Stroys diving up the inside into turn 5. That's P3 for the young man, the 16-year-old, just this week. Cross out of the chicane, can't do it for Renzo Alipax. Round the outside, and he got through. It's a double victory for Jenstra, and Tommy van der Stroys crosses the line, punches the air in celebration, takes P2.
Ja, het voelt heel goed. Lekker alle punten gepakt. En om nog een keer Nederlands kampioen te worden is dat het begin.
Ja, ik ben heel blij. Ja, vrijdag ging natuurlijk heel goed, trainingen. En ja, om nu af te maken is ja, echt wel leuk. Mooi.
Are out this time, we're underway. Oh, and a little bit of a shove there for Max van der Meer as the field hurtles his way through turn 1 on the opening lap. And it's just nip and suck. Everyone just about makes it through. Page Boys picks up the win. So revs up, lights on, lights are out first time. Good start by Maximov as Vadim Blankenberg tries to go around the outside but loses out second position. Here goes the move for the race lead. Time to millimetre precise perfection. Vadim Blankenberg right up the inside of Luca Van Leer. Max Sidursky takes the win by 0.123 of a second. Luca Van Leer P2. dive bomb from way back where? On Julian Klosman, Taze Van Vyt take a bow. Oh, that got very close indeed. Mitch Hayner's going to dive up the inside. Through at turn 2 and Felipe Fout follows him. No, out of the final corner. Mitch Hayner wins. And it's a 1-2 for TV Kart. Up the inside of Christoph Adams, they make contact, and Rulo spins Adams around. Is Wout Kirsten's going to dive for the move? He's going to go for it. Wout Kirsten's, and Wout Kirsten's, he wins it by 53 thousandths. Revs rise, lights are on. And the final gets going right now. Oh, your own boss slows and it causes pandemonium behind multi-card incident. By side for fifth. Oh, another incident. And that's Glenn Vandenhoek, the champion from last year. Wesley Duval wins again. And we're on away. This is really putting the pressure on Jeffrey Fixer. Oh, and he clatters into the back of him. Fixer spins. Oh, and Frederick Sebis has to go avoiding, and Fixer's just taking. Oh, Kieran trying to hang on for dear life. He blocks Stehauer. 10 back clatters into the back of Stehauer. Launches the front axle into the air, and that is Tommy van der Stroys diving up the inside into turn 5. That's P3 for the young man, the 16-year-old, just this week. Cross out of the chicane, can't do it for Renzo Alipax round the outside, and he got through. It's a double victory for Jenstra, and Tommy van der Stroys crosses the line, punches the air in celebration, takes P2.
Ja, het voelt heel goed. Lekker alle punten gepakt. En om nog een keer Nederlands kampioen te worden is dat het begin.
Ja, ik ben heel blij. Ja, vrijdag ging natuurlijk heel goed trainingen. En ja, om nu af te maken is ja, echt wel leuk. Mooi.
So we're just getting karts back onto the circuit, ready for today's finals then. 7 finals coming your way, all of them 30 minutes plus 2 laps. I am loving the fact that that's Lasse van der Wiede has the umbrella, holding the umbrella over their own head. I love that. If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself with the umbrella holding. But our first final is the Micro Maxes, and we'll run through the grids shortly with you. But it's sizing up to be a good race. Nevertheless, Connor Halfer was able to get himself up the order, and very much so in a good position. And Conor Halfer starts on the front row with Lasse van der Wiede, from the back of the grid, from 8th place up to 2nd in the pre-final. So remarkable job from Lasse there to gain a couple of positions. But we also have some penalties to bring you as well. Number 14, which is Kenji Schruers, got a 3-place penalty for ignoring yellow flags. Number 17 and number 28 getting 5-second penalties. So that was Adrian Krogel and Ian Halfer for front fairing discrepancies. And then Julian van der Poel in number 7 was disqualified from the pre-final for a technical regulation, non-conformance to technical regulations. So Julian van der Poel will have to start from the back of the grid this time around. The rain's still falling here in Erftlandring Kerpen. If you're watching on round 4 of the Dutch Championship of the Rotax and the KZ2 Master 2025 here in Erftlandring Kerpen, 1.1 kilometres for our drivers to have some fun with as well. Plenty of sweeping corners and technical sections, which the rain will only exacerbate how much these drivers have to be in tune with the circuit, and knowing how much grip they have on their tyres is going to be paramount for this afternoon's worth of racing. With the Micromaxes for their final. Following on from that will be the Minimax, the Max Junior, then you have the DD2 and the DD2 Masters on a joint grid, then the KZ2 Masters on their own, the KZ2s on their own, and we end the day with our Max Seniors, having done our series of pre-finals for them. They will be our last race of the day. If there was any doubt as to what tyres drivers should be putting on, I hope they're very much put to bed. It's raining still here in Kerpen, and by the looks of the clouds, it's looking to be here for the foreseeable. We haven't really seen a weather forecast that has reliably told us whether it will rain the whole day or not. In any case, the rain is still falling, so we'll just look to the skies for our weather report. There's grey clouds. There's been grey clouds all day long. We did have a period of time in sort of the mid part to the latter of the pre-finals where we just about got a dry track. However, as the KZ2s found out, they were on slick tyres at the time when the rain started to fall. The track grip fell away very, very quickly indeed. And as mentioned at the start of the stream as well, it's a case of drivers who I've spoken to, past and present, have always said about they would much rather have a dry circuit or a fully wet circuit. There's no need for damp circuits or greasy circuits, because at that point you're sort of rolling the dice about how and where the grip is. But before we get started of this as well, we'd like to thank our sponsors of the live stream for this season in Wagtechniek, who are a specialist in chip tuning, maintenance and engine overhaul. And they are passionate about delivering high-quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize the performance of your vehicle. They offer tailor-made tuning solutions that maximize the power, torque and efficiency of your engine. We'd also like to say a big thank you to our sponsors as well in Versteeg Automotive and to our sponsors in Van Tienen. Big thank you to all of our sponsors on the live stream today. We should be getting rolling momentarily. We'll get our countdowns and the such to bring us into this afternoon's finals racing. For the Micromaxes, it's Jesse Moonen who is on top in the championship after the 2 events so far. However, Conor Halfer has a massive opportunity here to establish a good lead in the championship, with the absence as well of Maxime Rambert, Noah Steedhouder. And Ryan Rampadarath also not present for today's running. The next one, I believe, in the order, is going to be Kenji Schroers and Adrian Krogel, who they will obviously want to make sure they get themselves up and running for this one. But we have been asked, or the officials have been asked, to clear the grid of team personnel. And we'll be going very, very shortly for our formation lap for our first final for the Micro Max. And off they go. So here's how qualifying looks for the first race of the day, the first final of the day for our Micro Max. As we head on for this one, Connor Hauff on pole position with Lasse van der Wiede in second place. Lennard Marx is in third place with Ian Halfer in fourth place. Kenji Schroers in fifth with Mick Echtelt in sixth place. And on the fourth row, the final row of the grid, Adrian Krogel and Julian van der Poel. There's a 3-place penalty that came in the way of Kenji Schroers. Although he finished second, Kenji will have to start fifth due to a yellow flag infringement. That drops him 3 places. There was also a 5-second penalty applied to Adrian Krogel in the number 17 and the number 28 of Ian Halfer for a front fairing issue, for front fairing infringement. And for Julian van der Poel, Julian will have to start from the back of the grid due to being disqualified from the pre-final, a technical non-conforming regulation. So essentially, the stewards and the officials found a technical non-conformance for the car. So that means Julian van der Poel will have to start at the back of the grid for the final. It's very wet out there. It's been a common theme of today, with qualifying yesterday pretty much being bone dry for all series and all drivers, apart from the KZ2s, the Masters and the KZ2s, having a little bit of rain. If we see someone have a bit of a spin on one of the warm-up laps as well, better to get it out of the way now than further down the line. In any case, we'll be looking to see who can take advantage here for our first final of the day. 13 minutes, that's 13 minutes plus 2 laps, as our Micro Max get into formation here. The 8 of them ready to go racing here in Kerpen at the Erftlandring for the first final of the day. 30 minutes already on the clock. We have 7 drivers part of the crew, unless I'm not counting right. No, that is definitely 7 drivers. So there's an 8th one that hasn't made it to the grid. In any case, we look to be going in any case. Round the final corner they will go then. And eyes on the lights. No, it's a false start. We're going to go round again. And there is an 8th one. I did wonder where the 8th one was. It's the number 11 there of Echtelt. Mick Echtelt, who struggled, but managed to at least have a decent running in there. It was good practice for this final about how tricky the conditions were even then. It's much wetter than it was in the pre-final. So we'll get another roll of the dice at the final to start the final for the Micro Max. Is it a chance here for Connor Haufer to really take hold of the championship at the moment? What can Lasse van der Wiede do? Lasse van der Wiede started from 8th in the pre-final, did not take part in qualifying, and manages to get 2nd place. Ready for the final then. A second bite of the cherry at this start then, as our drivers make their way through the fast left-hander. It's not so fast in the wet conditions. There's already a bit of bumping going on there. Clearly drivers eager to get started then, as we make our way around the hairpin. Will we get the start right 2nd time round? Drivers get into formation here. Eyes on the lights. they go out, we go racing, and it is a good start there from Connor Halfer in towards the first corner, and up towards the hairpin we go. In these treacherous conditions, it's really important to get your braking spot absolutely spot on, which everyone has done in towards the hairpin at the first time of asking. And Connor Halfer, he's able to try and pull away as much as possible. It was a commanding lead that Connor Halfer had in the end, 30+ seconds in the pre-final. Is it going to be much the same for Connor Halfer in this race? We shall have to wait and see. In these early stages, it's all about making sure you keep the kart on the circuit, keep it on the island in these early stages. As there's a move up the inside there, going down in towards the left-hander. I'm trying to work out if that was Julian van der Poel making those moves. Very early moves in this race. You see how much that Van der Wiede is having to turn the kart, turn the wheel to get the grip in there. And as we make our way through in towards the final corners we go then. Connor Halfer, a spinner in the background then, up the field. I will see, I think it might be Marks who had the spin. Yes, it was. Number 73 of Leonard Marks having a spin there, drops down to 7th place. And as we make our way in towards the hairpin, Leonard Marks looking to improve on last time around, but there's a spin. That might be Ian Halfer who's had the spin there. It is the number 20, it's the number 28, so yes, that's Ian Halfer who's had the spin, dragging the kart onto the circuit to get going again. And he has got going again and looks to try and make up for lost time. We have 11 minutes 12 on the clock. There is time, but Ian is going to have to really press on and push on. Connor Halfer, meanwhile, is very much taking a commanding step in this race so far as we head our way in through the S section in towards the hairpin we go. Second place right now is the number 26 of Lasse van der Wiede, and then third place is the number 14, that's Kenji Schroyers, who's trying to find a way back up from 5th place on the grid, having incurred that 3-place penalty for yellow flag infringement. And there goes the number 7 of Julian van der Poel, who's on the march, and up to 4th place then, ahead of Adrian Krogel at this stage of the race as we head our way in towards the hairpin then. As van der Poel ahead there of Krogel and Marks. That's the battle there for 4th place in this race so far, as they now make their way through in towards the S section now. So easy to put a foot wrong, to put a wheel on the grass if you're not careful. As we see there, that's Adrian Krogel in the number 17. Looking to apply the pressure now to Julian van der Poel now. Get the short run up towards the left-hander. I say it's a short run. Up towards this flying left-hander with the gravel trap on the outside, which has caught out quite a few drivers over the weekend so far. But van der Poel making sure he keeps the kart in the right place. Adrian Krogel trying to take a tighter line, but in the end van der Poel will have the drive through in towards the first corner. But Adrian Krogel here has really closed up to the back now as we head away in towards the hairpin. Is there a move on? Krogel decides against it. Van der Poel runs deep into the corner though. That allows Krogel to try and drag alongside, but Krogel kind of backs out of the move there, so not wanting to make the move there, and is willing for van der Poel to have the 4th place as it stands. But they now make their way through in towards this sweeping S section, and Krogel here knows he can make the move. It's just a case of where can he do it, because van der Poel is putting his kart in the right place now to defend that position. There we see 2nd and 3rd place going through your picture there. That's Lasse van der Wiede and also Kenji Schroyers. So they're going to battle away for 2nd place. Meanwhile, our battle for 4th place stays strong in towards the final hairpin. As a spinner, that's the number 14. That is Kenji Schroyers. He had a spin in the pre-final. He might lose a couple of positions here because it's a long way down towards that first hairpin. Van der Poel goes deep into the corner and just looks like he just washed away, washed under with grip there. And I did think for a second that Adrian Krogel would try to see if he can find a way past, but again decided against it. But Kenji Schroyer falls down to, he was in third place, he stays in third place, does Kenji. But a spin out of the final corner won't help him with his chances and won't help him with his charge to try and get himself up the order and up higher than second place as it stands. Or third place, I should say, as it stands, because you've got Lasse van der Wiede in second place. But Schroyer looks like he's got the pace underneath him again and pulling away from that battle for P4. Van der Poel still in that fourth place spot with Krogel and Marks not too far behind as well. And Krogel here just seems to, on a couple of occasions, sized up the move. And when you think the gap's open there, Krogel trying to now go side by side. They're going to go side by side through in towards the first corner. Krogel round the outside, does get the move done and moves up into fourth place. He has been lining that one up. And Adrian Krogel now goes up into fourth place. Van der Poel goes down to fifth. And you've got as well Leonard Marks, who's running in sixth place at the moment. I wonder now, will we see a little bit more pace from Adrian Krogel? Now he's clear, can he really put the foot down? Because it seemed like he had the pace, but couldn't really do anything with it. And that's meant he struggled a little bit. We'll see as well, Julian Van der Poel, what can he do against Adrian Krogel? Does he have the pace? And that looks like either a mistake, but still slowly running there in the background. I wonder if that is Krogel, who's maybe had a bit of an issue out there. It is the number 17, but whatever the issue was, it seems to be okay for now. So Adrian Krogel, although he got that move done and wanted to try and break away, has been caught out there and falls 2 positions now down to 6th place. So that puts Julian Van der Poel back up into 4th place. That now puts Leonard Marks into 5th place. And now it's Marks' turn to have a battle here with Julian Van der Poel. This is over 4th place with 5.5 minutes left on the clock. 2 different lines being taken through this S section. It is absolutely bucketing down with rain. 2 different lines being taken. It just seems that a couple of corners to allow Leonard Marks to see and size up Julian Van der Poel. Out of the tighter left-hander, gets us onto the short straight down towards the flying left-hander. One of the penultimate, I would say, braking points of the circuit, especially in the wet weather conditions. But a good run here for Leonard Marks might open up an opportunity, but not this time. I think we're going to see a roughly similar thing to what we saw for Adrian Krogel, that Julian Van der Poel is able to put his kart in the right place. But a good run here for Leonard Marks going through the first corner. Will he look for a move up the inside in towards the hairpin? Not this time. He certainly thought about it, but had to cede that position in any point. And there's 2 different lines to be taken through in towards the first corner. It just seems that Julian Van der Poel is taking a tighter line in towards T1, whereas right now, Leonard Marks takes a slightly wider line, and Marks seems to get a better run through the first corner. That's Kenji Schroyer. Once again, off into the grass, head in his hands for a slight second, but as he tries to get the kart moving again, he'll need to get the kart pushed out onto the track. Just where the grass is so wet, he might have beached it there, but that's going to promote Julian Van der Poel now up into 3rd place. So that battle for 4th now becomes the battle for 3rd. Through and towards the final corner they go, with just over 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Julian Van der Poel 3rd place, Leonard Marks in 4th in towards the first corner. And now we head away in towards the hairpin. Julian Van der Poel now. Now I don't know if he knows this is going to be a battle for a podium position, but he's been defending from Marks so far, so good. I haven't seen Kenji Schroyer make his way back into the race though. He hasn't crossed the start-finish line just yet. Our leader has though, in Connor Halfer. setting 1 minute 5s, high 1 minute 5s. The next quickest time is a high 1 minute 8 from Lasse van der Velde. So that's a remarkable turn of pace from Conor Hauff. He's doing a sublime job out there as we watch on this battle for third place. Through in towards the S's we go then, and up towards the hairpin. There's a bit of breathing room here for Julian van der Poel. And as we get back onto the power, it's looking good so far for Julian van der Poel. Does Leonard Marks have a response as we make our way down in towards the hairpin? There you can see Kenji Schroyer, his cart has been taken behind the barrier, so he is out of this race. Side by side we go then, very briefly, but it's still a case of Van der Poel is ahead. And the rain just continuing to fall. It's pretty much been the heaviest it's been all day. And these wet weather tyres are having to work overtime to displace the water on the circuit. And it could well be one of those races where it's just, you have to adjust your braking point. You have to see ahead of you how much grip there is, or rather how much grip there isn't, as you make your way through each and every corner. Conor Hauff does lead the way though, with less than 90 seconds on the clock. Lasse van der Velde is in second place. Julian van der Poel, we're watching this battle for third place in car number 7. Ahead of Leonard Marks down in towards the first hairpin. And Julian van der Poel has managed to settle into a rhythm here, it looks like. 60 seconds on the board as I believe Conor Hauff is just making his way around the final corner. Yep, the 78 crosses the line. So we will have 3 laps worth more of running. As we wait then the number 26 as well. The gap last time around was well over 26 seconds. And there is second place just making the way through in towards the sweeping S section of Lasse van der Velde. And we'll see what the gap is at the top of the order. As well, crossing the line goes van der Velde. The gap is 30.5 seconds between our top 2. But what you're seeing here is the battle for third place. Through in towards the hairpin we go. The number 7 of Julian van der Poel against the number 73 of Leonard Marks. Through in towards the first corner and up towards the hairpin. Time has elapsed, so we have the remainder of this lap plus 2 additional to go. And Leonard Marks here looking, seeing if there was a move on there. I wondered if it looked like Julian van der Poel had run too deep in towards the hairpin. And again, Leonard Marks looking for an opportunity, wasn't one there quite. But Julian van der Poel has done well to pretty much defend from the attack then so far in this race. Keeping it on the island as well is no mean feat. We have 2 laps to go as Conor Hauff has crossed the line. Still we watch on this battle for third place. Is there anything that can be done for Lasse van der Velde to try and grab a third place in this race? The battle for third place just crosses the start-finish line now, through in towards the first corner. You can see Kenji is waiting to be recovered once the race has finished. But Conor Hauff there is making a way around the final corner to start the final lap of this race in total command right now. Much how the pre-final went as well. Conor Hauff has just had so much more pace, just looks so much more confident, and it shows in the lap times as well. A best lap time so far for Conor Hauff of a 1 minute 5.7. The next fastest best lap of anybody is van der Velde behind on a 108.3 set last time around. A stark difference in laps, in lap times. And Conor Hauff here making his way through this winding section that takes us now through in towards the tight left-hander. Now the run up towards the fast left-hander towards the end of the circuit. I have to ask if he's wearing goggles because he's done a fantastic job in the rain here with puddles galore over each and every curb. But around the final corner, it is going to be the number 78. Connor Halfer takes the victory here in the Micromax final. A commanding performance from Connor Halfer to take the victory. We'll wait and see what the gap is at the timing line once all drivers have crossed over the line. There goes the number 17. That's Adrian Krogel, who was in the battle for what was 4th place at the time, now has become 3rd place. There goes as well Mick Echtelt across the line to finish a lap down, finish in 7th place. Making the way around the final corner now and lighting up those rear tyres is going to be the number 26. That's Lasse van der Wiede. Didn't take part in qualifying yesterday and has grabbed 2nd place in the final. The battle for 3rd place as well still raging on through and towards the final corner, but Julian van der Poel has done just what he needed to do and takes 3rd place in the final ahead of Leonard Marks in the number 74. And then to round off the order, having a spin early on in this race, Ian Halfer recovers there to take 5th place. So your provisional results then from the final of the Micromax. It's Connor Halfer taking a win by 37 seconds. Lasse van der Wiede in 2nd place. Julian van der Poel in 3rd place with Leonard Marks in 4th. Ian Halfer takes 5th place with Adrian Krogel in 6th. Mick Echtelt in 7th place. Non-finisher Kenji Schroyers, who spun off and could not recover, has a DNF next to the name. A really good race there for 3rd place as well. Julian van der Poel just doing enough to get 3rd place. It was a fine drive from Julian van der Poel. And whilst Leonard Marks also turned up the wick on that last lap as well, where 68 seconds, 0.9, van der Poel, whether intentional or not, responded with a 68.7. So both drivers were really pushing towards the end of this one. And our Micromax final is complete. We look forward now to the Minimax final. Of course, Kees Moyes, hopefully he's watching on as well. I'm advised by Mr. Alex Goldschmidt himself that unfortunately Moyes has suffered a bit of an injury and will be out for a little bit of time. I don't know. Kees Moyes, would you have loved to race in these conditions? I'm sure you'd have relished at it. But what that means is, though, the like of Mick Klinkers, Tygo Holthausen, Nicky Naruhito Tomasa, Milano Shiphorst, they all have a chance here to get some points and for the championship here, as karts make their way onto the grid. So we will have Tygo Holthausen on pole position for this one in the 129. Alongside is going to be the number 104 of Mick Klinkers. A couple of penalties as well to apply. The 114, which is Milano Shiphorst, getting a 1-place penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. We've got the 118 and the 127. So that's Tren van Melk in the 118 and Max van der Meer in 127, getting a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. Number 166, Lennart Kerster, got a 5-second penalty for a front fairing infringement. And number 125, Nicky Naruhito Tomasa, was 125 and the 114, I should say, of Milano Shiphorst, also disqualified from the pre-final for a technical non-conformity. So as the recovery is completed from the previous race, we recover Kenji's kart back to the pit lane. The recovery vehicle will make its way back to the track, or back to its starting position, and then we will be ready to commence our formation lap, which will be all important information for the drivers heading into this race. Big opportunity for Tygo Holthausen and Mick Klinkers to score some big points in the championship. It's there for the taking, and who can take it? We'll do a full grid run through once the drivers are rolling and once the recovery vehicle is back into position. But Holthausen and Klinkers sharing the front row. Julian Dermer as well is also one to watch. Struggled to begin with in the pre-final, but managed to do a fine job recovering up the order, recovering positions in the pre-final. Let's have a look at our grid then for the Minimax final here in Kerpen. It's going to be Tygo Holthausen in first place, Mick Klinkers in second, Julian Dermer in third with Jim Darnan in fourth, Mika Vonk in fifth with Pelle van Echtelt in sixth place, Trent van Melk in seventh with Jaro Kiewicz-Bosch in eighth, Tim Hansler in ninth place with Max van der Meer in 10th, Matthias Klever in 11th place with Julius Grabov in 12th, Lennart Kerster in 13th place with Lorenz van Vlanderen in 14th place, Noah Stehouder in 15th place. Got some work to do with, on the back row, Nicky Naruhito Tomasa and Milano Shiphorse, both disqualified from the pre-final for a technical infringement. Those are your 17 set to take the start of this Minimax final. And essentially, it's a lap here to almost see at racing pace what the lines and, more importantly, where the grip isn't. I think that's more important rather than where the grip is. If you know where the grip is, that's fine, but where do you know which places to avoid? I suppose the tip is to go with the racing line, but now they're on wet tyres, that's more of a possibility. We start our second lap here. Start our second lap of the formation lap. This will be where drivers will now line up in position. It's going to be Holthausen, Tygo Holthausen on the front row, alongside Mick Klinkers, both with big points to prove the championship. Who can take them on? Who can take this on at this stage? Remember, 13-minute final with 2 additional laps after time has elapsed. And drivers now getting into formation, ready to take the start for the Minimax final. 13 minutes on the clock. Who can take top honours here? Keep a close eye on that front row. And also keep an eye at the back there. Tomasa and Shiphorse have jobs to do to make their way back up the order. And here we go then, around the hairpin. Ready to take this start then. And they're being sent round again. It's a false start. And they'll have to do they'll get the 1 lap to reconvene and group up once again and take into formation. And drivers will get another chance, or have another chance, I should say, to start this race. We saw earlier on in the KZ2 pre-finals as well that, oh, there's a spinner just as the camera cuts away. That's not ideal for the second start, because that will more than likely put that drive all the way to the back of the grid now. It's a gap in the 5th row, I think, as far as I can see. But drivers now make their way through the left-hander, for where they'll see two yellow stationary flags to indicate to line up in formation. And we get a second bite of the cherry to start this race. Holthausen and Klinkers on the front row. Julian Dermer as well, ahead of the 1-2-4 of Jim Darnan. And also to keep your eyes at the back there, Tomasa, who finished up the top half of the order, will have time to find as well. Here we go then. Second bite of the cherry, through in towards the final corner. Will we get it this time to stay in formation? And the lights go out, we go racing, and it's a good start then from the number 129. That is, of course, Tygo Holthausen, who takes over the lead in this one with the spray up and at them, and Holthausen runs deep in towards the first corner, loses at least 2 positions there. I should say the second corner, it's the first hairpin. As drivers now make their way through, Julian Dermer will see what sort of positions he can take up then in these early parts, down the inside, and a bit of a switchback as well. Great battling at the front of the order in the pouring rain here, as one kart off onto the grass and picks up the puddle on the inside. That's not going to help keeping dry, or at least it won't help on the wetsuits, but as long as the kart is okay and running in working order, then should be okay on that front. But a great battle for the lead. Holthausen running deep in towards the first hairpin then. And it is the number 122 leading the way. It's Julian Dermer, who started third place in this race, now leads it through in towards the final corner we go. And makes his way across the start-finish line ahead of the 129 of Tygo Holthausen. Third place then is Jim Darnan. As we make our way through in towards the hairpin, Darnan looking for a move up the inside of Holthausen there, but Holthausen looks like he had the better grip on the outside line, and still they scrap away through in towards the S section now. Holthausen just still ahead of Danson there, and down the inside, that looks like that's a Tomasa down the inside. There's the 1-2-4 of Jim Darnan, trying to see we can find a way past Holthausen then. 2 different lines being taken there. We might see this a lot throughout the day as drivers try everything and anything to get some positions there. We're side by side into the left-hander there. That's very nicely done there from the number 125. That's Nicky Naruhito Tomasa, who's done a fine job from 16th place on the grid, getting up plenty of positions, as we just saw there. Holthausen getting sideways out of the final corner there, but manages to keep it all under wraps through and towards the first corner. Following on then, and there's your battle for what is right now second place. Jim Darnan seeing if there's a way through. Not quite yet though, as it's very clear that Holthausen is defending this one. Again, 2 different lines being taken here. Tygo Holthausen wanting to hold on to that second place. Jim Darnan putting the pressure on, applying that pressure more and more in these conditions. And Darnan, I thought, was going to look for it down the inside, but not this time. Might have compromised the exit there. As we make our way through now in towards the flying left-hander. Still trying to find a way through, but there isn't one, as Holthausen does well to place the kart. Make sure there isn't a room for Darnan then. Holthausen more preferring to run deeper into the final hairpin to get the grip on the exit then. It's a much preferred line, which is working well because Holthausen is able to keep ahead. What that defensive line is doing though, is allowing Julian Dermer to fly up the road. That's a bit of an off-track moment for Mick Klinkers, the 104, very much up and ready in the championship, and was running in 5th place. Looks like Mick's lost a couple of positions there, at least probably down to 7th. It just shows you, even if you're high up in the championship, these conditions are very testing. Here we go then, following on with the 133, that's Mika Vonk. So that's Kivitz Bosch right behind in the, I believe, the 103. It's Yara Kiewicz-Bosch as our leader now makes the way through in towards the final corner. It's good, so far so good right now for Julian Dermer. Second place across the line is Holthausen. And third is Dannen there. Still not to rule out as well. The fourth place driver there, you can see, taking a much tighter line is Niki Naruhito Tomasa, who started this race from 16th place, I believe, which is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal from Tomasa at this stage. But definitely one to watch in this race, as Tomasa will be very much ready to take advantage as this battle for second place rages on. Holthausen maybe running too deep there. That's going to allow a little bit of battling here between himself and Dannen through and towards the left-hander. Taking us now on towards the final corner here. Dannen seeing if there's a way through, but there isn't quite a way through. Not just yet. Against Holthausen. Holthausen lighting up the rear tyres, and Dannen is deciding to give a little bit of a push towards the hairpin then. Will Dannen look for a move? He'll have to go the long way around if he wants it. But no way through. And there you can see up the inside was trying Niki Naruhito Tomasa. And again up the inside goes Tomasa. Not quite the way through just yet, but that's just showing you the tighter inside line is not actually a bad option at this stage. Holthausen and Dannen taking wider lines to try and put the power down earlier. But Tomasa very much sticking to a dry line through that section. What it's giving us is a great battle for second place with less than 7 minutes on the clock. As Dannen runs a little bit deep then, that allows an opportunity for Tomasa. As we make our way through in towards the hairpin, Tomasa goes for a move down the inside, has to back out of it, and then gets back onto the power. Again, the more they squabble though, the more that's going to allow Holthausen to get a move ahead. We'll see, I'm sure, two different lines here as Tomasa takes the inside line and gets the power down and moves now up into third place ahead of Dannen. Dannen now trying to fight back. Is there a way through? They were running side by side. They are now no longer. And that is going to be a move for position for Tomasa, who's now up into third place. Splendid drive right now from Niki Naruhito Tomasa. As we look back as well, just less than 6 minutes on the clock. It's Julian Dermer who leads the way. Last time at the line it was 4.5 seconds between himself and Tygo Holthausen. Third place then making the way through is the 1.25 of Niki Naruhito Tomasa. Now we'll see if there is a response here from Dannen to try and fight back, or can Tomasa really put the pressure now once again on Holthausen. Holthausen's probably thinking, got the move done, broke away, managed to get away, but still can't get away. You see there, Tomasa's taking that tighter inside line in towards the hairpin, and although it's allowed Dannen to close up on that occasion, it just seems to be working for Tomasa. So it really is good to see two different lines being taken from the two drivers, and it's allowing for great racing. Julian Dermer, though, just making sure everything is neat and tidy at the top by setting the fastest lap of the race so far last time around, 62.7 seconds last time around. Very treacherous conditions. We've seen that gravel trap catch out so many drivers over the course of the weekend. It's caught out many in the pre-finals as well. As we see then, watching on a battle with the 114, that's going to be Milano Shiphorst, who right now is ahead of Klinkers. That's a move that's happened in the last lap, but Klinkers down the inside in towards the hairpin to try and take back the position. Klinkers is ahead and stays ahead there. That's a battle for 7th place. There's a move up the inside once again. It's a lovely bit of track there to go side-by-side racing now. As that's the 104, that's Klinkers once again having to make some positions there. And Klinkers is having to battle through the field at this point. Meanwhile, we have 3.5 minutes left on the clock to run. And it is Derma who leads the pack at the moment, ahead of Holthausen. Then it's Darnan in third place, but Tomasa is in fourth place and a way back. So potentially something occurring on the last lap. But Tomasa down in fourth place and now about 5 seconds back. It's about 4 seconds back actually from the cars ahead in Darnan. So Tomasa is going to have to put in that work all over again to try and catch up to Darnan for third place. And less than 3 minutes and 2 additional laps. It's not a lot of time to try and recover that one. Well, we've seen some great battling. We've seen some great lap times being set as well. It is a case of Rebus driver. As we see Mika Vonk, this is for 5th place ahead of Kiewiczbosch in the 103. That's Jaro Kiewiczbosch in that battle there for 5th place. Vonk having to defend that position as we make our way through the flying left-hander now. And then onwards towards the hairpin we go. Is there a move here for Jaro Kiewiczbosch? Down in towards the hairpin, no, slightly too far back, but Vonk runs a little deep. That might open the door, but not quite. Kiewiczbosch couldn't quite take advantage of that one. As we make our way through and towards the first corner. Onwards then this battle for 5th place goes down towards the hairpin. Again, both of them taking a wider line. It seems like that is the common theme, to take the wide line in towards the hairpin. There's only a handful of drivers that are not going by that. And one of them is Tomasa, who's taking the much tighter dry line. Tomasa, meanwhile, has just set a personal best, 1 minute 3 flat. He was 7/10 quicker than Darnan. Is there enough time on the clock? Is there enough time as well for Kiewiczbosch to see if they can find a way past Mika Vonk here as we make our way through the left-hander? Through they go. Kiewiczbosch has got a really good run, but just seemed to fade away there. A really good line, perhaps just the rear tyres lighting up. You can see treacherous conditions here, but Kiewiczbosch has got a good run out of the hairpin to put the pressure on Mika Vonk here. Through the first corner we go. In this battle for 5th place, is there a chance for Jaro Kiewiczbosch to make a move? No, there isn't. Kiewiczbosch stays behind. Maybe a little bit of a switchback, a cutback in then. But no, not this time. Kiewiczbosch staying put. Mika Vonk holding on to 5th place as it stands. 45 seconds left on the clock then. As there goes our battle, continuing for 5th place. Not long now for Mika Vonk, but also on the same vein, it's not long for Kiewiczbosch to try and get a move done here. There goes our leader in Julian Derma across the line. So there's 20 seconds on the clock, so that'll give us 3 laps worth of racing, which is this one and then the additional 2 as part of the schedule. Mika Vonk again. It is that racing line, isn't it, for Mika Vonk? He's happy to let the kart run deep in towards the final corner to then get the power down and take a more defensive line. There's our race leader in Julian Derma, making the way through, and we've got one off into the gravel there towards the left-hander, and I'm trying to see if that's Leonard. Is that Leonard Kernet? Just trying to work out, trying to see the number. Might be the 112, but I can't quite see from this angle. If it is the 112, it's near Noah Stehauder. But in any case, the race leader comes across the line, 2 laps to go. So we've got the left-hander that's covered by the yellow flags at the moment, so there'll be no overtaking through there. Race leader right now has a 6.7 lead over Tygo Holthausen at the moment. And Darnan, well, has managed to keep the gap to Tomasa then. Tomasa was looking for very much a late charge to try and grab back a podium, but it looks like that is fading as the laps tick on. Julian Dermer then through in towards the left-hander. The kart has been recovered, so we're back to green flag racing through that section. And as we make our way through in towards the hairpin, Julian Dermer gets the power down and will start the final lap of the Mini-Max final. This was a huge opportunity for Julian Dermer. At the moment, he's grabbing it with both hands. As he makes his way through in towards the final couple of corners then. Makes his way through now. 8-second lead over Holthausen. Started in third place, did Dermer. And now as he makes his way on towards the short run towards the left-hander we go in this Mini-Max final. We head our way onwards towards the hairpin for the final time in the Mini-Max final. And rounding in towards the hairpin for the final time to take the checkered flag, it's going to be Julian Dermer who takes the victory here in the Mini-Max final. A comfortable lead as Holthausen comes across the line to take second place. It's Jim Darnan across the line to take third. And across the line, a very respectable drive from 16th on the grid to 4th place for Nicky Naruhito Tomasa. Vonk is in 5th place there, with Klinkers 6th, Shiphorst 7th, Kivitz Bosch in 8th place. I would love that battle to go on for a little bit longer. Shiphorst managed to get ahead, but Klinkers managed to get up to 6th place towards the end there. And Van Vlanderen across the line to take the last spot on the checkered flag. So, race results then from the Mini-Max final. Provisional results, Julian Dermer takes the victory by nearly 8 seconds ahead of Tygo Holthausen. Jim Darnan in 3rd place with Nicky Naruhito Tomasa in 4th. Mika Vonk in 5th place with Mick Klinkers in 6th. Milano Shiphorst in 7th place. Jaro Kivitz Bosch in 8th. Trent van Melk in 9th and Pelle van Echtelt in 10th place. Julius Graboff in 11th place with Matthias Klever in 12th. Max van der Meer in 13th place with Tim Hansler in 14th and Van Vlanderen rounding off the 15 drivers with Stiehouder not finishing the race and Kirster not taking the race start. So with Mini-Max, the Mini-Max final into the books. Next up will be the Max Juniors to take to the track. Max Juniors had Boaz Maximov really in really good form coming into this one. And Boaz Maximov will start in 2nd place in this race. Bran van der Weyken will be at the top of the running then. Bran van der Weyken managing to win by 5.8 seconds in the pre-final to book that spot on top. And Maximov had to do some battling with the likes of Storm van Rossum in the end. So Lieke van Berkel, who originally won this race, was eventually classified last for being underweight. So Lieke will have to work from the very back of the grid to make their way back up the order once again. And it's allowed the likes of Bran van der Weyken and Boaz Maximov to take the front row start. with Storm van Rossum and Luca van Leer filling out the row 2. A couple of penalties, 206 and 271. So 206 is James van der Poel and 271 is AJ Berggraaf. They got a 1-place penalty for 2 wheels outside the corridor during the starting procedure. So essentially that's the tram lines on the start-finish line there. They had 2 wheels outside of that, so that's a 1-place penalty for them both. A 3-second penalty for the 249, which was Nold den Engelsman. And that was for unsportsmanlike driving. And then we had 5-second penalties for front fairing infringements for 291, which is Lionel Munguia. 233, which is Boris Verheij. 236, Jur Drent. 250, which is Kimi May. 212 in Philip Hansler. 288 of Tom Rieger. And 206 of James van der Poel. They all got 5-second penalties for front fairing infringements. And there was also a 5-place penalty applied to Bodine Blankenberg for unsportsmanlike driving. For very unsportsmanlike driving, it says in the penalty announcements on the grid lineup. But drivers now waiting on the grid, ready to get the show on the road for the Max Junior Final. Drivers now being instructed to jump into their karts, team personnel to leave the grid, which means we're not too far away now from getting our 3rd final of the day running. It is the Max Juniors coming up next. And it will be a case of Bran van der Weyken and Boas Maximov. They had a great battle in the pre-final earlier on today. How will they go in the final this time around? Only time will tell as they get away on their formation lap. So as drivers make their way onto their formation lap for the Max Juniors, let's see how they line up then. Bran van der Weyken on pole position with Boas Maximov in 2nd place. Storm van Rossum in 3rd place with Luca van Leer in 4th place. Mohamed Elbazaki in 5th, alongside is Boris Verheij in 6th. 7th place goes to Jur Drent, and 8th place Emir Siatkovska. 9th place, I should say, now Den Engelsman and Kimi May in 10th place. On the 6th row, it's AJ Berggraaf and Tom Rieger, 11th and 12th. 7th row of the grid is Philip Hanser and Sepp ter Horst. 8th row of the grid is James van der Poel and Bodine Blankenberg. Marieke Hiemstra and Lionel Munguia, I should say, take row 9. Max Sadersky and Devon Yater take row 10. And on the back, all on their own, is Lieke van Berkel, who was classified last due to being underweight, had won the pre-final, but has to start from the back in the final of the Max Juniors. And that means one thing. Lieke is going to be looking for positions left, right and centre. Van Berkel is one to watch, starting from the back of the grid in this Max Junior Final. Also ones to watch as well were the likes of Bran van der Weyken, Boas Maximov and Storm van Rossum. You couldn't really separate them. There was about 0.2 of a second that separated the 3 of them at the checkered flag in the pre-final. Definitely. The fact that they're all sharing the front 3 spots is an indication of probably how this race is going to shape up. It's going to be close, I think. Let's see then as drivers make their way through in towards that S section, ready to start formation up with Bran van der Weyken and Boas Maximov sharing the front row. Van Rossum and Van Leer on row number 2, Elbazaki and Verheij sharing row 3. Great battle between Van der Weyken, Maximov and Van Rossum in the pre-final. Long may it continue into the final. 13 minutes on the clock with 2 additional laps once time has elapsed. We are ready to go racing here. A look over at each other of what might be going into this one. Our 2 front runners. And as they make their way through in towards their hairpin, we'll see what these starts are like then. Will we get to go racing the first time around? We get onto the power and we're going round again. A false start called. And I'm sure in the finals we haven't had a start that's we've had a start that goes first time around. They've all been at least on the second try. So another chance then for drivers. It's only the one lap, this lap in fact, they get to go round and get back into formation once again. And Van der Weyken and Maximov very much looking to pick up where they left off, with Van Rossum right behind them as well. Bazaki's also one to watch. The Belgian looking to make up some positions early on. Still raining here in Kerpen. And watching on now as we head away through the left-hander. Now onwards towards the hairpin we go. A tasty looking front row in terms of what's in store. Van der Weyken, Maximov and Van Rossum all eager to get this underway. Who can blame them? Through in towards the hairpin we go then for the second time of asking. We get onto the tram lines and we go round again, another false start. So they do say third time is the charm, and what that does mean is the clock has started to count down. So although the race hasn't started, the clock has. So we will go racing with whatever's left on the clock when they come back around. So, red flag being shown there to the drivers. They've had 2 attempts to get this started, and both times it's been a false start. So this will be a chat to be had on the front row as to why we have had 2 false starts, and this will be an instruction rather than a here's what you should do. This will be a you must now. And all while the clock is ticking down as well, so they should have another attempt a third time to get our Max Junior final underway. It is a lengthy conversation to be had. But here we go then. So, they do say third time is the charm, don't they? Maybe a conversation there is what will do the trick. Let's see then, as we make our way around the hairpin. We still have 10.5 minutes left on the clock. It has been ticking down, remember? Due to 2 false starts, the clock now continues to count down. Here we go then. And the lights go out. We go racing now. We are racing, and up the inside goes that 296 of Bran van der Weyken. Can he hold on to the lead then as we make our way down in towards the hairpin for the first time, as there's a spinner in the background, 2 spinners in fact, as they look to try and rejoin onto the track. They both do, and they both get away. But that's not the start either of them would have wanted at this early stage, as we're going too wide, going in towards the left-hander through this S section. Very technical and winding part of the circuit for our drivers to get to grips with at racing speed. And as we make our way through in towards the short run, down towards the flying left-hander then. We took 3 bites at it, but we have a race start, and it is the 296 that leads the way. Van der Weyken leads then. from Maximov in second place as we make our way through in towards the final corner. As there's lots of battling in the background as well, as up the inside went the number 271. That was AJ Berggraf, and I think that was Max Sederski who got onto the grass out of the final corner there. And oh, someone's off at the first hairpin there. Luckily not too much onto the grass, but still losing a lot of time there as our two leaders try and break away. Van Rossum is in third place, or was at third place at the time on the line, and looking to try and get back up the order. Storm Van Rossum still in third place as it stands, and we watch on with drivers and carts looking to see what they can do. There's your two leaders just trying to start to break away from the rest of the pack. And Van der Weyken leads Maximov then in towards the hairpin, and that's the 238, I think that went off the circuit. That would have been Storm Van Rossum, who's lost positions there at the final, at the flying left-hander off into the gravel. And where did Van Rossum rejoin? That's the 218 of Emir Jadkowska as well, I think having a bit of a moment at the final corner. But we'll see where Van Rossum was fourth at the line, so might not have lost too much time. Sederski's up to third place, though, in all of this, and with the fastest lap of the race, a 58.8. Compare that to our leaders who are lapping Van der Weyken in the low 59, so that's a couple of tenths gain there in terms of Sederski. As we make our way through in towards the snaking S section. That's a move up the inside and mounting the curbs there in the background. I was trying to see if that was who that was in the background, but in any case, it was a move that was definitely attempted there. It might have been Elbazaki. Well, we're watching on Elbazaki, I think, in towards the final hairpin. Still just over 7 minutes to go. Remember, the timer has been started, and it has been running since the second false start. And as we watch on there, Mohamed Elbazaki, I believe this is, we're watching Berggraf in the 271. Yes, it is. As we head away through the left-hander, Elbazaki wants that position. Will he be able to find it against Berggraf here? Heading our way through. It's all about keeping it neat and tidy in these conditions. It's so easy to just have one lapse of concentration and all of a sudden you find yourself off the track. It has happened a couple of times there. AJ Berggraf, that is, in sixth place. Elbazaki in seventh behind, and Shadkowska not too far behind either in that battle. There's somewhere a slow-moving cart in the background there. Our leader comes across the line now, and Maximov is now ahead of Van der Weyken. Sederski now into third place. So Boaz Maximov trying to get this race under his control, which he has done, and there's a battle for position. And AJ Berggraf, that is trying to hold back Elbazaki, doing a good job of that so far, but Elbazaki is looking to really turn up the pressure and try and get a move done. Just under 6 minutes left to run, plus the additional 2 laps. As still side-by-side action in the lower mid-pack. And still applying the pressure is Elbazaki in the 298. There's yellow flags. That's a cart off up ahead of them. That's the 297. That's Max Sederski, who was off into the gravel there. And that's allowed Van der Weyken through. Van der Weyken is now through and up into second place once again. So that's put Sederski down to third place. That means that fourth place is Van Rossum, and we watch on there this battle. It is the 294 as we head our way through in towards the hairpin. And finding our way through, sorry, it might be the Van Leer then, 284. Might have misread a number there. It would be Van Leer and the 284 battling away for position ahead of Berggraf and Elbazaki. As we make our way through then in towards the left-hander, just seeing Maximov make his way now through in towards the final couple of corners, in towards the final corner now. And that's a bit of a moment there for AJ Berggraaf. Still has a lot of pressure behind. There's a bit of contact behind them. And that has put the 298 Mohamed Elbazaki up a position. Van Leer, I think that was, in the 284, who's fallen a position. But that is Berggraaf and Elbazaki knowing that if one makes a move on a kart, the other has to follow swiftly to keep their battle alive. And Elbazaki still looking for that move down the inside, no way through just there. Yellow flag's up ahead of them, so they won't be able to battle. They'll have to stay single file, and that is a kart off in the background. 3 minutes 40 on the clock, but it's back to green flag for them now, and Elbazaki sees that Berggraaf runs a little bit deep into the corner, but I don't think Elbazaki can do anything about it. Through and towards the left-hander we go. Elbazaki will want to try and close up, but struggles through the mid part of that flying left-hander. And onwards we go then, back on the power. Watching on then, the battle for 5th place between AJ Berggraaf and Mohamed Elbazaki. Down in towards the hairpin we go. Just over 3 minutes left on the clock. Elbazaki in the number 298 you see there, with Berggraaf in the 271. Up ahead of them, not too far up the road either, is the number 238, which would be Storm van Rossum, as they still battle away here. That is your battle right now for 5th place. Elbazaki, always one to watch. Always knows how to put on a show, and that's a big dive then, down to the inside for Berggraaf. And is that a chance for drivers behind to take advantage? Can Elbazaki find a way through? Not this time, but that's a struggle for Berggraaf through the left-hander then, heading our way towards the final hairpin. Elbazaki tries to see an open door. It is slammed shut. No way through there. Berggraaf is really trying to attack, really trying to drive, and really trying to defend from Elbazaki here. He's also got to be aware that there is a chance up ahead. That's Storm van Rossum, as we have a yellow flag at the final hairpin. And driver up and out. I'm trying to see if that might be the 218. Or it could be the 288. We'll see as they cross over the line. But there'll be one that won't have crossed the line. It might be the 288 of Rager here. And it is. Unfortunate for Tom Rager then, who is off at the final hairpin and unfortunately out of this race. Meanwhile, 90 seconds on the clock. Our leader passes through with a new fastest lap time of 58 seconds exactly. How about this for a battle then? There goes Elbazaki up the inside of AJ Berggraaf, but runs deep in towards the hairpin. Berggraaf can find a way down the inside, but the better drive is in favour of Elbazaki. And Elbazaki moves now up into 5th place. And I'm sure now his sights will be set on Van Rossum up ahead. Through the hairpin we go then. And let's see what Elbazaki can do now from this position. 4th place is very much up for grabs right now, if he can go for it, which down the inside of at least one kart's there. Through we go. There's a kart that's also a non-finish. That might be Mungia in the number 291. Lionel Mungia will not see the checkered flag, it would seem. But Elbazaki is on a charge right now, and I believe has passed Van Rossum here as we head our way through in towards the final corner. Again, Elbazaki running a little bit deeper into the final hairpin, but he seems to prefer that one, so that is him now ahead of Van Rossum. It's 9 seconds to the next kart, which with seconds on the clock is going to be a big ask even for Elbazaki, but now he'll just be focused on breaking away and getting as far up the road ahead of Storm van Rossum as possible. You see battling still going on up and down the field right now to decide final positions. The time has elapsed now. So when we see Boaz Maximov make his way across the line, there he goes past the commentary box window to start with 2 more laps to go. And there's the 266 under increasing pressure now. That's Devra Mieta under increasing pressure from what could be the 206 there of James van der Poel. But we make our way through that flying left-hander, and it is van der Poel. Through in towards the hairpin we go then. And big challenge here for Mieta to hold on to that position right now as he makes his way across the line. Van der Poel has already looked for a move, almost had it stick, but no way through. Can Van der Poel seal the move, or can Mieta just hold on for 2 more laps, for about 2 more kilometres, maybe less than that now, at which the point of track they're on. We are now onto the final lap of the, or will be onto the final lap of the race, as Boaz Maximov starts us off on that one with a lead of 9.2 seconds as it stands. Maximov is maximising his chances of extending and gaining valuable points in the championship. And still battles to decide out on track as well. There is the 238 then, that's Storm van Rossum, so that's our battle there for 5th place between Bergdorf and Van Leer, who could be there as well. But our leader is just making his way through now in towards the hairpin, the number 230, Boaz Maximov, through in towards the final corner and back onto the power and takes the checkered flag. Boaz Maximov takes the victory in the Max Juniors. A commanding lead as the number 293 comes across the line. There goes the Van der Weyken in the 296 and Swiderski in the 297. Separated by half a second out on track there. Elbazaki's across the line to take 4th place, with Van Rossum, Bergdorf and Van Leer taking 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th respectively, in a battle that could have got on, but unfortunately we only have 30 minutes and 2 laps to play with. But some moves done then from Elbazaki to get him up those positions, as we see the drivers taking the checkered flag. We're just awaiting now Den Engelsman in the 249 to take the checkered flag. There goes Nold Den Engelsman to take the checkered flag. And that is our provisional result then for the Max Juniors. Boaz Maximov takes a 10-second lead and a win over Brand van der Weyken and Max Swiderski rounding off the top 3. Mohamed Elbazaki in 4th, Storm van Rossum in 5th, AJ Bergdorf in 6th. 7th place is Luca van Leer. Bodijn Blankenberg takes 8th, Boris Verheij in 9th and Emir Siadkowska in 10th. Lieke van Berkel did well to recover to 11th place, having to start from the back with Van der Poel in 12th. Mieta in 13th place with May in 14th. 15th place is Hansler. Ter Horst in 16th place. Den Engelsman 17th and Heemstra rounding off our 18 finishers, with Drent, Rega and Mungia not taking the checkered flag, retiring at some point in the race. So with the Max Juniors final in the books and subject to the usuals, we will look now to our DD2 and DD2 Masters, which are run together. And I mentioned before today, going into this, it was a case of Mika van der Pavert, championship leader at this stage, and not too far behind was Wout Kerstjens, and Wout managed to take the victory, if memory serves me well, from the DD and DD2s. Yes, Wout Kerstjens did take the victory. Axel Goers then was classified as 2nd place, Mark Schupman in 3rd, with Imke Arts in 4th place. Imke managed to qualify on pole position for the pre-final, but dropped to 4th place in line for the final. And there were a couple of penalties handed out there as well. A 3-second penalty to the number 409. That would have been Nick Danchenko. That was a 3-second time penalty for a second official warning, with the first coming in the, I believe, the round 3 pre-final. And 5-second penalties for front fairing infringements. that went to the 510. That was Ton van Veert. 486, which was Mika van der Pavert. 418, I should say, Jesse Spans. And 444 of Derek van Kurt. So Jesse Spans there had some good battling towards the end of the race, but then got a 5-second penalty, so that dropped him a couple of positions all the way down to 7th place. He had finished the race, I believe, in 6th. So, sorry, he finished the race in 5th, it looks like. So, a 10-second penalty there. Dropped him a few positions. But Wout Kirsten's 2nd place in the championship and on pole position for the final. Mika van der Pavert, as well, with that 5-second penalty for a front fairing infringement. Quite a few did get 5-second penalties for that infringement, but not ideal for Mika van der Pavert. Starts 5th place in this race, our championship leader, at least going into today. And we'll have some moves to make up. So Wout Kirstens will start this one on pole position. Axel goes in 2nd place. And Mark Schupman and Imke Arts. That was a battle and a half in our pre-final. I'm sure those two will pick up exactly from where they left off earlier on. And also Luca Neuvenhausen, also one to watch as well. Luca finished, or at least starts this one in 6th place in the 488. And as team personnel leave the grid, we're not too far away then from our DD2 and DD2 Masters. DD2 Masters, Wim Rulo is in 10th place as the leader of the DD2s, with Dmitry Ostrovsky in 11th place overall in the 519 and 2nd in class. So essentially 2 different classes being run, the DD2s and the DD2 Masters. They have the shared grid and shared qualifying sessions, so it is wherever they finish. They don't split the classes. Just awaiting for recovery vehicle to be done and dusted, and we get going for our formation lap. Now on to the DD2 and DD2 Master Final. Here's how the grid looks upcoming. Wout Kirstens on pole position, ahead of Axel goes in 2nd place. 2nd row of the grid is Mark Schupman and Imke Arts, 3rd and 4th. 3rd row of the grid is Mika van der Pavert, work to do from 5th place, alongside Luca Neuvenhausen. 4th row of the grid is Jesse Spans and Gwena Blokjaal. 5th row of the grid is Nick Dantchenko and Wim Rolau, the first of our DD2 Masters. 6th row of the grid is Dmitry Ostrovsky and Luca Weber. 7th row of the grid is Timo Hug and Christoph Adams. And our final row is Derek van Kurt and Ton van Veert. In our DD2 Masters, Wim Rolau, Dmitry Ostrovsky 10th and 11th. We've got Timo Hug starting 13th, Christoph Adams in 14th, and Ton van Veert in 16th place. They're all racing for the DD2 Masters today. Not an ideal day yesterday for Mika van der Pavert, but could still recover some positions here today, especially against Wout Kirstens. That's the one driver he couldn't really afford to drop points to. That's still all to play for in this final. 13 minutes and 2 laps on the board. We haven't had a final yet. Get racing the first time of asking. We shall see how this one goes. Our 4th finals race of the day. Ready and waiting here as drivers now approach the fast left-hander, the penultimate corner, if you like, if you don't count the S's that come after it, up towards the hairpin. They very much, the corners after this left-hander, very much counters corners in the wet, perhaps not so much in the dry. But drivers now getting into formation. And a front row of Wout Kerstens and Axel Goes will take us and start this race. Definitely to keep an eye on Van der Pavert in 5th place in the 4.86. One to really try and get back up the order as swiftly and quickly as possible. But Kerstens was a very good competitor in the pre-final. Let's see how that stacks up for the final then, as we make our way onwards towards the start lights. We do go racing this time, and it's a good start there for the 4.66. That's Wout Kerstens from pole position, able to take a command here, but we head our way through, but he's lost out on that position almost instantly there as we head our way through in towards the next couple of corners now. Out of the hairpin we go. Looks like everyone just made it through, but Wout Kerstens looked like he got that start pretty much nailed, but then lost out at the hairpin. And I wonder if that's Schutman there, who's putting some pressure on as well up the order. But as our drivers now make their way through out of the tighter left-hander, the short run towards that flying left-hander with the gravel lurking on the outside. It is the 4.55, so that is Axel Goes from the front row of the grid, taking back the race lead. So Axel managed to get that move done at the hairpin, although Kirsten got the move done. He struggled there, and that's a yellow flag. That's a bit of a spinner at the second hairpin, but has managed to get going again relatively quickly. That's the 4.13. So that's Lockgill, who now recovers onto the track. But our leaders then make their way through in towards this sweeping S section. It's Axel Goes ahead as we make our way through. And you can see Kerstens in 2nd place here. And rounding off the top 3 is the 4.59 of Schutman here. Now, you can see there Kerstens is in 2nd place. The timing screen doesn't show that. Potentially a transponder might be, just needs a bit of a tap maybe from Kerstens here. But we make our way through in towards that final corner to get back down on the power once again. Axel Goes still leads the way as we head away through that right-hander. And Schutman 3rd place then, very much eagerly watching on. And that's a move, a look of a move down the inside there for Schutman, down in towards the right-hander. And now Kerstens has to go defensive. And that might cost time here in his parade to try and close in on Axel Goes here. They get back on the power. The top 3 have managed to break away. Well, I was going to say break away from the rest of the pack, but they haven't really, because Van der Pavert is very much ready and on the case. Starting from 5th, now in 4th, as our 4 drivers make their way through in towards that left-hander. Now towards the hairpin we go. Axel Goes is trying to break away as best as possible. It is Kerstens in 2nd place there. And across the line goes Schutman in 3rd. And then there you can see it is Van der Pavert in 4th place. Jesse Spahns has dropped a couple of positions there on that last lap, down to 10th place. But is this a gap starting to form then for Axel Goes? Is Kerstens defending from Schutman? Is that costing Kerstens some time here? Right on the back of them as well is going into today the championship leader in Van der Pavert. Nico Van der Pavert keen to get as many positions as possible, having starting from 5th place today. He's already made up 1 position. And we'll see now what he can do against Schutman here in towards the hairpin. Schutman running a little bit deep, and that is he sees the opportunity there, does Mika Van der Pavert, but he can't find the way through. Van der Pavert has to find another option, as again 2 slightly different lines being taken. Perhaps Van der Pavert here testing a different line and seeing how much grip there is there to launch an attack. I don't think at this point it's a concern for Schupman, because Schupman's trying to close in on Kirstjens. Has to be careful of Van der Pavert behind, and that's why he's right onto the back of him now. Through in towards the left-hander before the short run towards this flying left. Through we go then. Just one to keep your eye on then. Schupman in third, with Van der Pavert in fourth place. Van der Pavert again seems to take a tighter line towards the exit of the corner on the final corner, and it doesn't work that time around. But a wider line on entry as well from Van der Pavert to see if there's a way past Schupman at this moment in time. All that battling as well behind. Axel Goes has made a 1.5 second gap. So there's your battle for second place here, as Schupman briefly turns defence into attack here against Kirstjens in the 4.66. Wout Kirstjens trying to hold on to that position then. And Schupman applying the pressure as they fly their way through and on towards the hairpin. Schupman gets a little bit of oversteer on the exit of that left-hander. And again, you see different lines being taken by the drivers here just to see what works. They're sticking to what they know. They're sticking to what they think is going to be the best line through here. And it's tighter lines now in towards the hairpin. And Schupman perhaps looks a move up the inside, but Kirstjens had that one covered then in this battle for second place. As they're taking a wider line, Van der Pavert again looking to apply the pressure. As well as that, fastest lap of the race last time around was Nieuwenhuizen. And Schupman there running a little bit deep. That might compromise his run into the left-hander. I don't think it did actually, so shows what I know. But Schupman now looking for a move down the inside in towards the left-hander. There's contact between the two, and that puts Wout Kirstjens slightly off. I don't think he got into the gravel, but it certainly cost him time. Schupman moves up a position though, as does two drivers behind as well. So that's going to put Van der Pavert into third place, and now he can see what he can do against Mark Schupman here. He'll try and get the power down, look for the move around the outside, up against the next left-hander. He'll try the old up and under here, and he gets the move done. So Van der Pavert into second place now. Nice move on Mark Schupman there. And now Van der Pavert, what can he do from this position with just over 5.5 minutes left on the clock? 2.7 second gap between himself and Axel Goes. Can he find the time he needs? He'll have to try and break away from Mark Schupman to begin with, though. That's going to be the first order of the day. As we head away in towards the hairpin now. Nieuwenhuizen again looking to see what he can do in that 4.88 then. Nieuwenhuizen has the fastest lap. He did have the fastest lap until Mika van der Pavert got the fastest lap there. So 57.6 from Van der Pavert last time around compared to 58.3 from Axel Goes last time around. 0.6 of a second gained for Van der Pavert. 4.5 minutes still left on the clock here. And there's Axel Goes who leads the way. Van der Pavert in second place. Mark Schupman in third. And Luca Nieuwenhuizen in fourth place. .5 seconds now is the gap. Van der Pavert lapping 0.7 quicker than Axel Goes on that last lap here. Very much finding the pace out there is Mika van der Pavert. Catching is one thing, Passing is very much another, as is the same. But 1.5 seconds at the line with 0.7 of a second taken out of that lead on the last lap alone. Van der Pavert here very much locked in to see what he can do to close that gap down even further. That gap's come down again, just looking at it. As we make our way through in towards the final few corners, then in towards the hairpin we go in this sweeping S section. Back on the power we go. It's Axel Gers who still leads the way ahead of Van der Pavert. Van der Pavert, new fastest lap of the race, a 57.588. And that is another 0.7 taken out of that gap. The gap is now 0.7 between the two of them. Wider line taken by Van der Pavert there to try and get the power down earlier and get more of a run on Axel Gers here. In our DD2s, they make their way through in towards the left-handers. And this S section now in towards the back end of the circuit with the run towards that fast left-hander. How much speed do you take through there? Both drivers keeping it nice and tidy right now, with just over 2 minutes on the clock then. Again, two different lines. Which one will be favoured? As they both make their way across the line, Axel Gers and Van der Pavert. Van der Pavert takes another 0.4 out of that time then. Down at the hairpin we go. And Van der Pavert look for a move around the outside. He'll certainly try a little bit of a switchback here. And Axel Gers defends the position. Van der Pavert looks again, has to look the long way around, can't find it on that occasion. But so close together as well. Look at that battle for third place as well between Schuppmann and Neuvenhausen. Two battles within the top four to keep an eye on here. As that looked like Axel Gers runs tighter into that left-hander before the flowing fast left-hander. Van der Pavert then looks like he's got eyes on the victory here. Down in towards the hairpin. Can Axel Gers hold on for a few more laps? As they make their way across the line in towards the first corner, now towards the first hairpin. Gers defends the inside line. Van der Pavert will have to go the long way round. Loses a bit of time in that section. So Axel Gers gets a little bit of breathing space right now. It won't be a lot of breathing, but he'll get to have it on this occasion. There's Mark Schuppmann in third place with Luca Neuvenhausen in fourth. Sweeping S section once again. Two different lines being taken. It just looks like Axel Gers takes a little bit of a tighter line. And Van der Pavert's happy to run a little bit wider to maybe put the power down and get more of a run. As we make our way through in towards the hairpin, the final hairpin once again. There'll only be seconds on the clock, but what it will mean is there's 3 laps to go. Look at this battle for third place then. Luca Neuvenhausen wanting to get the move done on Mark Schuppmann then. As there's a battle for the lead. Gers defends from the inside, and there's a move as well. I think that was Mark Schuppmann really trying to take an inside line there to defend from Neuvenhausen, but they're battling away for third place in the background. Neuvenhausen has got the move done. Neuvenhausen up into third place. Mark Schuppmann trying to find a way back up the inside. As we watch on here, the battle for the lead, as that was Van der Pavert looking for moves here, just trying to see if he can open up a gap that he can get his way through. Back on the power we go then, and onwards towards the final set of corners, as that was a look from Van der Pavert. He didn't commit to it. Axel Gers makes his way through in towards that S section, towards the final hairpin. He has to defend for 2 more laps here against Van der Pavert. Across the line they will go then, and through turn 1. Van der Pavert's got a great run here. Can he do anything with it? As Gers defends the inside line. Van der Pavert again getting back on the power. He'll have to look around the outside, but he's got the move done, has he? Has to leave the door open for Axel Gers. They run side by side then out of that corner, but it looks like that is a position gained then. And it is for Axel. Axel Goes loses out to the position then to Van der Pavert. Van der Pavert now obtaining the race lead, now has a chance to really extend it now. He can go for it. Will he pull out the fastest lap of the race just to put the cherry on top? He started in 5th place. Now he's looking to try and wrap up this victory. The final lap board is out. One more lap to go then in the DD2 and the DD2 Master. And a nice bit of battling between Van der Pavert and Axel Gers. Nieuwenhuizen up into third place. Kirstjens is up into 4th, with Schupman in 5th. Further down, at least in the outside of the podium places. But already, Van der Pavert is opening up that gap. Making his way through this winding S section before he slows it down. The tighter left-hander back on the power. He will go through the last couple of corners now, through the flying left-hander as there's a kart off up ahead. That's the 510, that's Ton van Weert. As we make our way through, out of the final corner we go then. And towards the line to take the checkered flag, it is Mika van der Pavert in the number 486 that takes the victory ahead of Axel Gers. And Luca Nieuwenhuizen takes 3rd place on the line. Kirstjens in 4th place, with Schupman finishing in the top 5. A great drive then from Mika van der Pavert to take the race victory from 5th place on the grid. And our DD2 Masters, I haven't given them a lot of love in this one, but we have the 555 of Christoph Adams, who came across the line 7th overall and to win the DD2 Master class. Then we had the number 519 of Dmitry Ostrovsky in 2nd place. And there across the line is the 535 of Timo Haug to round off our DD2 Master podium places. And it looked like Christoph Adams, once he got into the rhythm there, never looked back. Had a spin on the first lap of the pre-final, but managed to recover there. And Rulau, just see who's off into the gravel and will not finish this race. But let's take a look at the provisional standings for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. For the DD2s, it's Mika van der Pavert who takes the victory ahead of Axel Gers, and it's Luca Nieuwenhuizen who takes 3rd place. Wout Kirstjens in 4th place, with Mark Schupman in 5th. Imke Arts in 6th place, with our winner of the DD2 Masters in Christoph Adams in 7th place overall. Nick Danchenko in 8th place. Dmitry Ostrovsky 9th overall, 2nd in class. And that was the 535 of Timo Haug rounding off the top 10, and 3rd place in the DD2 Masters. So 3 races to go. And the KZ2 Masters are up next, as they will make their way onto the grid. There's a kart or 2 to recover for the time being. But these shifter karts come out to play once again. Wesley de Waal took the victory last time out. And Glenn van der Herke lines up in 2nd place. Mick Bertram will have to start from the back, as he was disqualified from the pre-final for front fairing manipulation, is what's been reported. So Mick Bertram will have to start from the back of the grid. Also, 3-second penalty for the number 198, and that is Jerome Boss, who unfortunately didn't finish the last race and still got a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. And then we had 5-second penalties for front fairing infringements for the 118, that's Niels Burler. 124 for Edgar Ersting. 111 of William Klooster. 195 of Alexander Homerson. 146 of Alan Kenyon. And 198 of Jerome Boss. So Jerome Boss picking up another penalty for that front fairing. So 8 seconds in well, actually, oh, you got it not for the front fairing, you got it for the unsportsmanlike driving. So that was 8 seconds worth of penalties added on to the 198. But Jerome Boss didn't finish the race anyway, so. Wesley Duvall in fine form, but in second place in the championship, and it's Jerome Boss who has really lost out in that pre-final, having to start from the back of the grid, went into this weekend as the championship leader. But Wesley Duvall, with that last win, puts himself right up in the running to get himself more points. Glenn van der Herk as well, who was third place in the standings, lines up second place in the pre-final. And then we have William van der Kai, who starts all the way down in 11th place. Now, William van der Kai is fourth in the standings. Mick Bertram, who's fifth in the standings, will have to start from the back of the grid, and he's also been disqualified from the pre-final. So, got a lot of work to do, has Mick Bertram, in this race. Well, the KZ2 Master and the KZ2 that follow this one will be standing starts. And they will have one member of personnel to assist them on the grid and help them get off the line and get them off the mark. But that will be the only help they get. We had 2 false starts due to stranded carts in the pre-final. And now the call is made then for drivers to jump into carts and for all but one team personnel to leave the grid. A front row of Wesley Duvall and Glenn van der Herk awaits us very, very shortly indeed as they make their way now onto their formation. Here's how the grid looks then for the KZ2 Master Final. It's Wesley Duvall on the front of the order with Glenn van der Herk starting alongside. Row 2 is Jonas Hansen Hardy and Nekke Berhenne. Row 3 will be Sebastian Coppenol and Bast Steen. Row 4 will be Anders Elkjær and Sam Ward. Row 5 will be Benno Ridder and Edgar Ørsting. Row 6 will be William van der Kai. He's got a lot of work to do, sharing alongside with Niels Koster. 7th row of the grid is Niels Berler and Kevin Cohen. 8th row is William Closter and Mark Verhaven. 9th row is Anton Gidding and Alexander Homerson. 10th row is Martin Versteeg and Alan Kenyon. And on the back row is Jerome Boss and Mick Bertram. Now, Jerome Boss struggled with the kart, not only in the pre-final, but in qualifying yesterday as well. He qualified all the way down the order and took an early retirement in the race in the pre-final. We'll look to see what he can do and whether those gremlins have been ridded of for this race. If there's a race where Jerome Boss needs to pick up some big points, it needs to be this one. Bertram is running at the back end of the grid. Of course, he was disqualified from the pre-final for a manipulation of the front fairing in the pre-final. So Mick Bertram, who is up in that championship battle, having to start from the back of the grid and also being disqualified from the pre-final as well. So hit with both barrels. However, drivers now make their way through in towards the final couple of corners now. A last minute heat into the brakes at the very least and into the rear tyres to help them launch off the line. One of 2 standing starts in our round of finals here today. The KZ2s as well will also be a standing start, but for the KZ2 Master, we see Duvall put some last minute heat into the tyres and keep as much heat into tyres as possible, as now the waiting game for our front row of Duvall and van der Herk. It's that patient waiting game at the moment, as the rest of the field form up behind. And once they do, and once they're ready, we'll see the green flag from the back of the grid to signify that we're ready to go racing. Green flag waves at the back then. Eyes on the lights for the drivers on the gantry. The red lights go on, and they go out, and it's a launch off the line then for Van der Herk. He takes the lead then through in towards the first corner, and should be clear down towards the first hairpin as well. As what are the stars like through in towards the hairpin then, 2 abreast and 3 abreast in towards that first hairpin. Looks like everyone's made it out of that first hairpin without too much trouble. And as we make our way through, it was a launch off the line for Van der Herk. Van der Herk took the lead then through in towards the first couple of corners, but it's always interesting to see how drivers react to the first few laps on a wet track that they haven't seen for a while, of course. As we make our way, our leaders then through in towards the flying left-hander. It is Van den Berg who leads the way, Van den Herk who leads the way as we head our way through in towards the final corner. He's got a bit of a lead already, a bit of a gap forming behind him, as second place there is the 126 Berhene, and it's Duval in third place then in the 123. So in these early stages, Wesley Duval is down to third place, and there's battling to be done behind as well, as drivers try to settle in as much as they can for a 13-minute race with 2 extra laps added on. There we see that's the 189 then, that's Sam Ward. Sam Ward, who started this race in 8th place, and last time he went across the line he was in 4th, so mega start from Sam Ward there. Very much carved through the field in the first 2 laps. Van den Herk, a commanding lead right now. It was 1.5 seconds at the line last time around. As we make our way out of that final corner once again, we'll see what the gap is this time. It's 2 seconds, so another half a second from Van den Herk. He's gained on Berhene. And as we make our way through the hairpin for the 3rd time of asking, there is the 136, that's Bastien. And Bastien started in 6th place in this one. He's currently in 5th, so he's made progress up the order. I'm keen to see where those that had to start at the back of the grid are faring. I'm looking for Jerome Boss as well, but Jerome Boss at the line was at 16th place. So from 22nd, or at least 21st, he's managed to get a couple of positions to start with to begin this race. As that is the 190 there, struggling for grip. Jonas Hansen Hardy, who really lit up the rear tyres going through that left-hander. And that's not a place you really want to be slightly out of control of your car, with that gravel trap calling you on the outside there if you make a wrong move. But managed to keep it all under wraps. So there's a move down the inside there. And I think that would have been Bertram down the inside of the 134, as there's battles all behind as well. And if that is Bertram, Mick Bertram would have been up a position. Of course, Mick Bertram had to start from the back. So if that is Bertram making a move then for another position, he'll get himself into the top half of the table. There's the 194 running around the circuit. That's El Kaya, who's having to do a defensive job against Ersting at this stage of the race. As there's a look up the inside, but a decision against that move from the 124 of Edgar Ersting, as he's looking to try and put El Kaya under pressure in towards the hairpin we go. Again, a slightly deeper line taken there from, that's the 134, so that's Bertram there, who's now up into the top 10. And Bertram here looking for a move on Ersting now. Ersting taking the tighter inside line. Bertram having to go the long way around, but see if he can get a little bit of a better exit than El Kaya. Boss is in 15th place by all accounts, but there is definitely a different line there from Bertram, as he looks to try any line to try and find a way past the 194 of Anders Elkaya, and that's a spin-off. That's the 136. That's Steen who's off. Bas Steen off into the gravel from what was at the time 5th place. Disaster for Steen then He'll have to see if he can recover that car back onto the track. And then he'll have to give it a running start before he can. He'll be falling down the order then. Meanwhile, further up ahead, there is the 194 battling away then. That is Anders Elkaya. Still again battling away with Bertram for position. Looking to see what he can do. Bertram will hit Bertram right behind Anders Elkaya. They want to get that position done and dusted in the meantime. But in the case of Anders Elkaya, he's doing everything right. He's doing everything in keeping the cart in the right place at the right time. At the moment, there's no way through for Mick Bertram. Bertram does get a good run here. Maybe he's looking for a move down the inside. He's going to take that move down the inside in towards that flying left-hander. Gets the move done. Is there any way back through here for Elkaya to get back through? Well, he can't get back through, and that is a position well gained from the number 134 of Mick Bertram, having to start from the back of the grid. A fine job to get himself now up into 7th place. So Van den Herk leads the way then. Behene in 2nd place, De Vol in 3rd. Ersting there still under pressure from Van der Kai right behind. That gap between them was about 0.3 of a second, maybe even less than that. There goes the 146 there of Alan Kenyon. Kenyon at the moment is in 16th place and trying to see what he can do to recover some positions. And as we see, Anders Elkaya in the 194 might come under a bit of pressure now from the likes of Ersting behind as we make our way across the line. Just over 6 minutes left of the race to run, with 2 additional laps added on. The battle here for 7th place between Elkaya, Ersting and Van der Kai. Very much up and running. As we'll see, very much some battles on the cards here. Elkaya managing to see if he can find a little bit of breathing room here, but Van der Kai trying to get some battles on there as we make our way through that flying left-hander. Our leader just crosses the start-finish line. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Van den Herk lapping in the high 55s at the moment. And that could be a move on further down the field in towards the hairpin we go. As we watch on with this battle, that looked like that was the 124 of Ersting, who might have had an issue on that last lap. Yeah, he's just had a 60-second lap time, so a bit of an issue for Ersting on that last lap. He's now having to try and find a way past Benno Ridder and have to go the long way around if he wants that move done. And as we make our way through towards the this sweeping S section, he has got that move done as Ersting. And in the 112, Ridder looking to see what he can do from this position. So Ersting didn't get the move done on Ridder. But we'll see as we make our way towards the left-hander here. We've already seen one move be done superbly here, but that's a mistake from Ridder, and that is going to allow Ersting to get all over the back of him now. Through in towards the hairpin we go. And that is also Alan Kenyon in the 146, also looking to try and join the fray in this battle. And that's the 104 getting the tail end all happy and squirrely there. William van der Kai, who is currently in 8th place. Looking to see what he can do from this position. He'll have a bit of work to do because he's got the likes of Costa right behind as well. And I say right behind as well. There is the 194, that's Anders Elkaya. Under pressure then from William van der Kai. So this is the battle for 7th place as they make their way onwards towards that flying left-hander. And van der Kai here, I thought he might have launched a bit of an attack there, but he couldn't quite find anywhere to go with it. Or a little bit of contact there opens the door, and that allows Van der Kai to get through in towards the hairpin there, and that's a cart off into the gravel at the final corner. and the driver who's jogging away from it, I'm afraid. I'm trying to see if that is the which kart that will be, as I'm just seeing the 108 cross the line. I think it might be the 118 then of Niels Berler, who's off onto the gravel, I'm afraid, and out of this race. There is the 194 then, Anders Elkaya, trying to hold off the likes of Costa and Klöster. As yellow flags cover then in towards the left-hander. That is the that's Berler's car. That's into the gravel there. And a potential move on here, as it still is the 122 of Niels Costa, seeing if he can find a move then. Heading down towards the hairpin, no way through this time around. And there's the 111 who's joined in on the action as well, William Klöster. As an attempt of a move up the inside then, from the on the 194, I should say. Costa trying to see if he could get a move done, but he couldn't on that occasion. And all that's allowing as well is William Klöster in that 111 to close up. Maybe a tighter line there in towards the left-hander. And still covered by yellows is that penultimate, I would say, the braking point. I don't think we're braking too much going through there, the drivers, but they won't be able to overtake. And now, in towards the hairpin, we go back racing again. Just about 90 seconds on the clock, but look at that, a potential move around the outside then for Costa, but it didn't quite work. It might cost him a position here to Klöster, who clatters the curbs to get up a position there. Klöster in the 111, runs deep in towards the hairpin, then that allows Costa to find a way to try and get away back through, and that's also the 124 of Erftlandring as well, trying to battle away as there's a little bit of a moment going through the left-hander there, and that for one of those drivers, it's cost them a little bit dearly there. That might have been Erftlandring actually in the 124. So the 124 hasn't passed through the picture just yet, so maybe a bit of a moment there for Erftlandring. So our leader then, Van den Herk, we haven't seen a lot of in this race, but normally if we don't see a lot of you in this race and you're leading, you're probably not doing a lot wrong. Van den Herk has a 4.6 second lead as we watch on. We join this battle between 150 and 104. That's Kopenau and Van der Kai. It's a battle for 6th place, and Van der Kai seeing if he can find a way past that green machine of Kopenau as we head our way through in towards this twisting S section. Van der Kai, can he find that move? Can Kopenau defend? We'll see as we make our way through in towards the final couple of corners, getting the power down, 2 different lines being taken, and onwards towards the flying left-hander we go. Still line of stern for now. Van der Kai looking for the move, looking to try and find a way past. There's a move up the inside there as well from the 198. That was Jerome Boss who's trying to move the way through the order. I think that was a pass on Alan Kenyon there. As Boss now moves up to 13th place in this race. In fact, no, it was on Ridder that Boss had got the move done on. So that's up to 12th place. Battle still going on then for 6th place. Kopenau still ahead of Van der Kai. Elkaya as well, having to hold back from Costa and Klöster. Erftlandring as well has managed to find the back of this pack once again, but Boss not too far behind either, and he will be very keen and eager to make some moves towards the end of this race. We are on to the final lap of this race then, and it is Glenn Van den Herk in the 101 leading the way on this final lap of the race. He's 7.1 seconds clear of Berhene as he makes his way past halfway on this circuit. There he is, your race leader, and we haven't seen a lot of him in this race, but there's normally a good reason why. He's kept out of trouble, he's raced his own race, built the lead, and now he can make his way towards the line then, through in towards these final couple of corners then here for the KZ2 Master. it will be the 101, Glenn van den Herk, who will power his way towards the line to take the checkered flag and the race victory in the final of the KZ2 Master. Second place will go the way of the 1-2-6 there of Neke Bahene, and the 1-2-3 there of Wesley Duvall taking third place. Hanson Hardy finishes across the line in fourth. Bertram across the line in the 1-3-4 finishes in fifth place. That battle for sixth place goes the way of Sebastian Coppinol. Maybe a couple more laps for Van der Kai. Elkai managed to hold off the likes of Klurster, Ersting and Costa and Boss to finish in eighth place. There's a good 5-kart scrap towards the end there of that race. And we just wait now for Kern and Steen to make their way to the checkered flag to finish 17th and 18th respectively. There goes Kern and there goes Steen to finish off as the last of those finishers. So to take a look then at our provisional results for the KZ2 Master Final, Glenn van den Herk takes the race victory. Neke Bahene in second place, Wesley Duvall in third, Jonas Hansen Hardy in fourth place, with Mick Bertram from the back of the grid up to fifth place, Sebastian Coppinol in sixth, William van der Kai in seventh, Anders Elkai in eighth place, William Klurster in ninth place, Edgar Ersting rounding off the top 10, Niels Costa in 11th, Jerome Boss in 12th, Benno Ridder in 13th place, Alexander Homerson in 14th place, with Kenyon in 15th place, Verhaven in 16th, Cohen in 17th, and Steen rounding off our 18 finishes. Non-finishes there, Niels Burler, Anton Gidding, Sam Ward and Martin Versteeg, all not taking the checkered flag. Next up then will be the KZ2 for our penultimate race of the day. It was Tommy van der Straus who managed to win by 11.6 seconds in the end over Kevin Stehauer. Third place went the way of Renzo Alibax, fourth place to Robin Glerham, and that is how they will line up on the grid. A couple of penalties as well to discuss leading onto the grid then. So we had a one-place penalty for number 258, so that was Luca Brima for unsportsmanlike driving. Then we had 5-second penalties for front fairing issues for the 211, which was Kevin Stehauer, 216, which was Robin Glerham, 201, which was Jens Troyer, 265, which was Dominic Reuters, 226, which is Giovanni Vitavine, 226, 232, which was Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch, 287 as well, getting a penalty in Euro van Duivenvoort. And they were all for the front fairing issues. We had also a 3-second penalty go the way of the 264. That's Jelta Boomer. That was a second official warning. The first warning came in this weekend's free practice earlier on this weekend. KZ2 then, Jens Troyer needs a good run of points to keep up his really good form at the moment against the likes of Jeffrey Fix and Tommy van der Straus. Well, with van der Straus winning that first race, it was a case of what could be for Jens Troyer, who eventually finished the pre-final in 13th place, and that's where he'll be starting the final. So definitely one to watch there for Jens Troyer. Obviously our championship leader starting in the mid-pack. He'll be looking to get up the order as quickly as possible. You've also got a great front row of Tommy van der Straus and Kevin Stehauer. And with Kevin Stehauer getting a 5-second penalty, it takes up to 11 seconds. So it was about 6 seconds at the line when the flag fell. But with after-race penalties, that has increased to 11. Kevin Stehauer knows from this one, he needs to make sure that he tries to get ahead as early as possible. Renzo Alibax then starts this one from third place taking advantage of the likes of Robin Glerham getting a penalty. So this is his chance to really rubber stamp a chance of a third place. Currently 6th in the championship is Renzo Alibax. We'll see what he can do from this point. So all but one team personnel on the grid to give the cars a push start and to start our formation lap. Getting ready then for our KZ2 final on their formation lap, and here is how they will line up. It is Tommy van der Stroys on the front row alongside with Kevin Stehauer. Second row of the grid is Renzo Alibax and Robin Glerham. Third row of the grid is Jeffrey Fix and Enzo Boll. Fourth row of the grid is Daniel Tenbach and Julian Carmen. Fifth row on the grid is Sita Van Meert and Jelte Boomer. Sixth place on the sixth row of the grid, Sir Volters and Jake Weston. Jens Truer and Dominic Reuters share the 7th row of the grid. 8th row of the grid is Milan van Vinden and Ryan Kiewitzbosch. 9th row of the grid is Giovanni Vitavine and Luca Brima. 10th row of the grid is Euro van Duivenvoort and Jori Malema. And the 11th row of the grid is Rick Mirovitz and Dirk van Silfholt with Nelson Berghaus all on their own on row 12. Now that is of course if Nelson Berghaus, obviously, I'm sure he'll be delighted with me saying that in the pre-final, unfortunately, he spun off and didn't take the start. I'm sure he'll be delighted that I reminded everybody of that. But this is a chance for Berghaus to put that in the past and see what he can do from this position. A clean slate for him. What can he do with it? Heading up the order. But for Van der Stroys, it's never as simple as anything, is it? It's a case of make sure you get to turn one first and try and build the gap from there. That's how race 1 ended up. That's how he will want race 2 to go. Stehauer then with that 5-second penalty. That's a problem. I'm just seeing there for the 264, Jelte Boomer, who is the cart's come to a stop on the formation lap. So we'll see probably that cart get recovered if it can't be restarted. Just keep an eye on that, see if he does get that car started up again. But we'll see then. We've still got a few seconds left before the carts are lined up on the grid, so the decision will be made, can the kart be restarted, or is that it for Jelte Boomer? Boomer would have been starting in 10th place, so it's a big one from the midfield to lose if it is. We shall wait and see, as another one up at one of the third to last corner is off as well, has come to a stop. Now if they slow down too much and the revs drop, then these karts do cut out. So that's why they'll be revving on the grid to keep the engine running, keep the kart ticking over. And that's all have to be accounted for when they make their way, when they have to decide for fuel as well. A couple of empty spots on the grid that have not been filled out. But we'll see then at the back of the grid as one of them is slightly out of line, having to be pulled back to the correct grid slot. Or at least we'll have to start right at the back. The green flag is waved from the back then. We're ready to go racing then, and well, that's the 255 taking the grid slot then. Well, the red lights go on. They go out, and we go racing. It's initially a good launch off the line then from Kevin Stehauer. Can he keep that position then as we make our way through in towards the first hairpin for the very first time then? It looks like that is the case. Van der Stroys then will drop a position at least out of the hairpin. And that was important. That was a really important move then from Stehauer. He got the launch right, and now trying to make his way towards the front of the field then, looking back through the order as well. Keep an eye out for the likes of Berghaus. If he did take the start, don't think he did, which is unfortunate there. But there we see the 214. That is Renzo Alibax, who started this race in 3rd place. There you can see a kart that's pulled off the circuit as well on that formation lap. But as drivers now make their way through in towards the last few corners then, it is Stayhauer, who leads the race then out of the final corner, getting the power down then. Second place is that 2-1-6, so that's Glerum up into second place. Van der Stroys is down to third place as they make their way through that first corner. And there's a move up the inside there to try and take over the position. That's Boll in the 2.55, who's managed to get a position there. Enzo Boll right up the inside at the hairpin to try and take over that position. But Stayhauer knows that that start was so important to get right. Van der Stroys then has work to do, but plenty of time to do it. 11.5 minutes on the clock, of course, in these early stages of the race. The rain did stop, but it has started again. So any chance of the track drying out, well, I think we could see was not going to happen. But through our drivers go then in towards the final corner. Stayhauser has been closed in by Glerum on that last lap then as we get the power down. The 2.16 has got a turn of pace about it with a new fastest lap, 54.6, taken 0.3 of a second out of Stayhauer on that last lap. And onwards then we go. So this will be a battle for the lead then. Stayhauer and Glerum battling away for top spot in the KZ2 final. Not far behind them is Van der Stroys in third place, winner of the pre-final. Watching on then, is there a chance here for Robin Glerum to get a position? Turning up the wick and putting the pressure now on Kevin Stayhauer. Looks down the inside and takes the move then. Grabs that with both hands, that opportunity, and moves into the lead of the race then. Glerum leads from Stayhauer in second place. And then that's Van der Stroys in third place. Across the line they go. Glerum knew that was a move that he probably needed to make post-haste, and he has done. At a corner that, well, running 2x2 in the dry is tricky. Running 2x2 in the wet is possible, but it's still no less tricky. And now Glerum will be thinking one thing: get away. Turn the wick up and go for it to try and build a gap between himself and Stayhauer, because the longer he can stay ahead of Stayhauer, the longer that means he can stay ahead of Van der Stroys. It will be important, integral for Glerum to try and get as far up the road as possible in that battle for third place. Fourth place then is the 2.55. That's going to be Enzo Boll, as there's battling to be done further down the field then in towards the hairpin. I'm watching on here. It's a great scrap to watch on for here, as that's the 2.14. So that's Renzo Alibax, as that's a move down the inside then for second place. Battling between Stayhauer and Van der Stroys. Van der Stroys now round the outside. He'll look to get the power down. Will he get ahead of Stayhauer? Yes, he will. So Van der Stroys up to second place. Stayhauer down to third. And Stayhauer knows he had to try and stay ahead there. He lost 6 seconds over the course of the race on race pace. Once Glerum got ahead, once Van der Stroys got ahead. He'll have to do his best now to try and keep on. And now with Van der Stroys up to second place, what are the lap times going to be like for Kevin Stayhauer to try and stay on the back? And what are the lap times going to be for Tommy Van der Stroys to see if he can close in on Robin Glerum? That's going to be all important at this stage. And we know that once Van der Stroys gets into the lead, he's not going to worry too much. He's 2.4 seconds away from that lead at the moment, and with the battling with Stayhauer on that last lap, he was a second slower than Glerum. The gap's 2.4 at the moment. There's a battle to watch on for there. That's the 2.32, I think that is, which will be Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch. It's Vitavine in the 2T6 right behind. Watching on as well, plenty of battles to keep our eye on. As we look up and down the order, there is the 205 there. So that is Jeffrey Fix who's high up in the championship, 5th place right now, behind the 255 of Enzo Bol. Going to be an important position here, you would say, for Fix in the 205 to try and see if they can find a way through. Not going to be easy at this stage with just less than 7 minutes to go. But Fix looks so much later on the brakes there than Bol on that section. Through in towards this flying left-hander, which we haven't seen overtakes here during the day, which has been great to watch as we make our way in towards the hairpin. Both taking roughly similar lines to try and get the power down a little bit earlier and make their way onwards now through turn 1 and now on towards the hairpin. It's Fix at the moment. They're matching each other for pace, of course. They're being pretty much bumper to bumper at this stage. But Enzo Bol is doing enough to keep himself ahead right now of the charge then of Fix. And for Jeffrey Fix, it's a case of can he make the move stick? Where will he need to go? As we see there, going into the fast left-hander. Again, Fix out of the previous corner, just loses a little bit of time versus Enzo Bol there. Oh, and Enzo Bol runs a little bit wide. Maybe just trying to keep the kart in the right direction there. Glera, meanwhile, is setting quicker lap times than Van der Stroys at the moment. There is Enzo Bol, who is trying to get away right now from Jeffrey Fix. Three and a half seconds though, Glera is ahead of Van der Stroy. There is Enzo Bol, who's running in 4th place at the moment. Behind him is Jeffrey Fix and also the 229 as well of Julian Carmen. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock with 2 additional laps to run after that. Glera is lapping faster than anybody out on circuit at the moment. He's just got another 0.2 of a second between himself and Tommy van der Stroys. So he's very much enjoying these conditions out there. Enzo Bol is enjoying, I'm assuming enjoying, this battle for 4th place. He's ahead of it at the moment with Jeffrey Fix and that is Julian Carmen, who are trying to chase him down, try and chase down that position for what would be 4th place in this race. There is Jeffrey Fix making his way through now in towards that slower left-hander towards the far end of the circuit. So twisting and technical circuit really does test the limits of adhesion, and there's not a lot of adhesion because there's a lot of water around the ground, so it does take a little bit for the wet weather warriors to really come into their own in races like these where the rain is still falling, not as heavy as it was, but still falling. That battle for 4th place, Enzo Bol, Jeffrey Fix, still very much in this battle. Watching in the wings there as well is Carmen. What can Julian Carmen do? Can he close in any more on this battle? I think he has. I think it's safe to say he's closed in substantially on that battle now. It's now a 3-way battle for 4th place. Bol, Fix and Carmen in that order right now. 3 minutes to go then, with Glera, who's just crossed the start-finish line there, coming up a bit against a bit of lappery here as there's a bit of contact at the final corner as Fix goes into the back of Bol. Enzo Bol then still holding on to 4th place, ahead of Jeffrey Fix. Through in towards the hairpin we go. Julian Carmen, the 3rd car in that queue, in that battle for 4th place. Very much looking to see, maybe he was sizing up a move then on Jeffrey Fix at that point, but decided against it. Maybe the thought never crossed his mind. Either way, he stayed behind for now. And that 3-kart battle for 4th place right now. as Jeffrey Fix gets right up close and personal with the rear bumper of Enzo Bol. He now goes down the inside in towards the flying left-hander and gets the move done. And Enzo Bol couldn't really do a lot against that. Jeffrey Fix got the kart down the inside and got the position in. So Fix is up to 4th place with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Julian Carmen now will have seen that move. Enzo Bol will know that potentially Julian Carmen might try and move down the inside, down at that corner once again, but Enzo Bol has not let Jeffrey Fix get too far down the road. Still a good battle on for P4 here, 90 seconds on the clock, with 2 laps afterwards. Get the power down then. And Jeffrey Fix has not been able to get away. Enzo Bol then making his way then out of that tighter left-hander in towards the final corners of the circuit. There wasn't a move on there, but watch out as well for Julian Carmen right behind. And Julian Carmen sees the opportunity, down the inside he goes and takes over 5th place in this race. And Enzo Bol must be thinking, what on earth happened there? Potentially a bit of understeer, but Julian found the inside gap. He saw the gap open up, and Julian Carmen got the move done for 5th place. About 36 seconds to go now in this final for the KZ2. And there is Julian Carmen in the number 229. Potentially an opportunity to try and close in on Jeffrey Fix in the closing stages of this race in that battle for 4th place. Crossing the line then goes our race leader in Robin Glerham. And still setting pretty good lap times. A 5.7 second leader. Spinner at the final hairpin. Manages to get going again. And the spinner at the final corner was the 235. So that was Yori Malema, who ran into a bit of trouble there. Side-by-side action in towards the first corner. That was the 271 Jake Weston, who had to back out of that one. No move on there for Weston. Still battle for 4th place with one fewer driver. There is the 287. That is Van Duivenvoort as we make our way across the line then. So 2 laps to go then for Glerham in the number 216. And it's a case of Glerham got the start right and never really looked back after that. Steyhauer was dispatched, and there is your race leader there in Robin Glerham. Glerham started 4th place in this final and managed to make his way up to the lead, and we've got yellow flags. That's because there's a kart off at the final corner. I say the final corner, it's the gravel on the turn flying left-hander. It's Van Meert in the number 240. As the final lap board comes out then for our race leader in Glerham, making his way onwards to settle this one. He's been in fine form going into this race. 4th place, of course, in the pre-final. Set himself up very nicely for the final. And as he makes his way through the back ends of the circuit then, he'll look to try and put the cherry on top of what's been a fine performance. There's yellow flag, so he won't be able to overtake any bit of lappery through that left-hander. As long as he remembers that, he should be good as gold through in towards the final few corners now. And making his way through that final hairpin to take the victory of the final of the KZ2 Masters. It is Robin Glerham who takes the victory ahead of the 254. And Tommy van der Struijs, winner of the B final, has to settle for 2nd place in the final. And in a moment we should see Kevin Steyhauer across the line shortly? Yes, we do. We've already seen him across. Fix across the line in 4th. Carmen in 5th. We should see Enzo Boll across the line in 6th place. Alibax in 7th with 10 back in 8th. We'll see Reuters and Troyer. Troyer starting down the field then, starting in 13th place, managed to get to 10th. Apologies, he managed to get to 9th, getting a move on that final lap. And as we just await now, Van Vinden across the line, we're just waiting for the 277. There goes Van Silfout to round off our finishers at the flag. And how that looks then for the provisional results of the KZ2 final. It is Robin Glerham who takes the victory against Tommy van der Stroys. Kevin Stayhauser in 3rd place with Jeffrey Fix in 4th. Julian Carmen in 5th place with Enzo Boll in 6th. Renzo Alibax in 7th place with Daniel Tenbach in 8th. Jens Troyer in 9th with Dominic Reuters in 10th. Jake Weston 11th, Giovanni Vitavine in 12th. Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch in 13th place. Luca Bremer in 14th place with Van Vinden in 15th. Van Silforst in 16th place. And then we have Muovitz in 17th place, Van Duivenvoort in 18th, Mollema in 19th, with our non-finishers Van Meert, Wouters, Boomer and Berghaus. Boomer and Berghaus not taking the start, whilst Van Meert and Wouters did not see the flag.
Can you call something at the paddock that somebody moved his car? Yes. Yes. Black station wagon Mercedes. And the license of my can remove it directly.
This is attention to the paddock. If you're the owner of a black Mercedes station wagon, registration X246HV, that's X246HV, please move your car immediately. That's a black Mercedes station wagon, registration X246HV. Thank you. So we move on now to our final race of the day. It's the final for the Max Senior. And these drivers have been through, they've had 2 pre-finals each, which decided which series they were in their pre-finals. 3 pre-finals in total. Drivers took part in a maximum of 2 to decide their grid order for the final. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm very clumsy. So with that then, with those pre-finals and the heats, that has decided our grid for the final for the Max Seniors, which puts Devian Röst at the top. Now, with 0 points, so at no point did Röst not finish top of the order. He'll surely be a favourite here to take the victory. Cas Boshaus also took a victory in one of the pre-finals. So the two drivers to have taken a victory in both of, or at least one of their individual pre-finals, start alongside each other on the front row, which should be a great prospect to see then. And we'll see how it all plays out in our final of the day. Cas Boshaus and Devian Röst, 2nd and 3rd in the championship, respectively, start on the front row. Sometimes you just can't write this stuff, can you? Let's see how it all plays out. Sam Bergstein as well, looking to see what he can do, but he's starting from 19th on the grid, our championship leader, as our karts roll away for our final race of the day. Let's see how the grid lines up then for the Max Senior, our final of the day. It is Devian Röst who take 2 victories in the pre-finals, taking the top spot then. Alongside him will be Cas Boshaus, who took a pre-final victory of their own. And then 2nd row of the grid is Matthias Turlov and Ty Stevens. 3rd row of the grid is Yuri Schoens and Mitch Hainert. 4th row of the grid is Luke Neeson and Flynn Fitters. 5th row of the grid is Jur Valkenars and Jake Menton. 6th row of the grid is Felipe Falk and Ralph van der Pavert. 7th row of the grid is Julian Klossman and Scott Westhovens. 8th row of the grid is Jim Bach and Neil Hendricks. 9th row of the grid is Benjamin Van Hees and Krit Noren. 10th row of the grid is Sam Bergstein and Mick van der Hout. 11th row of the grid is Kevin Navis and Dylan Hummel. 12th row of the grid is Brian Brautegam and Sian van Vliert. 13th row of the grid is Gabriel Svitala and Jay Zerveld. 14th row of the grid is Rein van der Meer and Luna Blum. 15th row of the grid is Mike van Maastricht and Stan Goos. 16th row of the grid is Ruben Lichtenstein and Martin Herrera. 17th row of the grid is Kriel Genser and Rima van Beek. 18th row of the grid is Maurice Kampman and Stein Peters, and Bram Plomp non-starter anyway. So that is your 36 drivers. This is the biggest field of the day. We've waited until the final race of the day to have all of our Max Seniors on the track at the same time. They are originally split up due to the entry list being higher than 36. We've since had a withdrawal. The decision was made to keep the series as they were. So the series has now decided whom starts where for our final for the Senior Maxes. Devian Röst and Cas Boshaus, 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Work to do, though, from Sam Bergstein. Our championship leader is all the way down in 19th place. Keep an eye on Bergstein on this one, but also keep an eye on the front row as they make their way around the final corner. They'll stay in formation, will they, as they make their way through? No, it is a false start. We will go again. The suspense rises as drivers have to make their way around for another lap to get this one. As I was saying, Sam Bergstein down the order needs a good race today. And it all didn't quite work for him in his 2nd pre-final race, when it was A versus B. Now, the higher the points, the lower down the grid you start. So it's a case of, for Sam Bergstein, got 23 points in in his 2nd pre-final. So I'm trying to work that out. I think that's 22nd place. So not great for Sam Bergstein. That's why he's starting so far down the field. He finished 3rd in the 1st pre-final, but we get to do it all over again here. The suspense rises once again for our last final of the day, as drivers then head onwards. A 2nd bite of the cherry to make this start. and the front row of Devian Rust and Cas Boshouse will take us through for our final race. Here we go then, a second bite of the cherry then, through in towards the final corner to get things underway then for our final race of the day, the Max Senior Final. And we are racing, and it's a good start initially there for the 3-4-5. So Devian Rust gets himself into the lead of the race then. Can he hold on to that lead? Heading our way in towards the hairpin. It looks like he can, and there's contact in the background there. 3 karts involved at least, with a couple having to take to the grass to avoid that action. Not a great start for just about in the midfield then. But our front runners have managed to get away. A bit of contact further back then in this final. Through 36 karts at that first hairpin. But everyone after that looks like they're facing the right way afterwards. But our leaders are now making their way through now in towards that flying left-hander for the first time in this final. A bit of a step out of the back end, but it's Devian Rust who leads the way then as we make our way through in towards the final corner. No one has beaten him so far today. He's won both of his pre-finals and leads the final here. Second place is Cas Boshouse, and third place on the road is Ty Stevens right now, with fourth place going the way of Turlov. Volkanar's in fifth place, Menton in sixth, as there's a move up the inside there in the spray, down the inside, as Boshouse makes it in second place there. There's moves to be made, dancing in the rain at the karts, as they're looking to try and find some grip out there on these wet tyres. There's the 3H2, that's Ty Stevens, who's currently running in third place. He'll have the 342 in Matthias Turlov right behind him at the moment. Looking to try and make some moves stick in these early stages. It's very much easier said than done. And keeping an eye as well on Sam Bergstein. He's up to 16th the last time we went across the line. We'll see where he is across the line this time around. But Rust still leads then by 1.6 seconds ahead of Cas Boshouse. As we make our way across the line, Menton has fallen down the order very slightly. So too has Hummel, as that might be why. There's the 365 that's making its way through. And that is Yuri Schoens, who's made his way back into the pit lane, unfortunately. So Cas Boshouse here knows the pressure is on. And he has Ty Stevens behind him, looking to apply that pressure ever more. Just having a look for Bergstein, 15th place at the moment for going into this weekend, was our championship leader. And that's not a good run then from Cas Boshouse. Ty Stevens is all over the back of his rear bumper then, through in towards the final hairpin. Getting back on the power we go then. Boshouse has a look over the right shoulder. Ty Stevens very close to him and gets a good run through the first corner. Decides against a move down the inside, but not a move overall, as the 342's behind them as well. As that is Matthias Turlov. As side-by-side action we go then for third place, as Turlov goes battling there with Ty Stevens. And as they make their way through, it's the 382 that's ahead, and Ty Stevens just about holds on to that position. But, well, for Turlov, he's made his stance clear. He's not going to wait around for a battle. He's going to have one himself if he needs to. There's your race leader passing through in towards the left-hander. Devian Rust leading the way at the moment. Cas Boshouse in second place. And here is the 342 of Turlov. He's making his way third in that queue of picture. Back on the power, Turlov will go. Valkenars as well in the 325 is also one to keep on the radar, as Valkenars closing into the battling trio up ahead. And not too far behind either is the 373, so that's Klosman. Julian Klosman, who is trying to close in. Again, we're battling for third place. As up the inside, a move made and a move stuck as well. As that's the 342 getting ahead. So that is Turlov getting ahead of Stevens here. Going in towards the S section. Can he hold Stevens back now? Turlov will have to make sure he gets every apex right and try and follow through. Now he'll know as well, Kaz Bosman is one to try and chase down. The 3.25 as well of Valkenars, looking to try and see if he can find a way past Ty Stephen as well, as our leaders then get back onto the power. But Rust, 4.1 second lead already. Here's a battle. This is a 3.78. That's Felipe Falk trying to see if he can find a way past. That's going to be the 3.06. And that's going to be Navis there, Kevin Navis, trying to hold back Felipe Falk. As drivers make sure they're used to these conditions. They've had a good few laps under them. We have just over 7.5 minutes left of this race to run with an additional 2 laps. As side-by-side action always. It's one of those races where you're not quite sure where to look. There's action happening everywhere. There's Felipe Falk in the 3.78, who's now trying to break away from the kart behind I would think Navis, that would be, as we make our way onwards. The rain's still falling here in Kerpen, here at the Erftlandring, as the sun desperately trying to break through, but it's unsuccessful right now. As there's plenty of action going on down at the hairpin as well, as a move is made. That was the 3.40 on the 3.49. So that was Benjamin Van Hees against Jay Zerveld. So Van Hees gets a position made then. Oh, and off onto the grass, with the yellow flags waving. I didn't quite catch who that was, but whoever it was just went straight on over the grass. Whether they just misjudged the braking point or whether there was a problem there. There's also a problem for one kart just off of the first corner on the right-hand side. So a couple of karts lost in this race so far. And of course on the grass it's so much more difficult to get the kart off it and up and running again. So as we make our way through then, still 6 minutes on the clock, still plenty of battles to keep one eye on, because the other eye is on another piece of action, I'm sure. At the head of this battle here, it's the 3.26, so this is going to be a battle for 15th place. This is Hendricks, who's under pressure here from the likes of Neeson and Svitala. Down the inside they go, but there's a spinner. It's the 3.79 who gets back right way, and that's Gabriel Svitala. Gets back going the right way. I think lost maybe 1 or 2 positions in that, but managed to face the right way sooner rather than later. And that really helped that recovery there. Plenty of action to keep several eyes on. Just over 5 minutes on the clock. And leaders are just about to pass through again, or have done. Rust leading the way then. 4.2 seconds is the gap at the top of the order. Still battling at the final hairpin, getting the power down. It's still the 3.40, asking to get some calm in. It's Benjamin Van Hees, as there's a look down the inside here in towards the hairpin for the number 3.43, I think that was. Making some moves up the order. But yeah, plenty of action in the spray as well. In the mid-pack, plenty of position swapping. We saw that from Benjamin Van Hees, Zerveld, Van Vliet. And also Hendricks up in the order as well. There is Hendricks in the 3.26. Oh, and a big slide there and onto the gravel, over the gravel. There goes the 3.08, and that is Kirill Genser, who has a moment there, manages to rejoin onto the track, but might have lost a bit of, well, will have lost time, but maybe a couple of positions there. Genser falling down to 15th place as it stands, as our drivers in the mid-pack make their way through in towards the right-hander, the hairpin, once again. It was a 3.49. I misidentified as a 3.43 earlier. So the 3.49 would have made it Jay Zerveld, who found his way through a couple of laps ago down the inside of the first hairpin. 3.45 across the line is our leader in Rust with 10 laps in the book. 3 minutes 20 left on the clock. It's a 4.5 second lead at the moment, and Rust and Bosshaus relatively similar times at this stage of the race. Only about a tenth in it, less than a tenth in it in fact. And the 342 is in third place, that's Matthias Turlo, with Ty Stevens in fourth place. And then it is Julian Klosman rounding off the top 5 as it stands. There's one driver who's been faultless really, and that is the 345 of Devian Rust, who's not put a foot wrong, won both of the pre-final heats, got himself onto that front row and got himself pole position, and leads the way then with 2 minutes 24 on the clock. Blue flags waving there for our race leader. And Devian Rust here just keeping calm at the moment, racing his own race. The gap's 4.4 seconds, so he's comfortable at this point. Bosshaus was quicker on that last lap by a tenth of a second, but a tenth of a second at this stage lost is all good there. There is still the race leader. He unleashed 36 karts out onto the track, and we've had some good action so far. 32 still running at this stage. And as we watch on our race leader with just over 90 seconds to go, 100 seconds on the clock. Rust is going to make his way around the final corner then, and put another lap in the books. What's the gap now to himself and Cas Bosshaus? It's 4.3 seconds, so Bosshaus again lapping just shy of a tenth of a second quicker than our race leader, but at this stage of the race it's not enough. Plenty of battling. There's a good battle potentially happening for 6th place between Heinert and Volkenhaus. Heinert in the 310 and Volkenhaus in the 325 towards the end of this race. Felipe Volk also in that battle along with Van der Pavert. So 6th through 9th seem to be in a bit of a pack at the moment. But there is our race leader in Devian Rust, making his way now through in towards that final corner, getting the power down. And with 33 seconds on the clock, this will be 3 laps to go. Every race in the Max Seniors that Rust has competed in today has been a victory, and he's only about 2 and a bit kilometres away from keeping that streak going, keeping it very much open. And what would end what has been pretty much a perfect weekend for Devian Rust, who came into this weekend 3rd in the championship. He'll certainly have made a mark in the championship after all is said and done. Against the likes of Bergstein as well in 11th place. Against the likes of Cas Bosshaus as well, who's down to 4th place. We have 2 laps to go here for our race leader in Devian Rust. And in towards the hairpin. The rain has still falling on the circuit, but it will not dampen Devian Rust's mood in the slightest. And a kart off into the gravel in these latter stages. That's the 340, and that is Benjamin Van Hees, who had a really good run in this race. He's managed to rejoin, but he would have lost a couple of positions there. And another spinner in the background as well. That's the 393. That's Remo van Beek, who's spun round in the gravel and flips the car around and will try and get himself back on and underway. There was the Rust just passing through. Makes his way now through in towards that final corner, and to start the final lap of the race here in the Max Senior. You can probably tell Devian Rust underneath the lid is probably grinning from ear to ear because he won both pre-final races to get himself that top spot on the grid in the final. He got the launch right, he got the start right, and never really looked back there. The gap's now grown to 7.3 seconds with Bosshaus dropping down slightly. But our racer there passes through the yellow flag zone for the final time. In towards the hairpin we go then. A faultless weekend for Devian Rust as he makes his way around the final corner to take the checkered flag for the Max Senior Final. Absolutely faultless weekend from Devian Rust as he takes the top spot there in the Max Senior Final. Second place across the line goes the 342 of Terlo. Cas Bosshaus does manage to get third place against Ty Stephen on the final lap. It's Klosman in fifth place, Heiner 6th, Falk in 7th, Falkenars in 8th, with Van der Pavert in 9th, and Westhoven's across the line in 10th place. And Bergstein is 11th place in this final. As drivers make their way across the line on the biggest grid of the weekend, of 36 taking the start. We're just waiting for the likes of Herrera, Liechtenstein, Van Beek as well may have stopped out on the circuit in the 393, but in any case, that is the Max Senior Final provisional results. A faultless weekend from Devian Rust as he takes top spot. Matthias Terlov in second place, Cas Bosshaus in third with Ty Stevens in fourth, Julian Klosman in fifth with Mitch Heynert in sixth place. Seventh place is Felipe Falk with Jur Volkenars in eighth place, Ralph van der Pavert in ninth with Scott Westhovens in 10th, Sam Bergstein in 11th place with Luke Nessen in 12th, Kevin Navis in 13th place with Van Ville in 14th place, Nora in 15th with Svitala in 16th, Genser 17th, Zerveld in 18th, Van Ries in 19th place with Hummel in 20th, Fitters in 21st, Van Maastricht in 22nd, Hendricks in 23rd, Blum in 24th, Van der Hout in 25th, Herrera in 26th, Liechtenstein in 27th, Brautigam in 28th, Kampmann in 29th, and Ghost rounding off our 30 drivers. Raymer Van Beek is classified 3 laps down. The other non-finishers, Jake Menton, Rain van der Meer, Jim Buck, Yuri Schoens, and Stein Peters. And that rounds off the day of racing, which hasn't been washed out, and it's been a lot of fun. Probably. Yeah.
Then you can do it now. Then I will show you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So, a soggy Kerpen didn't dampen any moods whatsoever. Fantastic day of racing here at the Erftlandring, and that's all our racing action done and dusted. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action, and hopefully we will see you again for the next 2 events as well. A big thank you to our sponsors as well of the stream in VAG Technique and Versteeg Motor Automotive and Van Tienen Coffee Machines as well. A big thank you to our sponsors in that one for helping us with the stream. Our next round is at the Circuit de Lansard on the 13th and 14th of September. So hopefully you can join us for then. Until then, I've been Kieran McGinley. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you very soon. Take care.